Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In this video, I'm going to show you a quick overview of Gate Pass Generator. So I have already started the project and this is my login page. Okay, so this project I have developed in C# and for the database I have used MSSQL. Okay, so let's start with a quick overview. So in this module, I have two users role. Basically one is admin and one is employee. Okay. So first I'm going to log in with the admin. So my username for that one is admin and the password is pass. So if I click on login and here we go to the dashboard, that is admin dashboard as you can see it over here. So some of the functionalities is only for admin. So it will be visible only in the admin dashboard, not in the employee dashboard. So first we will explore the admin dashboard and after that I will show you the employee dashboard. So here in the employee section, first, the admin can actually add an employee, update employee, view all employee and delete employee. So first I'm going to add one employee. Okay, so I'm going to name something like this. Okay, so I'm going to name something. So I'm going to use Alok, something like this, and this hire date is today date and the number is 0012121200, something like this. That is a random number. So mail and address is India. City is Indore, state is MP, username is Alok and the password is also Alok. If I save it and here you can see this employee added successfully, click on OK and here you can see everything is reset. If I try to save it once again with the empty fields, then it will show that fields empty, field and try again. So if I'm going to fill Alok again, and I'm going to change the hire date. I'm going to just add a random number like this, gender male, India, city something like this, state MP, username again Alok and Alok something like this. And if I save it and here you can see this username already linked with another account. So make sure whenever you sign up or whenever you add employee that you have to add a new username. Okay, so this is all about this add employee stuff. So let me close this, move back over here and go to the update employee, and here you can see this we have to find from the username, so Alok. And if I search over here and here you can see this everything is visible over here. Okay, so I'm going to update the name like Alok Sharma, something like this, and update this employee, update it and click on OK and everything is reset now. So if I search it again and here you can see this, now this time I got this Alok Sharma. Here we also have a reset button, and if I try to update it once again, employee not found, because suppose I have written some wrong username and if I try to search is employee not found and still I want to update, then for sure we are going to get this employee not found. Okay, so if I change this one to Alok and search it once again, then we have this data, right? So whenever we reset, then every data is removed, only this text field data is over there. It means that we have to search again, then only we can update, right? So if I try to change the data username, then username is changed, then all the fields are clear. If I search it, here you can see this employee not found. This is how it works. So let me close this. Now we move further to the view all employee. So if I click on this and here you can see this, we have two employee, one is Csharp and another is Alok Sharma. So if I click on this, you can also search it over here like Alok, you can search it like Csharp, and we have added multiple validation. You can search for multiple fields, like you can search for by name, by other stuff. Okay, so in this I guess I have added only the search for this name. You can add multiple stuff as per your choice. You have to change in the queries. I will let you know how to do that, don't worry about that. Okay, so let me close this. Here we go, move further and we have one delete employee option. So click on this and here we have to search for that employee which you want to delete. So search like this one and here we have this. So if you want to delete this employee, so just delete this one, employee deleted, click on OK. And if I try to search it once again, and here you can see this employee not found. So if I delete and go over there and here you can see this, now Saurav is not available over here. So this is all for this employee function. So next we go to this visitor. So click on this, add new visitor, and here we come up with the interesting part. So in the visitor, you can add the images. Here we can put the images. So suppose I haven't added anything right now, and this is a random visitor ID which will be generated whenever you click on this add visitor. Here you can see this time we have a new number or visitor ID, whatever you can say, and you have to upload one picture. So suppose if I click on save without adding any data, so here you can see this picture not selected. So you have to click on this. It will open your local system directory. You can change the path. For now I have selected the C drive so that it's opening the C drive directly. So I'm going to downloads and I'm going to use one image over here, so this one, and click on open. And here you can see this. Now if I click on save, so here you can see this fill mandatory fields and try again, because image is selected. So this time it's not showing that please select the image. So this time I'm going to add the other stuff like Sam, contact number 000, something like this, mail address UK, unique ID, it may be a Aadhaar ID or something like that. So I'm going to just add a random number, something like this. And now if I save it, and here you can see this, now visitor is added. Okay, and here you can see this, now this complete stuff is reset and the visitor ID is also changed. Because for the new user, suppose if you want to add a new visitor, then this ID needs to be different, because every visitor have a unique ID. And we also have a reset button over here. Suppose I have added some data over here, and one more stuff which I need to be very specific, that in the contact field you cannot add string over here. So I have just, here you can see this, I'm trying to type A, B, C, something like this, but I can't able to type it. So if I try to type 1, 2, 3, something like this, I can type it, right? Here I've added the random data. So now I'm going to click on this reset, and here you can see this, now everything is changed. Whenever I click on reset, and here you can see this, now the visitor ID is changing. So let me just close this and move further to the update part of the visitor. So if I go over here, so here we have to type the visitor ID. As I've already told you that visitor ID is continuously changing, so visitor ID is little bit long. So let me just close this and move back over here, and here we have option to view all visitor. So here we have multiple visitor, and we have added Sam again over here. So I'm going to copy this visitor ID. So let me just copy this, close this, and move back over here and update. Click on update visitor and click on over here. So click on this and search the visitor. And here you can see this. Now we have this visitor. So if you want to upload or update the image, so click on this one, simply go to the documents, and whatever the image you want to update, just select that and update. So I have just uploaded some of the random images from the Google. You can use any other image. So I'm just showing these images for demonstration purpose only. Okay, so if I move back over here and click on this again, if I go over here, and here we go. And we have also fixed one small issue. So previously I have developed multiple C# project with using the third-party dependency. So from now onwards, I'm not going to use any third-party dependency. You can directly develop by following all of my videos in any Visual Studio versions. Okay, so this is how this update visitor works. So if I click on this, you can view, and as well as you can search over here. Okay, so next thing, we move to this generate pass. So if I click on this, and here we have all the visitors over here. So if I want to search someone like Sam, and even I can search for Gaurav, something like this. So if I'm going to select this one, and here we have this data I have actually added previously. So we can select any data as per your choice. So I'm selecting this one, and let me just remove this and select this one, Sam, which we have added right now. Okay, so here we have the pass color on the basis of the validation. So if the pass is for 1 day pass, then the color will be this one. If the pass is for 2 to 7 days pass, then the color will be yellow, and if it's more than 1 week, then the color will be like this. And by default, this green color will be visible over here. Suppose I'm going to select this 24. So here you can see this 24, 12 and 2022 is selected. If I am trying to select some older date than today, so it will say select today date or date after today. So just click on OK and select this 24, and if I try to select 24 before this 24 date, so select date after valid from date. So this is the valid from date, so it's asking us to select the date after 24. So again I'm going to select this 24. Here you can see this. Now the validation date is 24 to 24, so that's why the color for this one is this gray. If I am changing this one to 25, so you can see this, now the color is yellow. And if I'm going to change this one for more than 1 week, so here you can see this, now this is a different color. So if I click on this generate button, so you can see this, now this printing happens, and this is how this pass will be generated. And even you can print it over here, or you can save it as PDF in your system. Okay, so whatever the header you want to put, you can put it over here. So I have just added this BTech days gate pass. You can add any other stuff. You can use it this one in multiple places. So let me just close this. This is how the PDF is generated. And once PDF is generated, you can also validate that pass. So let me just close this. Go to the validate pass, and here we have this multiple passes. Okay, so we have one pass for Sam which is expired because it's showing in the red color, and if it's valid then it will be in green color. So if I move back to the right till bit, and here you can see this, now the validation valid from date is 17/12/2022, and the valid to date is also 2022. If I click on this one, 18/20/12/2022 to 24/12/2022, so it's valid. If I click on this one is invalid, and the same way right now we have created this one and this is valid. Okay, so here the pass color will be not visible on the basis of date and other stuff. If you want to show it, you can show it as well. Okay, so this is how you can validate the pass at the whenever someone is entering in your premises. So you can validate it over here. You can also search it like this one, Sam. We have actually generated 3 pass for Sam. You can also generate multiple pass for multiple users. Okay, so let me just close this. Next thing, we have this filter pass. So if I click on this, and here we have multiple stuff. If you want to search, this is the filter type. So if you want to filter on the basis of date, so you can select this valid from, and here you can see this pass is valid from 17/12/2022, so you can select like this. So only the date which will be valid from 17/12/2022, that will be visible over here. So I'm going to reload all the data. Now move back over here. So for the 19 date, we have 2 records, so I'm going to select the 19. So click on this one, and here you can see this, we have 2 records. Next thing, we can also search for by name and by other stuff like VID, and we have 566099003 on the basis of visitor ID. You can also search. So this is how you can filter all the passes. Okay, for the quick access to the pass. Let me close this. And another thing which we have is logout feature, and we have the exit feature. Exit feature will completely put us out from our application. When you click on the logout, we move back to the login page. Before we move to the login page, it's asking for the confirmation. You want to log out. If you click on no, you will remain on the admin dashboard. If you click on yes, you will move to the login page. And here, as I have told you that some features are available for the admin only, and some features are available for the employee. Okay, so we have registered Alok, so I'm going to use that, Alok and Alok. And if I click on login, and here you can see this is an employee dashboard. And you must observe that here we don't have that add employee section. Even the employee complete section is invisible because admin can only add the employees. Employee cannot add another employee or update details about another employee like that. Everything like add a visitor, update visitor, view visitor, everything can be performed except that add employee part by the admin. Sorry, by the employee. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. From the further videos onwards, I'm going to explain how to develop this step by step. So just stay tuned, subscribe, and follow for more. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you the quick overview of gate pass generator. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. In this video, I'm going to show you how to design this login page, and whenever we click on this one like this, if we enter the valid ID and password, then we move to the dashboard page. So I'm going to design this dashboard page too, and also we are going to make the connectivity with our database. So quickly let's close this, and this is our complete project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new project. So create new and project, and here for the first time it will open a pop-up like this, and I'm going to select this one, Windows Form App.net. You can also search it over here. Windows, we just move back over here, and you can search it like this, and here we go, this one, the first one. Okay, so click on this, click on next, and I'm going to give it a name, that is Gate Pass Generator Video. Okay, and click on create, and this will create a new application or new project, whatever you say. Okay, and here you can see this, now our application is ready. If I click on start, it will open and we have a form. This is an empty form. So let's start the development first. So first what we have to do is we have to start the development, and first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this border, and also we are going to change the color. So let me just change the color to white. Click on this one, back color, click on this and click on white. After this, we need to remove the form border style. So we have to search for it, that is form border style. Click on this and select none, and here you can see this, now the form border is gone. Next thing, just click on this space and let me set the specific size, that is 800 to 450. That one is good. After that, we need to put some label and text fields over here. So go to the toolbar and search for label, and just drag and drop it over here. Just copy and paste it 3 times because we need 3 labels. Okay, so let me just delete this second one, and we need one button over here to just move this one over here on the top, and we will just change this text. Okay, we don't need any text, we need to set the image inside this one. I'm going to do that. Okay, so first thing, here we have the login label, right? So I'm going to change this one to login, and after this what we have to do is we have to change the color for this one. Okay, so the color code for this one will be, let me just move back over here, and the color code is 0,118,225, and hit enter. The color is changed. After that, I'm going to change the font for this. So click on this one, search for Calibri and select the bold, and I'm going to select the size is 24 and click on OK, and here you can see this, now this one is perfect. After this, I'm going to change the label for this one, that is username. And also again, I'm going to change the size for this. Okay, so select this, and I'm going to change this one to Calibri, and I'm going to select this one to 12 and hit OK. Here we go. After this, we need one text field. So text box over here, just drag and drop it over here, and just make this one a little bit large. And after that, I'm going to set the properties for this one. Okay, so for this one, just click on this one, font, and click on this one. And here again, I'm going to select the Calibri, and the regular and size will be 12 and hit OK. After this, what we want is whenever I type anything inside this one, it needs to be in center. So click on this, move back to the bottom, select the text alignment and click on this one to center. Sorry, not right, it's to center. After that, let me just increase the size for this one, little bit like this. And let me copy and paste it once again. And just change this one to password. And one more thing. What I want is whenever my application open, I want to start this in the center of the screen. For that, what we have to do is just click on this and select this start position. Click on this one and just select this one to center the screen. So now let me start my application, and we will see that my application is started in the center. And here you can see this, whatever we type inside this one, and whenever we type into this one is also in plain text. So what I want is I want to just change the text whenever I type, it needs to be star. For that, what we have to do is, let me move back over here and select this text field. And here you can see this, we have one option that is password cat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a star over here and hit enter. Now let's start and let's test it. You can see this now, whatever I type, it's in the star format. So that's nice. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to put one button that is login. So let me just drag and drop it over here. I'm going to change the text first, that is login. Hit enter, and let me just make this one a little bit larger like this. And we will set the ID for this button too. And I'm going to increase the font for this one. So click on this, select Calibri, and I'm going to select this one regular, and I'm going to select this one 12. Not regular, it's bold. Click on OK, and here we go. Now let me just increase the size for this one. The size will be 169, 44. And here we go. And again, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just select these two, and I'm going to increase the length for these two. Okay, like this one. Now this one is looking nice. Next thing what we have to do is we have to add an image into this one. This close button. So click on this, and here we go. This is the image. Click on this one, local resources, click on import, and what we are going to do is I'm going to select a close icon, this one, and click on open. Okay, and I'm going to set the text alignment to middle center. This one is good. And I'm also going to change the ID for this one to btn exit, and this one is btn login. This one to txt username, and this one to txt password. Don't worry about these images and icon. I'm going to provide the link of all the images in the description of this video. Just go and download it from there, and after that you can start the development with me. Okay, so now our design for this login is ready. Okay, next thing what we want to do is whenever I type the username and whenever I type the password, whenever I click on this login, so what I want is I want to move to the dashboard, right? So before we move to the dashboard, what we have to do is we have to create the database, and after that we have to actually create a dashboard form where we have to move from login form to dashboard form in the condition when we put valid username and password. So first we are going to create the tables and the database, and after that we are going to do the connectivity part. Okay, so let me just open the SQL. And here we go. So first thing what you have to do is whenever you open this SQL Server Management Studio for the first time, here this one, the master will be selected like this, and this one will be empty like this one. It will open like this. So first thing what you have to do is you have to type this one, create database project. This one you have to select this and click on execute. As I already have this gate pass database, so that's why it's saying database gate pass already exists. Choose a different database name. Once this one is created, click on this one, that is refresh, and just move back over here, click on this one, then select this database gate pass. After this, what you have to do is you have to type this query and click on execute. Okay, so actually this one is created in master, not in the gate pass. Okay, so in gate pass we already have it. That's why here you can see this. There is already an object name app user in this database. After this, you have to create this table, that is employee. I'm also going to provide these all queries in the description of this video, or you can type it. Okay, and after this we have another table, that is visitors. Make sure you keep the same name. Okay, if you want to change it, then change it also while coding. After this we have one more table, that is pass, and that's it. We need these 4 tables. Let me just close this quickly and click on no. Now I hope you have created the tables. Now to connect this with the database, our project with the database, what you have to do is you have to just move back over here and you have to copy this one, server name. Okay, because we are going to use this in the connection string. Okay, so now move back to our project. Let me just move back over here. Here, go to Solution Explorer. Let me just pin it quickly. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a class. So right click on this, click on Add, and I'm going to create a new. Here we have this class option, and I'm going to create a class. I'm going to name this one Database Operations. Database Operations. Click on Add, and here we go. So now our database operation is created. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a method to make the connection with the database and return the connection object. So I'm going to give it the name that is with the protected, and let me just zoom it a bit, protected, and it will return a SQL connection as I have told you. If you can't able to find it, just type it and click on this one, and using this data.SQL client like this. After this, we are going to give it a name, so get connection. And inside this one, we will create a SQL connection. Con is equal to new SQL connection like this one. And finally, what we will do is con dot, and we will pass the connection string is equal to. Inside this one, we have to pass data source. Inside this data source, we have to pass this one. Just move back over here, click on this one, and copy this server name. And just move back over here, and I'm going to paste it over here. After this, we have database, and our database is gate pass. After this, we have to type integrated, INTEGRATED security to true like this one, and just close this and simply return the connection. After this, I'm going to write one more method which will return the data according to the query. Whatever the query we will pass, it will return the data according to that. Okay, so that will be public so that it can be accessible from anywhere, and it will return a dataset object. So get data, I'm going to give it a name, and I'm going to accept one query inside this one, and just move back over here. And here, whenever we hover on this one, click on this using data, and the import is added, this one. And now the error over here is gone. This one is showing an issue because we are not returning the data set for now. So what I'm going to do is data set ds is equal to new data set over here. And what I'm going to do is simply return ds. And now here you see this, now the error is gone. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my risky code into the try block so that if something goes wrong, then this empty ds is returned. Okay, so catch exception ex, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the exception to console.writeLine, and I'm going to write it to exception in get data, and whatever exception is there, print it ex like this one. Okay, inside this one, what we have to do is we need a SQL connection. So SQL connection con is equal to, and we are going to call this connection get connection. And after this SQL command, we will create a command object, new SQL command like this one. After this cmd dot connection, inside this one we will set the connection. After this cmd dot command text, whatever the query you want to run, we will set that query. And finally, we will create a SQL data adapter object. DA is equal to new SQL data adapter. Inside this one, we need to pass the command object. So cmd, and we will pass it. Finally, what we have to do is we have to call this da.fill, and we will pass the data set. It means that whatever the data is being returned from this query, we need to fill that data in this data set. And finally, return the data set. Return ds if everything is right. Everything is going right. After this, we need to write one more method which will actually persist the data wherever we want. So public void set data. This will accept two stuff, that is, one is string query and second one is string message. Means that whatever the message we want to show after we persisted the data or we saved the data in the right way. Okay, so I'm going to put everything in try and catch block, exception ex, and here I'm going to simply write console dot write line ex like this one, and move back over here. Again, I need to create a get SQL connection object, that is con is equal to get connection. After this, SQL command cmd is equal to new SQL command. Then we will set the connection into this one is equal to con. After this, we will open the connection, and finally we will execute. We will set the command text is equal to query like this one. After this, we will execute this query, execute non-query this one, and finally close the connection. Now what we have to do is we have to show the message. We only want to show the message when we pass something inside this one. If we don't want to show the message at this place, then in that case I'm going to simply check if message is not equals, then only we want to show the message. So message box, and if I hover over this, click on this one using system.windows.forms, message box dot show. Inside this one, I'm going to show the messages, whatever is being passed from there. After this, inside this one, I'm going to give it a header. So information like this. After this, I'm going to set a message box buttons dot OK, and I'm going to set an icon message box icon dot information like this one. Now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to move to this form, and here what I'm going to do is I'm to just double click on this to generate a click event for this. So let me just double click on this, and whenever we click on that, I want to exit my application. So for that, simply write application dot exit. If you want a confirmation message, then you can add that too, but at this position I'm not going to add it. So let me just start this, and if I click on this, here you can see this, now my application is closed. Next thing what I want is whenever I click on this login page, I need login button, I need to validate it, the username and password. So double click on this, and this will generate a click event over here. So I'm going to put everything in try block, and if anything goes wrong, then what we will do is we will write that exception console.write line into the console, and what's the exception is I'm going to put it over here. After this, I'm also going to show that exception, some of the sorted exception to the user. So inside this one, I'm to type something went wrong. Means that something is wrong. We can't able to process your request now. And I'm going to give it a header error. If you want to show what went wrong, you can also show it like this one plus ex. Okay. After this, I'm going to set the button for this one. So message box button dot OK. And after this, I'm going to set a message box icon dot error like this one. Now the task for exception is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to create a database object over here, database operation object over here. So database operation is equal to new database operation. Now with the help of this object of database operation, we can actually access the methods like get data, set data, and other stuff. And again, I'm going to create one variable, that is query. Okay. So inside this one, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the query. So query is equal to, and inside this one, what we will write is select star from my table name Let me just open this quickly. My table name is app user. Let me just run this query. In my table, I have already added two data. I have run this query. This one, insert into app user, username. This is the column name. Upass is also a column name, and urole is also a column name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just move back over here, select start from table name. So first table name is app user, where user name is a user column, right? Inside this one, we have to pass single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. Now this one, we will extract the text from text username dot text. After this, we need to also check that password matches. So u.pass is the column name, is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. Txt password dot text. Okay. After this, we will also check that if that u enabled or not. It means that here you can see this is u enabled. It means that user is enabled or disabled. So let me just copy this. By default, this one is 1. It means that this is enabled. So we'll type like this, u enabled and is equal to 1. So now our query is ready. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call the method that is get data. So data set, it's going to return a data set object, right? So ds is equal to database operations dot get data. Inside this one, we need to pass the query. Okay. After this, if we will check that if ds is not equal to null and ds dot tables, that is 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0, then we want to perform the operation. It means that this one is valid, right? In the else case, what I want to do is I want to show a message that invalid username and password. So message box dot show, inside this one we will type the message that is bad credentials, and inside this one I'm going to pass information, and inside this one we will pass message box button. We will set the button to OK, and we will set the icon message box icon dot information like this one. So let's quickly check this if this one is working or not. So I'm going to start my application and I'm going to type something random and click on this one. Here you can see this, the bad credentials. And after this, what we will do is we will extract the values. We will see in what format this data set contains the data. So if I click add a breakpoint over here, and now I'm going to start my application, and this time I'm going to put a valid username and password. So my username is admin, password is pass. Let me put it over here. So admin and password is pass. Let me just click on login, and here you can see this. Now we are stopped at this point, and if I hover over this and if I click on this one, and here we can see this, we have the data in the tabular format. So at the 0th index we have the ID 1, in the first index we have the username, in the second index we have the pass, and at the third index we have the admin. So we are going to extract the values by index. So let me close this and let me stop this one and just remove this breakpoint. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract the stuff like a string. I'm going to extract the role is equal to ds dot tables, and the tables is 0th dot rows. Inside this one we have to pass is 0th row, and the column is 3 dot to string. After this, we need to extract the pk. So int64 app user pk is equal to int64 dot parse. Inside this one we have to pass the ds dot tables. Inside this one we have to type 0 rows 0, column is 0 dot to string like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to move to the dashboard. But before we move to the dashboard, we need to create a dashboard page, right? For that, what I'm going to do is just right click on this, click on add and add a new form. Okay, so here we have this form. Click on this one and I'm going to give it a name, that is dashboard. Click on add and this will add a dashboard page over here. So let me just move back to this one over here. Let me just save it. And after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a dashboard object, dashboard is equal to new dashboard. Okay, and after this we will put dashboard dot show, and we at the same time when we show the dashboard we need to hide this one. So this dot hide, like this one. So now the task for this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is, let me just quickly go over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a new constructor over here which will accept string role. And here we have string role, and we will assign this dot role to role. Why I'm passing this role over here, I will explain you later. On the basis of this role, we are going to hide some of the features. As in the quick overview, I've shown you for the admin, we have the different controls in the menu strip, and for the employee, we have a different control strip. So I will show you later. Don't worry about that. Inside this one, we have to simply pass the role over here. Okay, so now let's start this and let's see if this works or not. So I have started my application, and inside this one, this is admin, and this one is pass. Just click on login, and here you can see this. Now the dashboard is open and our login page is hidden. So let me just close this, and we have seen that this one is working fine. So next thing we have to move to this one, that is dashboard design, and here what we are going to do is we are going to design that page. So first thing, I'm going to remove the form border style. So let me just minimize this. Click on this form border style, just change this one to none. After this, I'm going to set the size for this one. So click on this, move back over here. I'm going to set 1351, 709, hit enter. And after this, I'm going to change the start position to center screen, and this Windows state not to from normal to maximized. Just save it. After this, what I have to do is I have to add a menu strip over here. So go to the toolbar and search for menu strip. Just click on this and drag and drop it over here. Okay. Inside this one, we are going to make some changes. So first thing what I have to do is I have to add a text over here, that is employee. And after this, we are going to add a visitor over here. After this, I'm going to add a generate pass over here. Click on this one and we will add a validate pass. Click on this one. We have filter pass. After this, we have the logout button. And after this, we have an exit button. In this employee, we have multiple buttons. We just add that quickly. Click on this one. We have add employee. After this, we have update employee. After this, we have view all employee. We just change this one to caps. All employee, and inside this one we will put delete employee. In the visitor, again we have to add some of the items, right? So let me do that quickly. Add visitor. View visitor. And update visitor. Like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the icons for this. So click on this one and move back to this image. This one. click on this, select the local resources, click on import, and for this one we are going to use this image. So click on open and click on this one and just change this image scaling from size fit to none. In the same way, what I'm going to do is just click on these all of these and just go over here, image scaling, just click this one to none. It means that whenever we set any image inside these all, it will automatically be none. So text alignment is good, image scaling to none. Okay, after this I'm going to add an image inside this one. So click on this one, local resources, click on this, and again I'm going to add the same image over there. Inside this update, we just move back over here, click on this, click on image, click on this one, local resources, click on import, and I'm going to put an image, this one, updated. Click on open. After this, we have to select this, images, local resources, import, click on OK, and here we go. Next thing we have this one, click on this, local resources, click on import, and we are going to add the image for this one, this, close. Okay, after this we have this visitor button, so click on this, select the image icon, just click on local resources, click on this one, and we have to select this visitors, this one, click on OK. This one is visitor, so click on this, local resources, again import, and click on this and click on open, view visitor, click on OK. For the view visitor, we are going to add a view button. Okay, view image. So click on this, click on this one, select this, local resources, click on import, and this one. Select this one, click the images, click on this, click on local resources, click on import, and this one. After this, we have another button that is generate path. So click on this one, select the local resources and images. For this one, I'm going to select this image, gate pass, click on OK and click on OK. Validate pass, and inside this one I'm going to select another image. So I'm going to select this one and click on OK, OK, and here we go. After this one, in the filter pass, click on this image, click on this one, local resources, and click on this. And for the logout, images, local resources, import, and for the logout, this one, click on OK. For the exit, again I'm going to add another image over here, so click on this, and for the exit we have this one. Click on open, OK. If you want to increase the font size, you can increase that by just click on this and just go over here, click on this one, and just increase the font as per your choice, but I'm not going to make any modification in this one. Okay, after this, what we have to do is if you want to change the color for this background, then you can change that, but we are going to put some image over here, so we don't need to worry about that. Before we do anything further, we need one text label. Okay, so label over here, just drag and drop it over here, and what I'm going to do is just click on this one, select bold, Calibri, and the size will be 32, and click on OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some label over here, that is welcome admin, as I have shown you earlier. I'm going to put it over here. Okay, after this, what we have to do is we have to change the color of this one, and this button as we have designed, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is just select this one, and select silver, web silver, and here we go. Here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. Let me start this application and let's see the stuff. So admin, pass, and if I click on login, and here we go to this login page, this admin page, and here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. Next thing, we can observe that this image is looking little bit smaller. So the text view is actually looking, the text is actually looking little bit smaller. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just increase the font size for this one. I have selected all, almost I can say that. So Calibri, and I'm going to select the 12 over here and click on OK. And you can see this. Now this one is looking better. So select these all, and this one is also calibrate well. So start my application, and let's do admin and pass. Just click on login, and here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to set the image over here, and we will start the functionalities of add employee. So just stay tuned, subscribe and share with your friends, and contact on Instagram to purchase. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen that how to design this login page, and also we have seen how to connect the application with the SQL database. And we have also designed this stuff. Let me just log in. And when we log in, we go to the admin dashboard, and we have designed this in the previous video. So if you haven't watched the previous video, then just go to description. There I put the link for my previous video, and for the every images and icons, I have already put the link in the description to download all the icons. So just start development in parallel. So in this video, we are going to start code for this one, that is add employee. And next thing, what we are going to do is we are going to make this logout and exit button functional. And we are also going to set a background image into this one as shown in the quick overview. So let's start with that. So first thing, what we have to do is, let me just stop this one. First thing what I have to do is just go to the Solution Explorer, and here we have to create one folder. So right click on this, click on add, and click on new folder, and I'm going to give it a name, images, like this one. After this, what I'm going to do is, okay, not over here. Yeah, okay, just this is good. Next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to create one class, that is utility class. So right click on this, click on add, and click on class, and I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to give it a name that is utility, and add it. And here we go. Now we have one utility class. So inside this one, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to write one method. What it will does is, let me just tell you. So public static void, and sorry, not void. This is going to, let me just increase the size a little bit. Public static void, and this is going to return a string, and I'm going to give it a name, get image store path, and this will be the image name. This will simply return application dot startup path, not this one, application actually. Let me click on this one, full qualified name, not this. So hover over this one, and this one, using system Windows form application. Application dot startup path. Inside this one, we will use the substring, and from here we will pass 0, comma, and the second one will be application dot startup path dot length minus 10 plus, and whatever the folder name which we have created, that is images, double slash, plus, and the image name, and finally that image type, JPEG. So what this one is going to do is, it's going to put the startup path, that is this one, wherever this folder is stored, and this actually give a longer length than this one. It goes to debug folder. So I will show you what exactly this one returns, and we are actually subtracting last 10 characters, and after that concatenating the images folder. After subtracting, we move back over here to this gate pass generate video folder, and there we have one images, and whatever the images it contains, it will return whatever the name you will pass into this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over here, and I'm going to copy these two images, and I'm going to paste it in my project. So move back over here, just click on this one, open folder in File Explorer, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just paste two images over here. So just refresh it, and here you can see this. Now we have this 2 images. So let me just close this, and let me close this one too. Just save it and close it. After that, what we have to do is we have to move to this admin stuff. And here, when we double click on this empty space, this will generate a dashboard load event. And here, what we have to do is whenever we pass from the login page to this one, we already have passed the role stuff, right? Next thing here, what I want to do is I want to set the images, right? And I also want to set the label into this one, because I'm going to use the same dashboard for admin and employee. In the case of admin, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show welcome admin. In the case of employee, I'm going to show you employee dashboard. So just click on this, go to this properties, and here I'm going to change the label name, that is the ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a name, label welcome text, like this one. Now move back to this over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a variable, so background name, and here I'm going to check if admin dot equals role. Let me quickly open my database so that I can show you what exactly in the DB the role is stored. Okay. So my database is opening, and in meanwhile, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put something over here. In the else case, we have to do another stuff. In the case of admin, what I want to do is I'm going to set employee toolstrip menu dot visible is equal to true. Okay. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a background name. So background name will be background image name will be gate pass bg1. This is the image name, right? After this, in the else condition, and also what we are going to do is we're going to set the label, right? So label welcome text dot text is equal to admin dashboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type something wrong like this so that you can uniquely identify that yes, the text is changed, because we have already set admin welcome admin over here. Okay, so that is welcome admin. So I'm going to change this one to admin dashboard. Okay, in the else condition, I'm going to set the background image, the background name, that is that image name actually. So for this one, I'm going to set gate pass bg2 like this one, and I'm going to set the label welcome text dot text is equal to employee dashboard like this one. Now this is not going to set the image, right? So for that, what we have to do is we have to create an object of image is equal to image from file. Inside this one, we have to pass utility which we have created dot get image from stored path, and we have to pass the image name, that is a background name basically. After this dot background image is equal to image, we are going to set it, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it in a stretched way. So for that, this dot background image layout, this one to image layout dot stretch something like this, and now save this. After this, let me just start this and let's see if this works or not. So I'm going to put admin and pass and login, and here you can see this is admin dashboard. So what we have to do is we have to change the background color for this one to transparent. So let me do that quickly, and my database is open, so let me just connect it and let me open that file. If I move back over here and execute this query over my database, that is gate pass, and click on execute, here you can see this is admin is in caps, ADMIN. If you added this one in small, then you have to put this exactly same this one over here in order to make this work, this one. Okay, so let me just move back over here, click on this one, go to properties, and let me just put it over here. The next thing what you have to do is just change this back color. Click on this one, web, make this one transparent and save it. And let's start my application and try this once again. So admin and pass, let's log in. And here you can see this. Now this one is good. Next thing what you have to do is the text is being changed. So what I'm going to do is delete this extra D from the last. And also we are going to see for the admin, for the employee actually. Okay, so just move back to the code. And here I'm going to just delete this much stuff, admin dashboard. Okay, and we don't need this one. Okay, so let me just move back over here and let's see one employee, that is Alok. This one I have previously added, so not to worry about that. I'm going to show you how to add the employee. Okay, so let me just minimize it. Let me just start my application and we're going to log in with Alok and Alok. And I log in, and here you can see that this is employee dashboard. But the thing is, whenever this employee dashboard is there, then what I want to do is I want to hide this stuff, that is the employee button. Because for the employee, I don't want to give them permission to show this employee stuff. Okay, so let me just close this and close this one. And if I move back over here, click on this and let me check the ID for this one. That is employee toolbar menu item. So let me just move back over here. Okay, not over here. It was this one. Okay, yeah. Employee tool strip menu item visible. Let me just move back over here and just paste it and just change this one to false. So what this will do is this will hide that menu strip whenever we are logging as employee. So I'm going to log in as employee, Alok, and just log in. And here you can see this. Now that employee part is gone. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to make that logout and exit button functional, right? For that, what we have to do is just move back over here to the dashboard part. Just click on this one and I'm going to change the name for this one too. Okay, so we're going to change this one to btn log out. Menu strip, something like this. Okay, sorry. So actually project is already started, so that's why we can't able to change the name. So just click on this one, btn log out. Now ID for this one is changed, and for this one btn exit. Just double click on this, and here what we have to do is we have to write the code to log out, and for the exit we also need to exit my application. If I move back to this exit button, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write if. We are going to first ask that are you sure you want to exit, so message box dot show, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write you want to exit, and this is the confirmation message. And inside this one what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one button for message box yes and no. And also I'm going to show a warning icon logo. Okay, so message box icon dot warning, and whenever user select on yes, so for that dialog result dot yes, if user has selected yes, in that situation what I want to do is I want to simply close the application. So application dot exit. Let me just start my application and let's see if this works or not. So admin, pass and login, and if I click on this, and here you can see this, are you sure you want to exit? If I click on no, nothing happens, but if I click on yes, the application is closed. Next thing what we have to do is we have to code for the logout. So inside this logout, what we have to do is we have again ask for the confirmation. So message box dot show you want to log out question mark, and this is a confirmation message, and message box buttons will be yes or no, or you can change the name to yes and cancel. This is all your choice. And again after this I'm going to set an icon for this one, message box icon to warning, and we are going to set a dialog result dot yes. After this, if the yes is selected, in that situation, what I want to do is I want to move from admin dashboard to login page. For that, I'm simply going to type this dot hide, and our login page form name is form1. So form1 is equal to new form1. We are now creating the object for that, and form1 dot show. So let me start my application and let's see if this works. So I'm going to log in as an employee. So Alok and Alok, click on this one. Here you can see this. Are you sure you want to log out? And here you can see this, the visitor is over here, add employee is hidden. So click on yes, and now I'm going to log in as admin and admin. Okay, bad credentials. Okay, so the password is pass. So login, and here we go. Again, we have this logout page. So now the login as employee and login as admin is working. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start the designing of that add employee, right? For that, what we are going to do is we are going to move back to our application. Let me just close this. Yes. And let me close all of this stuff. After this, we have to move to the solution explorer. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a new form. That will be the employee form, right? So right click on this, click on add, click on Windows form, and here what I'm going to do is this form, and here I'm going to add a add employee. Click on add, and this will add a new form over here. So inside this one, first thing, we want to remove that form border style. For that, we just minimize this one and move back to over here, form border style. Just change this one to none. Form border style is gone. Next thing, we want to change the back color to white. So select this back color, click on this one, custom, and select white. After this, move back to below, and here I'm going to set the size for this one. So for me, it's 1342. You want to change the size as per your choice, then you can do that easily. So click on this, and here you can see this, the form size is like this. After this, whenever we open this application, whenever this form needs to be opened, I want to open it in the center of the screen. For that, start position, just change this one to center screen and save it. After this, what we have to do is just move back to the top, and everything is, yeah, good. Let me just open this, and let me open the form, this one, and here from we are going to copy some of this stuff like these all items. Just copy this, move back to this one and paste it over here. Move to the top, put this one to the corner, and I'm going to change some properties of this one from text alignment center to left. And after this, what we are going to do is we are going to need one button over here. So I'm going to search, go to the toolbar, and inside the toolbar, we are going to see for the buttons. Just drag and drop it over here. Just make this one a little bit larger like this. After this, we are going to set some properties for this one. So we just move back over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the flat style from standard to pop-up. After this, I'm going to change the back color for this. So back color, I'm going to change this one to 0,118,225 and hit enter. Now the color, back color is changed. After this, we want to change the font for this one. So select this one, change the font to Calibri, and I'm going to change this one to 12. Click on OK. And after this, what I'm going to do is, okay, so we also need to select this one as bold. Yeah, now this one is good. After this, I'm going to change the color for this one to white. Now the color is changed. After this, I want to set an image inside this one. So click on this, local resources, click on import, and let me just select the image, correct image for this one. Where is this save image? Yeah, this one. Go on OK. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the text alignment to this one, start. And we also need to set the image, this button size. Okay, so for that, I'm going to set this one to 118,44 and hit enter. Now the size is this one. And let me just set the text alignment to right. So text alignment, select this one to right side. And I want to change the text to save. Now this one is ready. Next thing, I want to change the ID for this one. So btn save. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to put this all in the proper position. So move back over here, just put this one like this, and let me just make this one a little bit smaller. And after this, we need one date time picker. For that, just go to the toolbar, go to this one, date time picker. So drag and drop it over here, make some space for this one, and we also need to change the font for this one. So just click on this calendar font, just change this one to Calibri, select 11, click on OK, and also need to change the font for this one, Calibri and 11 and OK. Here you can see this. Now this one is looking nice. After this, we need to put copy and paste this label over here. We will change it with time, don't worry about that. So contact, let me just copy and paste it. We need over here for contact. Again, we need another combo box. So combo box, let me just drag and drop it over here. So for size for this one is 12. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the size for this one 12. So Calibri, select this one to 12 and hit on OK. Let me just stretch this a little bit. Let me just copy and paste it over here. We will change the label in a while, don't worry about that. And after this, we need another one for address. So let me just paste it over here, and we need 4 more on the right side. So let me just add this quickly. Over here. After this, this is username. This one is good, not the username. This one is name basically. So I'm going to put it a name. Change this one to hire date. This one to contact. This one to gender. This one to address. This one to city. This one to state. This one to username. Yeah, this one is good. And this one to password. Okay. After this, what I want to do is I'm going to change the user, the name for this one. So this is txt name. This one to txt hire date. Not like this one, like this. After this one to txt contact. This one to txt gender. This one to txt address. This one to txt city. This one to txt state. This is already, oh, this one not username. So txt user name, and this one to txt password. Hit enter, and this one is already btn save. And let me adjust the size so that this one is filled properly, that uses the complete space present over the screen. Just move this one to a little bit right, like this one. What I'm going to do is select this all and select this all, not this one. Just make this one a little bit like this. And here we go. Now this one is looking nice. Next thing, we need to change the text over here. So this is not login, this is add employee. So add employee. And as we have copied the name over from the login dashboard, so the name for this one is already btn exit. So if I double click on this, this will generate a btn click event, and I want to close this form. So this dot close. Okay. After this, we move back over here, and first thing what we have to do is we want that whenever we go to the admin page and whenever we click on this one, this button, then we want to open that. So move back over here and add employee tool strip menu item. So add employee tool strip menu item. So I'm not going to change the name for this one. So what I'm going to do is just double click on this, not like this, just move back over here, double click on this, and this will generate a click event for us. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that form. So for that, just move back over here. So first thing, in the previous projects, what we did is whenever we click on button again and again, it repeatedly opened the duplicate forms. So in this project, I have restricted that. At one time, you are going to open only one form. So how to handle that? So if application dot open forms dot of type and our form is add employee dot count is equal to 1. In that situation, what I want to do is I want to bring that form to the front. Okay, so I will missed the braces over here. Here you can see this. So it means that that form is already open. In that situation, I want to bring that form to the front. So open forms dot of type, and so this one we will need to pass that employee, and just like this dot first dot bring to front, like this one. If this is not the case, then in that situation, what I want to do is I want to simply open a form. So add employee is equal to new add employee and add employee dot show, like this one. And let's start our application and let's see if this works or not. So here admin pass, let's log in, and if I click on this and click on this one, and here you can see that this one is open. Now I'm going to add some data and click on this outer space, and here you can see this form is gone behind this dashboard, right? So how to bring it to front? So again, go over here, click on this, and here you can see this, the same pop-up is over here because we have filled this data and this data is again showing. So it means that we have only one form open, and whenever we click on it, it's bring from back to front. That's it. This is a good way of programming. Okay, after this, let me just close this. After this, we will move back over here. Let me close this one. Let me close this quickly. And if I move back over here, what we have to do is whenever we click on the save button, we want to extract the values from these all text fields and we want to process that into the database. For that, what we have to do is just double click on this, and this will generate a btn save click event. And here we are going to perform the operation. So first thing what we are going to do is we are going to put every code in try and catch block. So try, catch, exception, ex, and here what I'm going to do is console dot write line, inside this one whatever exception happens we are going to write over here. So exception in add employee btn save click plus ex, and we also want to show some message to the user. So message box dot show something went wrong plus ex, and for the message, the error message box name is error, and it needs to contain one button, that is OK, and it needs to contain some icons. So I'm going to set icon message box icon dot error, like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to move back to this one, the try block, and first we will fetch all the data available in all the text fields, right? So for that, I'm going to create one variable, that is string name is equal to txt name dot text. After this, we have hire date. So string hire date is equal to txt hire date dot text. After this, we have contact. So string contact is equal to txt contact dot text. After this, we have string gender is equal to txt gender dot text. After that, we have address. So string address is equal to txt address dot text. After this, we have city. So string city is equal to txt city dot text. After this, we have state. After this, we have username dot text, and finally we have password. Okay. After this, if this is not the case, it means that, okay, so this is txt password dot text, and we are going to validate for it if everything contains some data or not. If that is not the case, again we are going to show some message over there. So if not string dot is null or empty, inside this one we will pass the name. After this, we will check for not string dot is null or empty. We are going to check for hire date, like this one. After this, not string dot is null or empty, and we are going to check for contact, like this. After that, I'm going to check for not string is null or empty, that is gender. Not string is null or empty. Inside this one, we are going to pass address. Not string is null or empty. Inside this one, we are going to pass city. And not string dot is null or empty. Inside this one, we will check for state. And not string is null or empty, and this time I'm going to check for username. And not string is null or empty. Inside this one, we are going to check for password. Okay. So now, here we go. We missed one curly braces like this. Yeah. Like this. Before we go further, what we want to do is, we want to actually set this text field. Inside this contact, I want only to add the numbers. I don't want to type string, right? So if I start my application, and let me just move back to this one, admin and pass. Let me log in and move back over here. And here you can see this right now I can type string inside this one. So how to restrict that? We can't able to type string into this one. Only numbers needs to be allowed. For that, let me just move back, and we're going to write one method over here. So go to the Solution Explorer, just open this utility, and here you're going to write some of the methods. One method I'm going to write to actually check for only numbers, and another I'm going to write to check to actually return a unique ID. As in the quick overview, I have shown you how to actually return, how to get a unique ID. That is, for visitor, we are generating a unique ID. For the pass, we are generating a unique ID. So for that, I'm going to write over here. So public static void. And first thing, I'm going to restrict only for number. So only number. And this will accept key press event args e, and if not char is control e dot keychar and an not char dot is digit e dot keychar. Then we simply return e dot handler is equal to true. Next thing, this will handle whenever we enter any string, then this will not let you proceed. Okay. Next thing, we have public static. This will return a string get unique ID. Inside this one, we will pass string prefix. Okay. Long nano is equal to 10,000 L into, I'm going to multiply it with stopwatch dot, we just hover over this one, click on this one, use this stopwatch dot get timestamp. After this, nano slash equals time spam dot ticks per milliseconds, and we will multiply nano equal to 100 L and return prefix plus nano, and this will generate a unique ID from the nano milliseconds. So this will come in picture in next videos, but we are going to use this. Right now, if I move back over here, you can see this. Whenever we want to type anything, we can type into this one. So I'm going to just move back to this events for this text field, and here we search for key pressed. So this one, if I double click on this, this will generate a key pressed event. So here we will need to call utility dot only numbers. Inside this one, we have to pass this key pressed event arg. So we need to pass E over here, and let me just start my application and let's see if this works or not. And here you can see this. If I'm trying to type ABCD, but I can't able to type, only numbers I can type. So let me just exit and move back over here. So let me just close this utility, and now we need to move back to this one. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the condition in the else condition. If any field is empty, then I want to show some message to the user. For that, let me just move back over here, and here I'm going to show a message box dot show fields empty, fill and try again, and the header will be, the message box header will be information, and message box button dot OK, and message box icon will be information, like this one. Let's start our application. Let's try this, if this one is working or not. You can see this. When I try to save it, you can see this fields empty, and fill and try again. If I fill everything like this, and inside this one we don't have added anything, so I'm going to add it quickly. And if I try to save it, now that message is not being popped up. It means that this one is working fine. So let me just close this, and let me close this and move back over here. Inside this one, now we are going to write the code to actually persist. First, we are going to do is, what we are going to do is, we are going to check for the username. If that username already exists in our database or not, then we persist that user, and then we will persist that employee details into the employee table. So let's start with that. Before we start writing code over here, first thing what we have to do is, we have to create an object of database operations, right? Which we have created this class in the previous video. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description and check out the link. This class basically contains all the methods which are required to perform the database operation. So new database operation like this. After this, I'm going to need a variable string query and a data set object ds like this one. After this, we move back over here. So first thing what we need to do is we need to convert this contact from string to integer format, because in the table, in the database, you can see we have created this contact as big int. So we need to convert that into the integer format. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a variable int of type int64, and it will be contact int and int64 dot parse. Inside this one, I'm going to pass the contact. So you must avoid that. If someone is typing character, then that's not possible, because we have already restricted that in the txt contact. We can't able to type the character into that one, and we have also checked for null and empty. So this is totally safe. It means that at this point it's not possible that any character enter into this text field or empty space is allowed. So number is only possible. So it can easily be converted into this integer type without any issue. After this, what I'm going to do is, first thing I'm going to check that if username exists in our database or not. For that, I'm going to write the query over here. So query is equal to select start from app user, where username is equal to like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. Inside this one, we will pass username. And we also make sure that username is enabled. Enabled is equal to 1. After this, ds, we will run this query on the database. So ds, in the data set, we are going to store the output or response of this query. So ds database operation dot get data, and inside this one we have to pass the query. So this method is actually return a data source object, and this ds we have already defined on the top over here. And we have written the query over here inside this one. After this, what we will check is if ds is not equal to null and ds.tables from the 0th table and rows count is equal to 0, then only we want to perform the remaining operations like adding app user data into the app user table and employee data into the employee table. If this is not the case, it means that user already exists with that username. So in that situation, I'm going to show the message to the user. So message box dot show, and I'm going to show the message username already linked with another account like this one. And for this message box, I'm going to set a message box name. So that will be information. And I'm going to set one button for this. So message box button dot OK, and one icon. So message box icon dot information. So let's quickly run this and let's check this. Just let me save it and let me start my application. And inside this one, I'm going to type admin and pass, and let's log in. Move back over here, click on this one, and I'm going to type Alok into this one and random data in all of these. And here you can see this, we don't have this anything in the drop down, so we are going to set that now. So let me just type like this, and if I click on save, and here you can see this username linked with another account. If I type something different, if I try to save it, it's going in the if block, and in the if block we haven't written any logic right now. Okay, so before we write anything inside this if block, what I want to do is I want to just add the item into this one. So click on this one, edit items, and here I'm going to add male, female, and other. Click on OK, and let's check if this one is visible or not. So I'm going to start my application. So admin, pass, login, go over here, click on this one, and if I click on this, here you can see this. Now this one is visible. So that's nice. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to move inside this one, that if block, and here, first thing what we have to do is we have to insert the data into the app user, and then we need to fetch that inserted data, the PK of that data, and persist that data into the employee. So if I move back over here, and in this employee table, you must observe that we have a app user fk which references app user pk. It means that username and password will be saved over here, and this pk needs to be saved over here. So how to do that? Let me just move back over here. First thing what we will do is we will write a query to insert the data into the app user. So insert into app user, that is the table name, and inside this one we need to pass the column names. So if I move back over here, move back to this one, username is the column name, upass is the column name, and the user role. These three I want to insert, and you enabled this already. By default it's true, it means it's 1. So move back over here, username, comma. After this we will pass upass, urole, and then we need to pass the values into this one. Single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. Inside this one we need to pass the username. After this we need to pass the password. After this we need to pass the role. So my role is employee. Finally we need to persist it into the database. So database operations dot set data, and we need to pass the query into this one, and we need to pass message null. Because at this point I don't want to show any message because I am persisting this app user. Okay, so in the previous video I've shown that I have handled that if this is null, then I don't need to show the message. Okay, after this what I want to do is, now I'm assuming that my data is persisted perfectly. After this we need to fetch that pk, right? So query is equal to select star from app user, where username is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, single quotes, sorry, double quotes and single quote. So this one we need to pass the username, and after this and upass is equal to single, double, plus plus, double, single. Inside this one we need to pass the password. So password, and we will check, and u enabled is equal to 1. Now the query is ready. Next thing, we will fetch this data corresponding to this query. So database operation dot get data, inside this one we will pass the query. After this, now we have persisted the data and we have the pk for that. Next thing, finally what we have to do is we have to insert that into the employee table. So I'm going to write the query for that. Query is equal to insert into employee. Inside this one we need to pass the column. So column name is ename, hire date, we have contact, we have e-address. Make sure you put exactly same column name whatever is in your database. If you have changed it, then you have to put the updated or changed name over here. So e-address, after this we have city, we have e-state, we have app user underscore fk. After this we need to pass the values inside this one. So single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, because it's a string. So we need to pass the string in this format because it's expect to be in quotes, right? And double quotes and plus plus is for concatenation of a string. After this we have hire date. So that's also a string. So single, double, plus plus, double, single. Inside this one we need to pass the hire date. After this we have contact, so that's not a string. So let me just remove this. Double quotes directly, 2 plus signs, and we need to pass contact int into inside this one. Then single, double, plus plus, double, single. Inside this one we need to pass the gender. After this we have address, so single, double, plus plus, double, single. We have address into this one. And finally after this we have single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we have city inside this one. After city we have state. I'm going to pass a state over here. And finally we have to pass the fk. That's in the data set, right? So that's the integer. So double quotes, plus plus, like this one, ds dot tables from the table 0 dot rows. We have to get the 0th row and 0th column, and our query is ready. Like this one. Here, what we have to do is we have to just simply call this method database operation dot set data, and inside this one we have to pass the query and we have to pass the message. Employee added successfully, like this one. And now let's test our application, and I'm going to add some breakpoint over here so that we can see what the queries is being prepared. So let me start my application and admin and pass. Click on this one, add employee. If I try to save it, you can see this fields empty, fill and try again. So emp1, contact number 123120000, something like this. Gender male, India, city ABC, state BCD, username is emp1 and the password is emp1, and save it. And if I move back over here, you can see this query is select a star from app user where username is emp, user password is this. If I move back over here, you can see this, the query which is prepared is this one. This one is empty for now. Move back over here, click on this one, and you can see this, the query is this. If I click on continue, and now if I hover over this and click on this one, and here you can see this app user PK is 9. This is table. So table 0 we have. This is the 0th row and 0th column. So that's why we have written 00 over here. So if I move back away and if I click on this, here you can see this, now the query is ready. So insert into employee, ename, hire date, like this one, and values. And you must observe that contact is not in the single quotes. It's directly the number over there. So if I move back and just remove these all breakpoints and continue it, here you can see this. Now the employee is added, or I guess something is wrong. So let me just quickly check into my database. Select a star from user, and you can see this emp1 is added. And if I go to the employee section, select a star from employee and execute it, and we don't have this employee over there. We just move back over here and click on this one, save. Okay, emp11, just save it. Okay, something is going wrong. Let me see that quickly. Let me just close this and click on yes, move back over here. And I guess we have made some mistake in this query, right? So insert into employee, ename, hire date, contact, state, app user FK, values, name, hire date, contact, end, gender, address, city, state, and date. So in the output, we can see that there are fewer columns in the insert specified in the values. The number of values must match the number of columns. So here, I guess we missed something. 3, 3, 6, 1, 7. If I move back over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 we have missed something over here. So let me check that quickly. Ename, hire date, contact, and we missed the gender. So gender, and okay, not over here. We have to put this before this over here. Gender, like this one. Hire date, contact, gender, address, city, state, and app user FK. Let's start my application and try once again. So admin, pass, and it's login into this one. Click on this, and emp99 1 2 3 4 5 0 0 0 0, like this. Mail, India, city ABC, BCD, emp99, and the password is also emp99. And if I save it, you can see this employee added successfully. Click on OK, and we can observe that employee is saved, but these fields are not clear. So before we clear this field on the save click, let's cross verify that if our data is persisted perfectly or not. So if I move back over here, select start from employee, and here you can see this EMP99 is over here, and ABC and BCD and app user FK is 11. So cross verify app user FK2. So move back over here, click on this one, and here we have this app user FK, and you can see this we have EMP99 and employees persisted. So that one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is whenever we click on save, I want to clear all these fields. So how to do that? So let me close this application and move back over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write one method. So that will be private void clear all fields like this one, and what we are going to do is I'm going to clear all the text fields. So first I'm going to clear the name, so dot clear like this one, txt hire date, and this is a date time picker, so I'm going to reset it, reset text, and after this we have contact, so I'm going to clear it. After this we have a gender combo box, so for that we cannot, combo box doesn't have a clear property, clear methods. For that what we have to do is txt.selected index is equal to -1, and after that we have txt address dot clear. After this we have to clear the city dot clear. After this we have txt state dot clear, txt username dot clear, and finally we have to clear the password field like this one, and simply call this clear all method after this employees persisted. So let me just call this method and let's test this once again. So start it, admin, pass, login, and if I click on this one, name EMP100, just change the date to this, contact 123450000, something like this, gender female, India, city ABC, BCD or BCZ, EMP100, EMP100, and save it and click on OK. And now you can see this. Now this date is reset to today date and everything is cleared. So this is how it works. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, what we are going to do is we are going to learn how to implement this update employee. So till then, take care and please hit like, subscribe and share with your friends, and please follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design this add employee and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description there. I put the link on my previous video. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this one, that is update employee. This is a complete project which I have opened right now. So if I click on this, here you can see this. I'm going to design this one and I'm going to implement the backend coding for this one. So let me just close this and close this application, and let's move back to the project on which we are working. So this is a project which we are working. So let me start this and let me show you quickly. And if I log in and if I go over here, you can see this. Now you can see the employee stuff, right? So next thing what we have to do is we have to create a new form, and here you can see this. When we click on this, nothing happens. So we are going to implement that part. So first thing what we have to do is just go to the Solution Explorer, right click on this one, click on add and select this form. If you can't able to find the form over here, then select new item, and here you will find this form. Select this and I'm going to name this one update employee. Click on add and this will add a new form. After this, what we have to do is, first thing, let me just go to the properties and let me change the back color to white. After this, I need to remove the form border. So let me just remove that. Form border style, just change this one to none. After this, we have to set the same size of this form according to the complete project. So size is 727, 745. If I hit enter, and here you can see this, now the size is same. Next thing what we have to do is just go to this employee section, and here I'm going to copy some of this stuff like these two and these all. Okay, let me copy all of the items from here. Select all. Let me copy this, move back to this one and paste it over here. And you can see this one is out of the box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put it like this. Let me just move back. Okay, let me copy this much stuff first and paste it over here like this one, and change this one to update employee. So click on this, move back over here and change this one to update employee. After this, we need to put the stuff, right? For that, let me just move back over here, not this one, over here. Let me copy these items first. So let me copy this and move back over, just paste it and make some space over here. So this is name, hire date, contact number, gender, address, and after that we need city and state only. And by username we are going to search. So I'm going to copy this much stuff and move back over here and paste it. Let me put like this, and just this one, move this one to upside. After this, let me just minimize this a little bit so that I can put the search button over here. So for that, again, I'm going to copy this one and paste it over here. Again, I'm going to paste two more buttons. One is for reset and one is for update. Okay, like this. Save it, and let me just minimize the size of this one a little bit. Yeah. I need to change the name for this one to search. Hit enter. Just change the ID for this one to BT and search. Change the text for this one to reset. And change the button name to BT and reset. After that, this one to update. And change the name to BT and update. Okay. And we need to minimize this one a little bit more and just put like this and like this one. Okay. Need to adjust this a little bit. And these all too. So that we have equal space between these all stuff, right? Okay, now it's looking nice. Let me just increase the size for these two. Like this one. And we need to change the icons for these, right? So for that, let me just save it. Just click on this one and move back over here to the images. This one, click on this, click on import. And here what we are going to do is we are going to search for magnifies glass. This one, click on OK, OK, and here we can see this. Now the image is changed. For the reset also we need to change the image. So just click on this one, click on import, and for the reset we have this one. And for the update, I'm going to change this one too. So just click on this, import, and this one is the update icon. So you can see this, now our design is ready. So first thing what we want is whenever we click on this button, I want to get the username from here and search it into the database, and what if the data matched, then I want to fill the data corresponding to that username into this one. Okay, so let's do that. So just double click on this to generate a click event for BT and search. Just double click on this. Before we start coding over here, first thing we need a database operation variable. So database operation, is equal to new database operation. Okay, so this is a custom class which I have created in the first video, so make sure to watch that and follow the same. Okay, after this I need a variable string query to store the query whatever I write, and one data set variable so that I can store the data set which is being returned from the DB. Okay, and another one more variable which I need to actually check the condition that if their employee exists or not. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a name, employee available is equal to false by default. Now we are ready to work with this. Before we do anything, what I want to just code for this one. So double click on this, btn exit, and at this I simply want to close this. So this dot close. Okay, and one more thing, what we want is, let me just move back over here. Whenever this form opens, we want to open this form in the center of the screen. For that, just click on this, go to this one, start position, just change this one to center screen. And if I move back to the design stuff, let me move back over here and go to the dashboard. And if I click on this one, let me see the ID, update employee tool strip. So if I double click on this, this will generate a click event. And here what we have to do is, if application dot open forms dot of type, and inside this one we have to pass update employee this one dot count is equal to 1. Then what we want to do is we want to bring that application in the front. So application dot open forms dot of type, inside this one we will pass update employee dot first dot bring to front. In the else condition, what I want to do is I want to open the form, right? So if this is not the case, it means that none of the update employee page is open. In that case, I want to open a new form, right? So update employee u is equal to update employee is equal to new update employee dot show. Now let's check if this one is working or not. So let me start my application. Inside this one, admin and pass. Let me just log in. If I click over here, click on this one, and here you can see that this one is opening. If I click on this one, and here you can see this one is opened. So if I click on this one, and if I again click on this brings it to front. Okay. So this one is working fine. Next thing, what I want is whenever I click on this and click on search, I want to fill the data corresponding to this username into all of these fields. So let's do that quickly. So let me just close this and close this dashboard too. And move back to this one, update employee, and double click on this. And over here, what we have to do is we have to first extract the username into a variable. So string. And before we do that, let me just put my code into the try and catch block like this one. Inside this one, I'm going to extract the name into a username. Txt username dot text. After this, we have to write the query. So query is equal to select e dot star comma a dot star, because we need to fetch the data corresponding to username, but username is in which table? That's in the app user table, right? Let me just quickly open that. Okay, from employee as e, and I'm going to put an inner join over app user table as a on e dot app user underscore fk is equal to a dot app user underscore pk, where a dot username is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes. Inside this one, we have to pass the username. And let me just put a semicolon over here. So my database is open. Let me just connect. Let me just open that file. Open up. Over here, we can see this. The username is in which table? It's an app user. Username, user pass, and user role is in app user table, right? So on the basis of this, I want to fetch the all data corresponding to this one and all data corresponding to this one, because we already have a foreign key from here connecting to this one. If you observe it over here, right? So what I did over here is, let me just move back over here. I have selected all the details from employee and all the details from app user, and from which table? Employee as E, and I put a inner join. It means that whenever the data is available in both the tables, then only the record will be fetched. And the second table is app user as A, and we have put the join on which key. So in the employee table, we have app user underscore FK, column name. So if I move back over here, you can see this app user FK, and in the app user table, we have app user PK. So if I move back over here you can see this, and where A is for app user, right? So if I move back over here, you can see this, and where A dot username is equal to whatever text you have typed in that text field. After this, what I have to do is I have to simply fire this query into the database and get the result. So ds is equal to database operation dot get data. Inside this one, we have to pass the query, something like this. After this, what I have to do is I have to check if this data set contains the data or not. So ds not equal to null, and ds dot tables, inside this one, 0th table dot rows dot count is not equal to 0. Then what I want to do is I want to extract the data from this data set and set into the table, right? So for that, and if this is not the case, then what we have to do is we have to simply show a message. So message box dot show employee not found, and we need to put some message box header name, so that is information. After this, I need to put some button over this one, so button OK, and I'm going to put some icon, so message box icon dot information. And we have took one variable. I'm going to just change this one like employee available to true if this one is available, and in this case I'm going to put false into this one. I will explain what is the use case of this in a while, don't worry about that. So first thing, now we get the data. Suppose this is the valid condition, like suppose I have put this correct username. In that case, I want to extract the data, and now we have the data into this one. Next thing, we have to set the data into all the fields. So txt name dot text is equal to ds dot tables, inside this one, 0th table dot rows 0, and the column is 1, and just convert this one to string. Okay, so how we know that at the first index this name exists? To know that, what we are going to do is I'm going to just click on this one, and the better way to do that is, let me just copy this query and move back to the database. Let me just change from master to the database which we are using, that is getPass, and let me just create a new query table and move back over here. And what I'm going to do is select star from app user and just execute this. And here we have added emp99 in the last lecture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put emp99 over here. So emp99. Let me just close this and let me select this one and just execute it. And here you can see this at the 0th index we have 8, right? That is the ID. At the first index, 0th row, first column, 0th row, first column, 0th row, second column, 0th row, third column, 0th row, fourth column, 0th row, fifth column, 0th row, sixth column. In the same way, we need to follow the order, right? So let me just code accordingly. If I move back over here, so at the 0th index, we are expecting this string. So let me just start this and let's check if this one is working or not. So admin and pass and login. Just move back over, click on this one, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to type emp99 and search for it, and here you can see this. Now the name is visible over here. If I'm going to change some content from here and try to search it once again, employee not found, the message is being popped up. So this one is right. So let me just close this and move back over here. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the remaining stuff like txt hire date dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and this one is 2 dot toString. After this, we have txt contact dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column is 3 dot toString. In the same way, we have to do for the gender also. So txt gender dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column is 4 dot toString. After this, txt address dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 5 dot toString. txt city dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 comma 6 comma 2 string, like this one. After this, txt state dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 7 2 string, like this one. Now let's save this and now try again. If I move back over here, admin and password is pass. Let me just log in and move back over here and click on this one and emp99. Let me just search for this one, and here you can see this. Now the date is changed to 15 Jan 2023, and the contact number is this, mail, and let's cross verify this with the database details. Okay, so if I move back over here, you can see this is 15 Jan. So if I minimize it, here you can see 15 Jan. After this, we have this India ABC BCZ. So India ABC BCZ. So this one is working fine. So next thing, move back over here and code further. So the coding for this one is done. Okay, so we need to actually print this text to console. So console dot write line. I have to write the exception over here. So something like this. Next thing, we have to code for update click, right? So if I move back over here and double click on this to generate a update button click event. So double click on this and this will generate a something is magical. So if I move back over here, okay, it's not happening. Let me just check it. If I move back over here, click and just okay, our project is started. That's why it's not happening. So just double click on this, and here you can see this. Now this update is btn update click is generated. So first thing, what we have to do is we have to put the code in the try and catch block. So try catch exception ex, and over here, first thing what I have to do is I have to extract all the values from these all fields, right? Because suppose user have changed some text, in that case I want to fetch the data. So string name is equal to txt name dot text string contact is equal to txt contact dot text string gender is equal to txt gender dot text. After this we have string address is equal to txt address dot text. After this I need to extract the city is equal to txt city dot text. After this we have the string. After this state is equal to txt state dot text. Okay, so we typed wrong over here, so string something like this. After this we need to extract the username. On the basis of username we are going to update this stuff, right? So if you like this video, then just give it a thumbs up, and whatever the next project you want, just comment that in the comment section so that I can see it and I'm going to develop a new project accordingly. Okay, so after this, first thing what I'm going to check is if employee is available. So if employee available, then only I want to update it. If this is not the case, then I want to show a message to the user, right? So message box dot show, inside this one I'm going to tell that employee not found, and this is a error, and message box buttons dot OK, and message box icon will be dot error, something like this. Once suppose if employee is available, then in that case again I need to validate the every field should not be empty, right? I'm going to check not string dot is null or empty. Inside this one I'm going to pass the name, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one I'm going to pass the contact, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one I'm going to pass the gender. After this, not string dot is null or empty. Inside this one I'm going to pass the address, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one I'm going to pass the address. This one address is already done, so I'm going to pass the city over here, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one I'm going to pass the state, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one I want to pass the username. Now that this one is done, next thing, suppose if fields are empty, in that case again I'm going to show the message to the user. So message box dot show fields empty, and inside this one I'm going to put a message box one name, so information. You can give any name as per your choice, and I'm going to put one message button, so message buttons dot OK, and message icons to warning, like this one. After this, what I want to do is I want to convert this contact number from string format to integer format, because it's in integer format in my database. So int64, so number is equal to int64 dot parse. Inside this one I'm going to pass the contact. Now we have converted that number into the string number into the integer value, right? And one more scenario which we have covered in the previous video is that whenever we have actually restricted the user from typing string into the text field. So again I'm going to do the same for the contact number in a while. So let's write the query for the same. So query to actually update the data, right? So here I'm going to write the query. So the query is update e set e dot e name. E ref means employee. Okay, so something like this, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, single quotes. Inside this one we have to pass the name. Okay, after this what we have is e dot contact is equal to contact is a number integer type, so double quotes plus plus double quotes, simply number, pass the number inside this one. After this we have gender, so e dot gender is equal to single quotes double quotes plus plus double quotes single quote, and pass gender into this one. After this we have e dot address is equal to single quotes double quotes plus plus double quotes single quotes, and we have to pass address over here. After this we have city, so e dot city is equal to single double plus plus double single, and we have to pass the city into this one like this. And let me just change the line over here, and let me just go to the full screen mode. So if I go to this full screen mode, and here we go. So over here what we are going to do is, after this city we have e dot state, state, make sure you put exactly same column name. Okay, so e state is equal to single double plus plus double single, and here we have to pass the state. After this we have actually set all the values, right? So name, contact, gender, total 3, and 3 6 values, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Yeah. So after this we have to write the query like from which table, that is employee, and employee as e, and I'm going to put a join, inner join over app user as a on e dot app user underscore fk is equal to a dot app user underscore pk, where a dot username is equal to single quotes double quotes plus plus double quotes and single quotes, and here we go, user name. Yeah, now the task is done over here. For this one the query is ready. Next thing what you have to do is database operation, and simply call the query and pass the message whatever you want to show. So I'm going to type employee updated like this one, database operation dot set data like this one. Okay, now I'm going to save it. After this what I want is, whenever this one is perfectly saved, in that case I want to clean the all fields, right? So let me just test this first, and after that we are going to proceed with that one. So admin, pass, and just login. If I click on this one, emp99, and click on this search, and I'm going to change this one to, this is emp power. If I update this one, okay, something goes wrong. Let me move back over here to this one and go to the output, and here you will see what happened. Incorrect syntax near e dot. Okay, so we made some mistake somewhere. So e dot, let me just quickly check it. I guess we have made mistake over here. This one, let me just delete this. Let me move back over here. Something like this, comma. After this we need to put the comma, e dot city, and again we have to just remove this stuff, right? So this one is right. Now let's try once again. So let me restart my application, and admin, and pass, login. If I move back over here, click on this one, emp999, search for this one. This is the power, and just click on update. Oh, again it's something went wrong. So I move back over here. So address, now the exception is changed, invalid column address. So I guess we missed type the wrong name. So e address, it's e address, right? So that's why I have told you to exactly type the correct name over here, right? Okay, so now restart my application and let's try once again. Click on update and here you can see this employee updated successfully. Okay, so if I click on OK and here you can see this, now this time it's EMP99 power. So let me just close this, and if I move back over here and search for EMP99 and search it, and here you can see that this time we got EMP power. So this is it. If I update it once again and if I close this and if I again search for EMP99 and search it, and here you can see that this one is being updated. So let me just remove this much stuff and let me just update it. Okay, so this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is whenever I make any changes in this username, then I want to clear all of these fields, and also when I click on this reset button, I want to clear all these fields. Okay, so let me just close that and let's work on that. So let me just close this one, move back over here and double click on this button to generate a click event for this reset button. If I move back over here to this reset button here, what we have to do is whenever we click on this, I want to clear all the fields. For that, so I'm going to write one method over here, that is private void clear all fields, and here I'm going to simply type txt address dot clear. After this txt city dot clear. After this txt contact dot clear. After this I'm going to set the gender column to not selected, like selected index to -1. After this txt hire date to reset text. After this txt state dot clear. After this employee available, and just make this one to false. Okay, and we have to simply call this in the reset method, reset click on reset click. Okay, after this whenever we update the stuff, then in that case we also need to clear it. So if I move back over here, after this updation I want to clear all the fields, so clear all fields. And we also need to type the message over here, the error message to the console. So console dot write line, and say this one simply pass the exception object, so that is ex. After this you must have observed that if I move back over here and start my application, and if I move back to this update employee and if I search for EMP99 and search for it, but right now I can type string into this one, so we also need to restrict it. Before we do anything, if I click on this reset, let's check this. You can see this, now this one is clear. Only txt name is left. So let me just close this, and if I move back over here, so txt name dot clear. Okay, that name actually left. Okay, so the thing, we need to restrict this one to only enter integer value. So for that, search for key pressed over here, just double click on this utility dot only number. Inside this one we will pass the key pressed event args. So in the previous video we have created this method, so make sure to watch that video. Link is already in the description. Okay, this one is done. Next thing, this clear is also done. So let me just start this and let's test this one. So admin and pass this one over here, EMP99, and search for it, and here you can see this. Okay, so one stuff is still remaining, that whenever I change the text into this one, I need to clear all of these fields. So let me close this and let me close this. So if I move back over here to the update employee, click on this one and select this txt text change, just double click on this will generate a text change event. So here what I'm going to do is simply call this method, that is reset, what is this, clear all fields, right? So clear all fields, simply call this. So let me just search for it. Start this admin and pass. And if I go to login, if I click on this one, and here search for EMP99 and search for it, and here you can see this. Now the values are over here. If I try to change the username, in that case every field is clear. If I try to update it, employee not found, because employee 99, search for it, EMP power reserve, something like this, mail India. I'm going to change this one to my India. If I update it, okay, and if I again search it, you can see this my India is being fetched. So reset it, and if I try to update it, we can't able to update. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to code for that view employee and delete stuff. So don't worry about that. Everything will be taught step by step. So please like, subscribe and share with your friends, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design for this one, that is the update employee, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched this video, then just go to the description. There I put the link for my previous video. So in this video, we are going to design for this one, that is view all employee, and also we are going to code for it. So let me just close this application for now and let's start the development. So here, first thing what we have to do is we have to go to the solution explorer. Here, go to this project name, right click on this, click on add, and what we have to do is we have to select a form. So here I'm going to give it a name, that is view employee. So view employee, and just click on enter, and this will add a new employee. After this, we have to change some of the properties. So first thing, we have to change the form border style. So change this one to none. After this, just move back to the top and change the back color from this one, that is controller, to go to custom and select white. Okay. After this, just move back to the bottom, and here I'm going to set the size. So I'm going to set the size for 1028, 564 and hit enter, and this is the size. And let me just move back to the another form, that is this update employee, and here from here I'm going to copy these items, some of the items. Let me just copy it and move back to this view employees and just paste it over here. Over here, let me just put this one on the corner, move this one to the top, and just move this one to the right side like this. After this, we need to go to this toolbox, and here search for data grid view. Just drag and drop it over here, and let me make this one full screen. So something like this. Put this one on the proper position like this one. Just change this text for this one to search, and I guess the name for this one is txt username, so I'm going to change this one to txt search. After this, what we have to do is whenever this form opens, it needs to open in the center of the screen. For that, click on this form, just go over here, select the start position, change this one to center screen. Just save it. After this, we need to change the label for this one from update employee to view employee. So let me just do that to view employee. Now the task for this one is done. After this, what I want is whenever I go to the dashboard and click on that view employee, then I want to view this form. So just double click on this. Let me see the code for this one, view all employee tool strip menu item. So just double click on this. This will generate a click event for it. And here what we have to do is if we have to check that if application is already open or not. So application open forms of type, and inside this one we have to pass that view employee, and we will get the count. So count is equal to 1. It means that this one is already open. In this situation, what we have to do is, let me hover over this one, application of type view employee dot count, and we missed the bracket over here. And if this is the case, it means that it's already open but in the back end. So for that, what we have to do is we have to simply bring it to front. So open forms dot of type, and inside this one we have to pass view employee dot first dot bring to front. If this is not the case, it means that the form is not already opened. In that case, I want to just create or open a new form. So for that, view employee is equal to new view employee, and we have to simply type view employee dot show, and this will do the remaining task. Now this will open the form, and if you again click on it, it will check that the form is opened. In that case, it will bring that form to the front. So the task over here is done. Let me just close this and let me start this quickly, and let's see if this one is working or not. So admin and pass, go to login, go over here, click on view all employee, and here you can see this, it's open. So next thing what we have to do is whenever this opens, I want to fill the data inside this one. For that, let me just close this. Okay, so the close will also not work because we haven't code for this one. So let me simply close the complete project. So click on yes, and this will close the application. Next thing, just move back over here, and this is by default BT and access because we have copied it from the another form. So the properties of that form is also copied when we copy the form any item from another form. So let me just double click on this, and over here what I'm going to do is simply type this dot close like this. Before we code further, what we have to do is we have to create an object of database operation. Database operation is equal to new database operation. In the previous videos, I have shown you how to actually create this one. This is my custom class. So if you are watching this video in the middle, so you will not find this class in your project, right? So you have to watch from the first. Okay, so over here, next thing I need to create a query, string variable, and again one data set to store the data whatever is being returned from the database. After this, if we move back over here, not this one, let me just close this to this one. Whenever this form loads, then we need to set the data inside this one. Okay, so in that case, we have to generate a form load event. So just double click on this, and this will generate a view employee load event. And here what we have to do is we have to write the query. So we will put the whole code in the try and catch block. Exception ex console dot write line. Inside this one, I'm going to simply write the exception. And here what we have to do is we have to write the query. So query is equal to select star from employee. We have to call the database operation dot get data. Inside this one, we have to simply pass the query and simply set the data into this data grid view. So data grid view. So this is the name of this data grid view. I haven't changed the name. If you want to change it, you can change from here. But if you change it, use that same name over here. So data grid view 1 dot data source is equal to ds dot tables. Inside this one, we have to pass the 0. That's zeros table. I simply want to extract the complete table and show that into the data grid view. So let's check this if this one is working or not. So I've started the project. Type admin and password. Just click on this one, click on view all employee, and here you can see this, all the data is loaded now. So next thing what we have to do is whenever I want something, whenever I type something inside this one, I want to filter the data inside this one. So let's do that. And you can also observe that now we have coded for this close button. So this one is also working. So let me exit and close this application. So next thing what we have to do is whenever we perform or write anything inside this one, then only I want to make changes into this data, right? For that, just click on this text field to go to this one, events, and here you have to select this text changed. Double click on this, and this will generate a txt search underscore text change event. So again, I'm going to put the code in the try and catch block so that we can get over the exception stuff. Okay, so console dot write line, and here I'm going to type the exception, write the exception. Again, we have to write the query. So query is equal to select star from employee where ename we are going to filter the person on the basis of e-name, that is the employee name. So we are going to put a like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and just close it. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the txt search box text, and again I want to put a percent. It means that whatever I type after that, suppose I type A, it means that after A I don't need to check anything, right? So in that case, percent means any character after whatever I type. If you want to search the text in between, then again you can add percent over there. Suppose if you type ABC, if ABC is in middle, then again it will return the result. So I don't want to do like that. Okay, so I have just removed the percent from the start. So ts is equal to database operation dot get data. Inside this one we have to pass the query. After this, data grid view 1 dot data source, and I'm going to set the source. So tables 0 like this one, and let's start the application and let's see if this works on. So admin and pass, go to this one, go to view all employee, and here I'm going to search for A. If I type A here, you can see this all employee which is having the first character as A is available over here. If I delete it, here you can see this, everything is loaded. So if I type 99 or something like this, emp99, and here you can see that this one data is being changed. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we are going to see how to develop this one, that is for delete employee, and how to backend code for this. So just stay tuned, subscribe, and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to design this one, that is view all employees, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched the video, then just go to description there. I put the link from my previous video. In this video, we are going to see how to design for this one, that is delete employee, and how to backend code for this. So let's start with this. So let's close this application and we move back over here. So in last video, we have seen this. Let me close this quickly. And what we are going to do is just go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, add on this, and select this new form. Click on this one. And I'm going to give this form a name, this form which we have selected. I'm going to just change the name for this one from form 2 to delete form or delete employee. And click on add. This will add a new form over here. So first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this border from this form. So click on this and scroll over here, search for this form border style, just select on this and select none. After this, we are going to change the background color. So this one is a little bit gray, so I'm going to change this one to white. So go to custom, select this one. Now we are going to set the size for this one. So just select this, move back over here, just change the size from 800 450 to 727, 745 and hit enter, and this is the same size for our form. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just move back over here to the view employee, and I'm going to copy, not view, let me just move back to this update employee, and I'm going to copy all of these items from here. And let me just close this and move back over here and paste it over here. After this, make some space and put this one in the proper position like this. After this, just click on this and change the name from update employee to delete employee. So just delete this one, delete employee. Then we have this btn delete. So let's change the button name. So btn delete, and change this one to, okay, this one is reset, right? So that's just leave it as it is. After this, we need to change the color for this one to red, something like this one. And whatever the text written inside this one needs to be changed to delete, right? So delete, and again I'm going to change the text color. So for color is white, so I'm going to select this and select black. And we have one icon, right? So I'm going to change the icon. So click on this one, select images, click on this one, and I'm going to use this close button. So click on this, okay, and here you can see this, now the icon is changed. One more thing what we have to do is we have to make these text field read only, so that we cannot make any modification on these. So select all of these fields at once and search for this read only and select this one to true. Now whatever the field, whatever the data will be inside, that will be read only. You cannot make any modification in that, because we are going to only search the user and simply going to perform the delete operation. Okay, that's it, what we are going to do it inside this one. So first thing, what we want to do is, whenever we click on the search button, I want to get the data from here and search into the database and fill the data into these all. So how to do that? For that, just double click on this button so that we can generate a btn search click event. So before we code over here, first thing what we have to do is we have to mix object of some of the stuff. So that is database operation, because we are going to perform the database operation. Is equal to new database operation, and this is a custom class which we have created in the previous videos, so that to perform all the insertion and fetch of the data operation. So make sure you watch the video series from the start. Okay, so next thing I need some variables: string query data set ds to store the data, and after this I'm going to take one variable that will be boolean, and the name for this one will be employee available is equal to false. After this, just move back to this one, and here what we are going to do is we are going to put all the code into the try and catch block. So if anything goes wrong, it will not crash my application, right? So exception, try and catch inside this one. If anything goes wrong, so I'm going to simply write that exception to the console. So console.writeLine, and we are going to pass the ex. After this, what we have to do is we have to extract username into a variable. So username is equal to txt username dot text, and finally we have to write the query to fetch the data, right? So let's write the query. So query is equal to, inside this one we are going to write the query. So select e dot star and a dot star from employee as e, inner join app user as a on e dot app user underscore fk is equal to a dot app user underscore pk, where a dot username is equal to whatever the username is which we got from the text field. So here we have to pass the username like this one. Okay, so I have already explained this query in the previous video, but still I'm going to explain this again. So what we did is we have selected employee as e. E dot star means select all the columns from employee. So whenever we type app user as a, so a dot star means select all the columns from this app user. Okay, and we have put the join operation on the which key, on the app user fk from the employee table and app user pk from the app user tables, and where we have checked for from the app user from the column username, we have to fetch that if this username is equal to that one. So if this is the scenario, then what we are going to do is we have to simply perform the database operation dot get data. Inside this one we have to pass the query. Okay, after this, if I move back over here, and now we will check if this data set contains some data or not. So if ds is not equal to null and ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 not rows 0 rows dot count is not equal to 0, then it means that user ID, that username actually fetch some data. If this is not the case, then in the else condition I'm going to show the user that the details not found or employee not found. And before that, what I want to do is employee available is equal to false. After this, I'm going to show the message box dot show. Inside this one we have to simply type employee not found like this one, and for the message box I'm going to give it a name, so that will be information. And after that I'm going to put one button into the message box, so message box button, and that button will be okay, and I'm going to put one icon into this one. So the icon will be information. Message box icon dot information, like this one. After this, just move back over here, and if employee is found, in that case I'm going to change the variable employee available to true. After this, we need to fetch the data from this data set, and we need to set into the all the fields. So txt name dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 comma 1 dot to string. Okay, so you must be worried that how we have get the value txt name. So if I move back over here, in the previous video we have set this text field as name, right? So if I move back over here, you can see that this is txt name. So whenever we copy any text field or any button from another form, then all the properties related to that button or that text field is also copied at the same time. So here you can see this. When I click on this one, txt hire date is there. Whenever I click on this, txt contact is already there. If I click on this, btn reset is there. If I click on this, btn exit is already there. Okay, so all the properties corresponding to these are already available. So I can directly set the values inside this one. After this, we have txt hire date dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column will be 2, and convert this one to string. After this, we have txt contact dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0, and column is 3. Convert this one to string. After this, dot text. After this, we have txt gender. So txt gender dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0. This one is 4th dot to string. After this, we have txt address dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows 0 5th dot to string, like this one. After this, txt city dot text is equal to ds dot tables 0 dot rows. This one will be 0, and the column will be 6, and convert this one to string. After the city, we have txt state dot text is equal to ds dot tables, and from the 0th table dot rows and 0th, and the column is 7. Convert this one to string. Okay, so whenever we fetch the data corresponding to a query, it returns the data in the form of a table, and this data set actually stores it in a form of table. So from that table, we have only one table, so table 0, and there will be only one row corresponding to it. If corresponding to that username, if there is multiple users, then this data set will contain 2 rows. But in our case, we have already validated that you cannot add the duplicate username, so we will have only one value inside this one. So from the 0th row, I'm going to fetch the first stuff, that is the name. After that, from the 0th row, we are going to fetch the hire date. I've already explained the same stuff, and I have also demonstrated this query, why we are going to put 1 over here, why we are going to put 2 over here, why I'm going to put 3 over here, and why I'm going to put 4 over here. So if you haven't watched the previous video, then must watch it. Link is already in the description. Okay, so let's execute this and let's see if this one is working fine on it. So before we execute this, what we have to do is we have to move back into this one to the dashboard, and we have to connect that form with this button, that is delete employee. So if I click on this, and here you can see this delete employee tool strip menu item. So double click on this, this will generate a click event for that. So first we will check that if that form is opened or not. So application dot open forms dot of type. Inside this one we will pass type delete employee, and we will check the count for this form is equal to 1. It means that this form is already opened. If this is the case, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that form to the front. So application open forms dot of type, inside this one we will pass delete employee, and we will get the first and dot bring to front. It's simple like that. If this is not the case, then in another scenario, what we have to do is we have to open the new form. So what I'm going to do is delete employee is equal to new delete employee, and delete employee dot show. As simple as this. Now the task for this button is done. Let me just close this dashboard. Let me just close this and move back over here and just click on the empty space. And what I want is whenever this form open, I want to open this form in the center of the screen. So click on this, go over here, search for start position. Just click on this one, select center screen and save it. Now start our application, and I'm going to put my username, that is admin, and the password is pass. So if I click on login, if I go over here, just click on this delete employee, and you can see this now delete employee is opened in the proper position. So if I try to search for EMP99 or something wrong, if I try to search it, here you can see this employee not found. If I try to search for the valid employee, that is EMP99, which we have or added the data in the previous video. So if I try to search it, and here you can see this EMP99 power reserve, and all the data is visible over here, and you can see that these are read only. It means that I cannot make any modification on these text fields. Okay. After this, if I change this one to 100, and if I search it, here you can see this data is changed. Here you can see this, if I change the ID and if I search it, employee not found, but still the data is over here. So what we're going to do is whenever we search and the data is not found, we are going to clear all the fields. So we will do it all in a while. So let me close this. So we haven't coded for this one. So let me exit my application. And if I move back over here, just double click on this, and here I'm going to type this dot close. And if you want to put a confirmation message over there before closing, then you can put like this: if message box dot show, and here are you sure you want to close, like this one, confirmation. Let me just zoom it up a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to put one message box button of yes and no, and message box icon to warning. And if this is equal to dialog result dot yes, then we want to close this. Here you can see this. Let me just move back over here. Okay, not like this. Let me just delete one. Let me just delete this one and put it again so that everything is in proper position. Now save it, and now let's start this and let's check this one. Admin, pass, login, and if I move back over, click on this one, and if I click on this, here you can see this: are you sure you want to close? So if I click on no, this form will be opened. If I click on yes, this will close this form. Okay, so this one is working fine. Next thing, what we have to do is whenever I want to click on this reset, then I want to clear all the fields. So if I move back over here, let me just simply write one method, that is private void clear all fields, like this one. And here I'm going to first clear the txt address dot clear. After that, I'm going to clear the city dot clear. After this, I'm going to clear the contact dot clear. After that, I'm going to clear the gender dot selected index to -1 because it's a combo box. So clear method is not available in the column. After the gender, we have to reset the hire date. In the same way, in the hire date, we don't have the selected index or clear property. We have the reset text. Okay. Again, txt name dot clear, txt state dot clear, and one more thing which we have to do is employee available. Just convert this one to false. Okay. And if I move back away on this button, click, just double click on this to generate a btn click event. And here we are going to copy this method and paste it over here and just put like this. Okay. Now let's check if this one is working fine or not. So if I move back over here, admin, pass, login. If I move back over here, click on this one and search for EMP99 and search for it. And if I reset it, here you can see this, everything is gone. Search it, here you can see this 15 Jan 2023. If I reset it, it's 19 Jan. That is the today date. Okay, so this button is working fine. Next thing, what we have to do is, let me just close this and let me just close this one. After this, whenever I want to delete a record, if I click on this, I want to delete that record and reset all of these fields. So let's do that. Double click on this and this will generate a btn delete click event. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the code into a try and catch block. Exception ex, and simply write the exception to console.write line ex like this one. And first thing what I'm going to check is if employee is found or not. So employee available, and if this is the case, then what I'm going to do is query is equal to delete from employee, from app user, where app user underscore fk is equal to app user underscore pk, and username is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. Just close this, and txt username dot text. So we have to delete the data from employee, also from the app user, and where app user and employee pk is same and username is txt username, this one. Now the query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to simply call the database operation dot set data. Inside this one we have to pass the query, and finally we have to pass the message, that is employee deleted, like this one. After this we will write another query to delete the data from app user. So delete from app user, where username is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. Inside this one we will pass txt username dot text, like this one, and database operation dot set data. Inside this one we will pass the query, and this time I don't want to show the message. After this we need to clear all the fields. So clear all fields and simply call this. Now let's check this if this one is working or not. So I've started my application, admin, and pass, login, and if I click on this one, and if I search for EMP99 and search it, and if I click on this delete, employee deleted, click on OK, and here you can see that this is reset. So if I try to search it once again, here you can see this employee not found corresponding to this username. So that employee is deleted. So let's close this and just click on exit. And you can also put a confirmation message over here before you're performing this operation. Okay. In the else condition, what we have to do is we have to make this employee available is equal to false, and I want to show a message box dot show that employee not found, and I'm going to put this one as information. And I'm going to put one button into the message box, so that will be OK, and message box icon will be information. And let's start this and let's test this one. So admin and pass login, click on this one, and try to search EMP99 and search this, and we can't able to find it. If I try to delete it, employee not found. The same exception or same message we are getting, right? So let me close this application and let me move back over here. Next thing what we have to do is whenever we change the text into this text field, I want to clear all the fields, right? So just click on this, go to event, go to this text change, just double click on this, and here we have to simply call that clear all fields. Now save it and now start the application, and let's see how this one works. So admin and pass and login. If I move back over here, click on this and search for new employee, that is EMP99, not 99. We have added one more, that is EMP100. So search for it, and here you can see this, we have the values. And after this, whenever I try to change this one, here you can see this, everything is cleared. You need to search this again. Okay, so this is how this delete employee functionality is working. So that's it for this video, guys. Please hit like, subscribe, and share it with your friends, and follow us on Instagram. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design and code for this add visitor. So stay tuned and subscribe. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen how to design for this one, that is delete employee, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video. So in this video onwards, we are going to design for this one, that is add visitor, and we are going to backend code for this. So right now when I click on this, nothing happens because we haven't coded anything on this one. So let me exit my application and move back over here. So we need to close this first, and we go to Solution Explorer, right click on this, and here I'm going to add a new form. Click on this one, click on form. I'm going to give it a name, that is add visitor, and click on add, and this will add a new visitor over here. So you can see this new form is added. First thing what I want to do is, let me just open this one and pin it over here, and I'm going to right click and go to properties, and inside this one, first thing we need to change is the chart position. So I want to change this one to center of the screen. It means that whenever it opens, it needs to be open in the center of the screen. After this, I need to remove the form border, that is these buttons and this border, default border. So search for this one, that is form border style. Just click on this and select none. After this, we need to change the back color for this. So right click on this and go to properties. Go over here, change the back color to custom and white. After this, I'm going to set the size for this one. That is, in my case, I'm going to set it to 1095, comma, and I'm going to set it to 553 and hit enter. And now this form is ready. Next thing what we have to do is, let me just open another form, that is add employee. And if I move back over here, I'm going to copy this one, this button, not this one. Let me just open this update employee. So let me copy this name text field, contact text field, gender text field, address text field, and some more, and these two buttons too. Let me copy these and move back over here and paste it over here, and it's out of the space. So let me just press Ctrl Z to move back over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove these two for now and these two, and just copy these all and move back over here and paste it over here, so that we can adjust everything accordingly. And move this one to the right and move these over here like this. Make some space, move these upside. After this, move back over here. We need to select these four. So let me copy these, move back over here to this add visitor and paste it over here, and make some space and paste it like this one. Okay. After this, let me just move this one over here, so that we need to design this exactly same as shown in the quick overview. So let me do that. move these all on the little bit of the right side and make some space between these all. So like this one, little bit like this, like this, like this one, and like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to add a picture box into this one. So I'm going to search, go to this toolbox and here search for picture box. Drag and drop it over here and just give it a size. So right click on this, go to properties, and here I'm going to give it a size of 341, 333 and hit enter. And this is the size which I'm going to give it, and just move this button over here like this. Okay, after this we need to change the button name for this one. Let me just unpin this one and pin this over here. So click on this and move back over here. So change this one to BT and save. This reset is perfectly fine. Click on this and change the text over here to save. And we also need to change the icon. So click on this one, click on import and move back over here. The save is, let me search for it. So this is save, check mark, and click on OK, and here you can see this. Now the icon is set for this one. After this, change this label from city to unique ID. After this, I'm going to change this one state to visitors ID. And I'm going to change this text name from txt state to txt visitor. Txt visitor. VISITOR. Like this one, and change this one to txt unique ID. And hit enter. After this, we need to change this one to read only, so that that visitor ID will be automatically generated, but we cannot modify this. So for that, I'm going to make this one read only. So search for this read only and change this one to true. We can also do that programmatically, but we are not going to see this in this video. Okay. So move back over, and we also need to change this one from update employee to add visitor, because this is a visitor form. So add visitor and hit enter. Now the label is also changed. Next thing, what we have to do is we have to connect this with the dashboard. So go to Solution Explorer, just move to the dashboard and move back over here. And if I click on this, we can see the ID for this one is add visitor tool strip menu item. So just double click on this and this will generate a click event for this one. So if that add visitor form is already open, we are going to check for that. So for that, application dot open forms dot of type, and here we will pass the type. So my type is add visitors, and we will check the count for the same. So count is equal to 1. It means that this one is open. So if this one is open, then in that case I want to bring that form to the front. So application dot open forms dot of type, and said this one we will pass add visitors dot first dot bring to front, and this will bring the form open form to the front. If this is not the case, it means that form is not open. Then in this situation, what we have to do is we have to simply create an object of it and simply call the method that is show. So new add visitor dot show. Just simple like that. So now let's start the application and let's see if that one is visible or not. So I've started my application, admin and pass, and just log in. And if I move back over, click on this, here you can see this add visitor is visible, but this picture box is not visible. The border for that one is not visible. So let's change some of the properties so that we can see that one. So move back over here to the add visitor, and if I click on this and search for border style, just change this one to fix 3D and now save it, and now start the application, and now we will test that. So admin and pass, login. If I move back over here, click on this and click on this, and here you can see this. Now we can see this picture box over here. Everything is in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to start the coding, the backend coding for the same. If I click on this, male, female and other are visible because we have copied these text field from the previous form. So all the properties corresponding to a text field is also copied. So we don't need to worry about that. If you haven't seen my previous video, then it may seem some magical, but it's not. Just watch my previous videos. So let me just close the application and let's start coding for this one. Okay, so move back to the coding stuff, and whenever this form loads, I want to generate a unique ID and show it over here. For that, we have to generate a load event. So just double click on the empty space, and as visitor load event is generated. Before we write some code into this add visitor load event, I have to create some objects. So one is database operation. Database operation is equal to new database operation. So this is my custom class. In earlier videos, I have already created these class. So make sure to watch the earlier videos. Okay. And another thing, I'm going to need one string variable of type. I'm going to need a string variable. Okay. So I have named this one query. After this, I need another variable that is data set ts. And now we are ready with all of these variables. Next thing what we have to do is we have to go to this load, and we need some more variables. So that is string visitor ID, and I need a boolean image uploaded is equal to false. After this, I need string path where I have to put the image. So first thing what we have to do is we have to get the unique ID. So visitor ID is equal to utility dot get unique ID, and inside this one I will pass VID like this. This is the prefix. If you want to change this one, you can change as per your choice. So if I move back over here, you can see this. This is a dynamically generating a unique ID. Okay, on the basis of timestamp. So it will be always be unique. So we're using this. So let me just close this. In the previous video, I have created this method. If you haven't watched that, then you can directly create it by just pausing the video. Okay, so let me close this one and move back over here. So now we have created the unique ID. After this, we have to show this unique ID into that text field. So txt unique, not this unique ID, txt visitor ID, visitor is equal to visitor ID, something like this. Visitor dot text is equal to visitor ID, like this one. After this, we need to extract the path. So path is equal to application dot startup path dot substring 0, inside this one you have to pass application dot startup path dot length minus 10. In previous video, I have already explained you that why I am passing application or the startup dot length minus 10. So please make sure to watch the video in series. So after this, I have created one folder that is for images, and just like this, plus, and we will set this visitor ID plus the image type will be JPG, and like this. like this one. In this folder, we are going to persist the image with this name. That is whatever the visitor ID and whatever the, this is the JPEG type. Okay. So I have just created the path. We haven't did anything right now. Next thing what I have to do is whenever I click on this picture box, if I move back over picture box, a pop-up needs to be open and there I can select the images from my system. So let me close other tabs. Okay, after this save it, just click on this one, and this click event. Just double click on this and this will generate a picture box one click event. If you want to change the name for this one, you can change it. Okay, next thing what we have to do is we have to type open file dialog and open is equal to new open file dialog. After this, I want to open this file. So we want to set the initial directory for this one. So open dot initial directory, and I'm going to set C inside this one because C is available in every system if you make partition or not. Okay. After this, open dot filter, and I want to filter some specific files, right? I don't want to see all the files because we need to persist only the JPEG file. So we can search for that specific images or a specific type, format type objects. So for that, how to do that? So like this, star dot JPG star dot JPEG star dot BMP. After this, we also need to filter some others like star dot JPG or star dot JPEG star dot BMP. Like this. After this, what we have to do is we have to simply set the filter index. So open dot filter index to 1. And now we are going to check if the dialog is open or not. So if open dialog open dot show dialog, and if user clicks on OK, so we are going to check that. So system dot windows dot forms dot dialog result dot is OK. In that situation, we want to persist that image into the database. Okay. Inside this, again, we need to check if open dot check file exists. If this is the case, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check that if not file dot not this one, this is file. So if I hover over this, click on this one, use system IO file dot exists and the path which we have already created. If this is the case, then we need to delete that image and again we need to change the image, right? So this is the path which we have already created, that images with the visitor ID name. Okay. After this, if this path doesn't exist, in this case, what I have to do is system.io.file.copy open.file name comma path we need to pass. So that file which we have selected will be copied from this open file dialog and pasted to this path, that is the images folder with the name the visitor ID.jpg. If this is not the case, it means that picture or the image is already uploaded. So first thing what I am going to do is I'm going to just remove this. So picture box 1 dot image dot dispose. It means that I'm going to remove the image from the picture box. So, and after this, I'm going to set the picture box 1 dot image is equal to null. And finally, system dot io dot file dot delete, and we need to pass the path. And system dot io dot file dot copy, and we will copy this open dot file name to path. So what this means that suppose if image already exists and we again try to upload the another image with the same image ID, in that case it will delete the it will enter into this case, and it will first remove the image from the picture box, then delete the image from a specific path, then again copy the new selected image to that specific path with that same name. After the copying, we need to set the image to the picture box. So picture box dot image is equal to image dot from file, and we will pass the path. So now we have saved the image to this specific path. So now we can fetch and show that image into the picture box. And we also need to set the picture box size mode to picture box size mode dot stretch image. Okay. And after this, we will set this image uploaded to true. Image uploaded is a variable which we have created. So if I move back over here, you can see this one is true. Now save this, and now let's start our application, and let's see if this one is working. So admin and pass. Now login. If I move back over here, click on this. So now click on this one and go to this downloads, and I'm going to select one image. So click on this and click on open, and here you can see this. Now this image is visible over here. So now if I close this, okay, so we haven't coded for this one. So now the image is being fetched and saved, and the image is also being visible over here. So next thing we have to code for these all. So let's close this and close this. And now we will test that if that image is copied and pasted into this image folder or not. So right click on this, open file in File Explorer, and here you can see this. Now we have pasted this image. Here you can see this. This is the ID which is generated. And I guess we forgot to see that visitor unique ID, right? So I'm going to open that once again. So if I click on this one, add visitor, and you can see this is unique generated ID. So it's 77000. So if I go over here and go to downloads, and you can observe that by default C is being opened. So just go to downloads, and I'm going to select another image, click on open, and here you can see this. With this name, we need to find the image. So let me just copy this, close this one, move back over here, right click on this, open folder, and here you can see this. So now you can see this, we have the images over here with the same ID, that is 77000. So let me close this and move back over here. Next thing what we have to do is, whenever we click on save button, we need to save this path and all of these stuff into the database, right? So just click on save this button, just move back over here, BT and save, just double click on this to generate a BT and save click event. So here I'm going to put all the code in try and catch block. So here we will handle the exception, so EX, and if anything goes wrong, in that case I'm going to write the exception in the console. So console dot write line, and inside this one we will simply type exception and add visitor, save click, and I'm going to write the exception simply like this. And after this I will show a pop-up message for the user. So message.show and something went wrong, like this one, plus an exception I want to show, and I'm going to put a name for this message box, so that will be error, and I'm going to put one button inside this one, so message box button dot OK, and message box icon I need to set, so I'm going to set this one error. Now for the exception we are done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to extract the values from all the text fields and get into a variable. So for that, string name is equal to txt name dot text. After this I need to extract the contact. We need to fetch the contact. So contact is equal to txt contact dot text. Okay, so we missed one small stuff, that we haven't restricted the user. That user can only enter the integers, that is number, only inside this one. So click on this, go to event and go to key pressed and double click on this, and this will generate a txt contact key pressed. So here we have to simply call utility dot only number. Inside this one we will pass this one, that is key pressed event args. So this will handle the stuff that we can only enter the string into this one, sorry, the integer into this one. So now we move back over here and we are going to fetch the other items like a string. We are going to fetch the gender is equal to txt gender dot text of this string. Address is equal to txt address dot text. After this we need to extract the string unique id is equal to txt unique id dot text, and we already have the visitor id. So if I move back over here, whenever our applications get started, we already generate this visitor id, right? Here you can see this, we are already generating. So once that form is open, that visitor id is already over there. After this, I'm going to check that if image is uploaded or not. So for that, image upload is a Boolean variable. So we will check that. If this is not the case, then in this situation, I'm going to show the user that image is not uploaded. So message box dot show picture not selected, and this is a warning. And for this one, I'm going to set one button, that is message box button dot OK, and I'm going to set one image message box icon dot warning like this. Okay. After this, we'll move back over here, and if this image is uploaded, then first thing we have to convert the contact into the int form. For that, int64 contact num is equal to int64 dot parse, and we are going to pass that contact, the string value, right? After this, we need to write the query to insert the data into the database. So we have already created the table for the same. So let me open the table SQL and let me just open it. So it's opening in a while. So till then we are going to write the query. So insert into, my table name is visitors. So visitors, and inside over here we are going to type the column name, that is v name, that is visitor name. Contact, we are going to type gender. We are going to type the v address, that is a visitor address, and unique ID and visitor ID. If you have made any changes in the column name, then you need to put that column name there. So let me just connect it and let me just open my table. And if I move back over here you can see this in the visitor, we have v name, we have contact, we have gender, we have v address, unique ID, visitor ID. So I'm going to use all of these same column name. So if I select this one, star, okay. So we need to select the DB. So get pass and execute this, and here you can see this. This is the ID, right? So let me minimize it and let's start coding over here. So I have put the column name, that is v name, contact, gender, v address, unique ID, and visitor ID. After this, we have to type values, and over here, first thing we have to pass that name. So single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. Inside this one, we have to pass the name first. After this, we have contact, so that is an integer number, so it's directly double quotes, plus plus, and double quotes, and we have to pass the contact over here. After this, we have gender, so that's a string, so single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double, and single. Inside this one, we need to pass the gender. Let me move a little bit right and zoom in. After this, we have address, so single, double, plus plus, double, single. And inside this one, we have to pass address, comma, single, double, plus plus, double, single. And inside this one, we have to pass unique ID, And after this, we have visitor ID. So single, double, plus, plus, double, single, and we have to pass the visitor ID over here. Okay. Now our query is ready. Next thing, we have to simply call this, pass this query into database operation dot set data, and we will pass the query. Okay. After this, okay, set data, and we have passed one message, right? So I'm going to pass one message over here. That's why it's showing the error. So visitor added, like this one. So now if I move back over here, and let me just zoom out a little bit, and let's start the application, and let's test it. Admin, pass, login, and move back over here, click on add visitor. If I click on this one, here you can see this. Now we move back over here. If I select this image, click on open, and if I try to save it, okay, something base, the string was not in correct format. Okay, let me close this. Okay, close will not work, so move back over here. In the save, if this one is saved, it means that image is uploaded. Okay, so we missed the string validation, right? So we also need to validate if these strings are null or not. So for that, what we have to do is, if the string is null or empty, inside this one we need to pass the name. This happens, the error which popped up is due to this one. We are trying to parse null into the integer format. Okay, so this is not null, and in the second case, not the string is null or empty, and we need to pass the contact. After this one, not the string dot is null or empty, inside this one we need to pass the gender. And after this, not string dot is null or empty, and we need to pass the address. And after this, not string dot is null or empty, and we need to pass the unique ID. And now this is done. So if I put the bracket like this and put this one inside the if block, in the else block I want to show a message. So message box dot show, and inside this one we will pass fill mandatory fields and try again. And this is also a warning. And after this, I'm going to put one button into this message box. So message box dot OK, and I'm going to put one icon. So message box icon dot warning. So it's like this. Now it's done. Let's start the application, and now let's test it. So I'm going to put the username and password. Move back over here, click on this and add a visitor. And if I try to save it now, here you can see this picture not selected. So click on OK, and I'm going to select one picture. So I'm going to select this one. And if I try to save again, here you can see this fill mandatory fields and try again. So here you can see this, I can't able to type a string over here. So I'm going to type one name. So VIS1, contact is 12345. I'm going to select one gender, that is male, and address India, unique ID, something like this, 1234 000 something like this one. And if I try to save now, here you can see this visitor added. And whenever this visitor is added, I want to clear all of these stuff, right? So by default, by mistake, I clicked on this dashboard, so it went to the backend. So if I click on this, it will be in the front. It will be bring to front, right? So if I here you can see this, whenever I want to save it, after save operation, I want to clear all of these stuff. So how to do that? I'm going to code for this reset, and that same will be applied whenever we save it. So let me close this application and move back over here. And I'm going to write one method over here, that is private void clear all fields. Simple like that. And here first we will clear the txt name dot clear, txt unique id dot clear, After this, txt gender dot clear. Okay, this is a combo box, right? So selected index is equal to -1 and txt contact dot clear like this, and txt address dot clear. Okay, after this we need to do one more stuff. If you observe that whenever we open and we have selected the images, so for those also the images is present over here, but we haven't persisted the data for the same. So what I want is whenever we reset or close the application without persisting the data, I want to remove that image from my images also. For that, what we have to do is, first we will check that image uploaded. We will convert this one image uploaded to false. This is a reset case. And if picture box dot images is not equal to null, it means that the image is over there, then I'm going to remove it from the picture box. So picture box dot image dot dispose like this one, and picture box dot image is equal to null. And what I want to do is, because I'm resetting it, it means that I need to regenerate the unique ID, and the unique ID generation code is written in the add visitor load event. So if I move back over here, you can see this add visitor load event, the unique code is written to generate a new visitor ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call this once again whenever we try to clear all fields. So call this one, and say this one we will pass this comma null. And finally I'm going to call this one over here. Just double click on this and this will generate a reset click event. So if I click on this one and if I do like this, after this what I want to do is whenever we process the data successfully, I also want to clear all the fields like this one. So I have to call the same method over here. Next thing what I have to do is, whenever I close my application, suppose I opened it and I haven't done anything into this one, but I selected the image. In that case, if I click on close, then I also want to delete this image. So how to do that? For that, just move back over here and just double click on this, and here you can see this. First thing I'm going to check that if image uploaded, in that case what I want to do is I want to delete that image, and in the else case I need to simply close this form. What it means that this image uploaded is true means that we have selected the image but we haven't persisted it. Suppose I have selected the image and if I click on this save, so the code is written in such a way that this value will be turned to false. So whenever, let me just show you how. Suppose we have selected the image. So if I go over here, so once your image is selected, you are just converting or changing the value for this one to true. After the successful submission, whenever we click on this button, we are calling this method that is called clear all fields. Inside this one, we are setting the value for that one to false. So if that one is saved properly, it means that this one will be false. Then that form will directly be closed. If this is not the situation, then I am going to ask the user, so message box dot show image will be removed, and you can change message as per your choice, and I'm going to show this one. Message box name will be warning, and I'm going to put one button, so message box button dot OK or cancel. After this I'm going to put one icon for this one, so that will be warning, and I'm going to check that if user clicked on OK or cancel. So if dialog result dot OK, then we want to perform the operation like deletion operation, the deletion of the image. Okay, so first I'm going to remove that from the picture box. So picture box image dot dispose like this one, and after that picture box dot image is equal to null. After this I'm going to remove it from the system io files io.file.delete, and we will pass the path over here. And finally, we will close this form. Okay, now let's test this. So if I start my application and we're going to type admin and pass and log in over here, click on this one, and let me quickly clear my database, this table. Okay, this add visitor table. Okay, so let me move back over here and let's start my application. And what we are going to do is, let me just go to admin and pass, and let me open that folder too. So if I go over here, let me just stop this and let me just open this folder. Open folder in File Explorer and minimize it. Start this one, admin and pass. Now log in. If I click on this, add visitor, click on this one and select one image. This one I'm going to select, and you can see this with the visitor ID 900 at the last. If I open this, where it goes, yeah, this one 900 at last, we have this image, right? So let me just move back over here. We just open this. Okay, not like this one. This is really looking weird. So move back over here and move back over here. You can see this with the visitor ID, this 900, we have the image, right? 45359789 18 and 27900. Whenever we click on this close button, it will ask for image will be removed. If I click on OK, and here you can see this, now the image is gone. So now this one is working fine. Next thing, if I move back over here, add a visitor, and we have also coded for reset to change this one, and we have to convert the value, that variable image uploaded, to false. So if I again click on this one, here you can see this, now the images is, that ID is being changed. It means that add visitor load event is being called again and again whenever we click on this reset button. Okay, and if I click field the data inside these all, and if I try to change or reset it, here you can see this, now this one is working fine. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, we are going to see for this one, that is view visitors, design and coding for that. So just stay tuned, subscribe and follow us on Instagram, and just follow us on Facebook. So thanks for watching. Just keep coding. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design for this one, that is add visitors, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description, there I put the link from a previous video. In this video, I'm going to show you how to design and backend code for this one, that is update visitors. For now, if I click on this, nothing happens. So let's close this application and let's start the development. So I've closed the application and we move to this one. So here, first thing what we have to do is we have to add a new form. So right click on this, click on add and select a form. I'm going to give it a name. That will be update visitor. And click on enter, and this will add a form like this. After this, we need to set some properties for this, and also we want to remove this form border style. First, I'm going to minimize this one, auto hide. After this, I'm going to open the properties and pin this one. Click on this. First thing, we need to move the form border style. So select on this one, click on this and select none. Then I'm going to set the size for this. Change this one to 1077, 565 and hit enter. After this, I'm going to change the back color for this. Here you can see this one is little bit off white. So I'm going to change this one to custom and select white and save it. After this, what I'm going to do is, we have already designed this add visitor, right? So I'm going to copy this all and move back to update visitor and paste all of the stuff over here. And here I'm going to make some minor changes. So click on this. I'm going to change the text from add visitor to update visitor. Hit enter. After this, let me just, this is name, contact number, gender, address, and unique ID, and we have to put this visitor ID on the top. So let me just move this on the top like this one, and after this let me just move this one like this and move these all to the bottom like this one. After this, I'm going to just change the property for this one from read only true to false. Now I can type the IDs inside this one. Let me just make this one a little bit short. After that, I'm going to copy one button from here and going to paste it once again, and I'm going to put it over here. And I'm going to set the size for this one. So click on this and I'm going to change the size for this one to 116,32 and hit enter. And just make this one like this. Okay. After this, click on this, and we also need to change the text. So that will be search. And I'm going to change the button name to btn search. And this is button update, right? So I'm going to change this one to update. Change the name from btn save to btn update. And this reset is perfectly fine. Next thing, I need to change the icons for these two, right? So click on this icon, click on this one, click on import, and here we need to select the images. So if I search for this one, not this one, this one, update, click on open and click on OK. Here you can see this. Now the icon is changed. We have to do the same for the search button. So click on this and make some space, and here we go to the images. Click on import and search for this search, this one. Click on open, click on OK, and here you can see this. Now the icon is changed. After this, what we have to do is, whenever this form open, it needs to be open in the center of the screen. For that, just click on this empty space, move back over here, select this start position and select the center of the screen and save it. And let me implement the close for this form. So this is btn close. So whenever we copy the properties, copy the buttons, text views and other stuff and paste it over here or to any another form, then all the properties which we have set corresponding to that text field, buttons or images, icon like that, we all copy all of that stuff, right? So here you can see this btn exit name is already set, even the icon is already set. So what we have to do is just double click on this to generate a click event for this, and at this click simply I want to close this. So this dot close and just save it. And now what we have to do is we have to connect this update visitor with the dashboard. So we have to click on this, go to the dashboard, and here if I click on this, here we have this update visitor. If I select this, move back over here, update visitor tool strip menu item. So double click on this, this will generate a click event for it. And here first thing what we will check is if that form is already opened, then we need to bring that open form to the front. So if application dot open forms dot of type, and inside this one we have to pass the type, that is update visitor, and we will check the count. If is equal to 1, then in this situation I want to bring it to front. So application dot open forms dot of type, inside this one we need to pass the update visitor dot, and we will bring the first one dot bring to front like this. If this is not the case, it means that form is not open. In that situation, what we have to do is we have to simply create an object of that form. So update visitor is equal to new update visitor, and simply on this object we have to call this show method. So like this one, and save it. Now start our application and let's test it. So I started my application, and for me the admin username is admin and for the password is pass. So click on login, and if I go over here and if I click on this, here you can see this. Now this update visitor is open, and here I can click on these and I can click on this, but nothing is happening for now. Okay, so let's start the coding for this. If I click on this close, so this one is working fine. So move back over here. Now the connectivity with the dashboard is done. Let me just close this, and let me just also close this add visitor part, and we move back over here. So first thing what I want is whenever I click on this button, I want to search for the corresponding visitor ID and need to fetch all the data into these all fields and also show the images over here. For that, what we have to do is just double click on this button and this will generate a click event for this button. So just double click on this and this will generate a bdn search click event. And inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put all the code into the try and catch block. So try and catch block. Why we do exception handling? So that anything unexpected happens in our code, then our application doesn't crash. So that's why we use try and catch. So inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the exception to console.write line like this one, and simply I'm going to write the exception. Okay. Before we do anything, what we have to do is we have to create the objects, right? Some of the objects. So for the database operation, I need to create one object. Database operation is equal to new database operation. And I need one string variable with the name query in which we are going to write the query, and one data set object to store whatever the data is being returned from our query. Okay, so this database operation is my custom class which I have created in the previous video, so make sure to watch all the previous videos. Okay, so we are going to use the methods from here. So if I move back over here, so first thing what I'm going to check is I'm going to fetch the visitor ID from this text field. So if I click on this and if I move back over here, you can see this. The name for this one is txt visitor. So I'm going to take one variable string visitor ID is equal to txt visitor dot text. So this is how we extracted the text from that text ID, right? After this, I'm going to write the query. So query is equal to, and here I'm going to select the detail corresponding to that visitor. So select star from my table name, that is visitors. In previous videos, I have shown that I have created some of the tables, and from those tables, one table is visitors, where visitor ID is equal to, and it's a string, right? So single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes like this. And inside this one, we have to pass the visitor ID. After this, what we have to do is we have to call the method, right? So ds is equal to database operations dot get data. Inside this one, we have to pass the query. This method actually returns a dataset objects which we have already created with local variable dataset variable ds, and whatever is being returned from this method, I'm storing this into this dataset. After this, I'm going to check that if ds is not equal to null and ds dot table 0 dot rows dot count is not equal to 0. In this situation, it means that we fetch the data from the database. If this is not the case, in that, what we have to do is we have to show the message that no record found. So message box dot show, inside this one we have to set some message for the user. So no record found, and for that message box we need to set some header, right? So I'm going to set the error for this one, and I'm going to set one button for this one. So message box button OK, and I'm going to set one icon for this. So message box icon dot error like this one. And we need one more variable over here that will check if the user is found or not. So boolean is visitor found. By default, it will be false. And if user is found, then here what we are going to do is I'm going to just change the status for that to true. And again here, I'm going to change the status for this one to false if user is not found. Now, next thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually fetch the data from this data set, and I'm going to set that to the text field. So txt name dot text is equal to ds dot tables from the 0th table rows 0th row, and the column is 1 dot convert this one to string. how we are fetching this 0th and how we know that at the first column we will have the name. So let me just move back to the database. I have already opened it. So if I run this one, select a star from visitors, and if I just move this one like this, and here you can see this is the 0th column. We have the IDs. This is the 1 column, row 0, column 1, row 0, column 2. So at 0th we have name, at 1 we have contact, at 2 we have 0, 1, 2, at 2 we have contact, at 3 we have gender, at 4 we have address, and so on. Okay, so now move back and code accordingly. Make sure to check this in your database. Okay, so txt contact dot text is equal to ds.tables, and inside this one we will pass 0, and rows it will be 0 and the column will be 2, and convert this one to string. After this we have txt gender dot text is equal to ds.tables from the 0th table dot rows 0th row, and the column will be 3, and convert this one to string. After gender we need to set the address dot text is equal to ds.tables. Inside this one we have 0 dot rows 0, and the column will be 4, and convert this one to string. After this we have txt unique id dot text is equal to ds.tables 0 dot rows 0, and the column is 5th, and convert this one to string. After this we have to set the image, right? So utility dot set. Okay, we haven't written the method for the set. Okay, so I'm going to write a method inside this one to set image into the picture box. So if I open this method, let me just open it. Database operation. We have already created a utility method. Inside this one, I'm going to write one method to set the image. So let's start with that. Okay, make some space over here. So public static void set image in picture box. Why I'm writing this one into the utility method? So that we don't need to write the similar code again and again, right? So we can directly call this method from here, and we can use at n number of places. Okay, inside this one I'm expecting one picture box object. So picture box, and I'm going to name this one profile like this, and I'm going to need one visitor ID because that's the image name, right? So visitor ID like this one, and here first what we will do is we will get the path. So string path is equal to get image store path. This method I'm going to call, and inside this one I'm going to pass the visitor ID, and this will return the image path. So if picture box dot profile image is not equal to null, in that case what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this picture box profile dot image, and I'm going to dispose it. It means that I'm removing the existing image from the picture box in order to set the new one. So picture box dot image, and I'm going to set this one to null. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the image. So picture box profile dot size mode, and is equal to, I'm going to set this one to picture box mode dot stretch image, so that it fills the complete picture box. After this, finally we need to set the picture box. So image. So picture box image is equal to, after this image dot from file, and inside this one we need to pass the file. So that will be the path like this. It's showing an issue, so just click on this and like this one. Now save it. Now move back over here, and here what we have to do is we have to call simply this one, use set image to the picture box, and here we have to pass the picture box. So our picture box name is picture box 1, and inside this one we need to pass the visitor ID. Okay, now let's try this if this one is working fine or not. So I have started my application and admin and pass, just log in and move back over, click on this and click on this one, and here we need to copy the visitor ID from the database. So let me just copy this one, and if I move back over here and if I click on this, and if I try to type something wrong, if I click on this, no record found. Let me just delete this 5, and if I try to search it, and here you can see this now, the name over here, contact, gender, address, and unique ID is also visible over here. Next thing, we have the reset button and up. This one is working fine. Code for this reset button. So let me close this, and let me close this one, and move back over here. Okay, after this we have this reset button. So just double click on this to generate a PTN reset click event. So double click on this, and here we can see this. After this, whenever we click on that reset button, I want to clear all the fields. Let me just write one private method. So private void clear all fields, like this one. And inside this method, what I'm going to do is txt name dot clear, like this one. After this, txt contact dot clear. After this, I need to change the index for this one. Txt gender dot selected index is equal to -1. And after this, txt address dot text, not text, to clear, like this one. Txt unique ID dot clear. After this, we also need to change that is visitor found to this one to false, and we also need to remove the image from the picture box. So we will check that picture box 1 dot image is not equal to null. If this is the case, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to dispose the image, and also we are going to set it to null. So picture box 1 dot image dot dispose, and picture box 1 dot image is equal to null, and simply call this method into this reset. Okay, so why I have written this code into a separate method? Because I'm going to use this method in multiple scenarios. So let's try this if this one is working fine or not. So I have started my application, admin, pass, and just log in. And if I move back over, click on this, and let me just go to the database. Let me copy this one, move back over here, and just paste it and search it. And if I click on reset, and here you can see this, everything is gone. If I click on this button again, everything is back on place. So if you want to clear this one also, then you can put the code to clear that field over here. Inside this one, just simply txt visitor dot clear if you want to clear that too. But in my scenario, I'm not clearing it because it will have a bad experience. So before we code further, we also need to add the restriction that user can only add number into this one. For that, just click on this, go to event and search for key pressed. Double click on this, and this will generate a key pressed event for this one. And here we have to simply call utility dot only numbers, and inside this one we have to pass the object of key pressed event arc. So I'm simply going to pass the E over here. We got it from here. So I'm simply passing this one. In previous video, I've already written the code for this one. Okay, so it's important to watch every video from the start. Okay, after this, what I want is whenever user try to change the visitor ID, then I want to clear all the fields, simply to reset all of this stuff, right? So just click on this and search for txt change event and double click on this, and this will generate a text change event. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply call clear all fields. And if I save it and now start my application and let's test it. So admin, pass, click on this one. And if I click on this and paste it over here, search it, and if I try to change it like 5 or something like this, then this will clear the fields. And that's the good experience, right? Because suppose if you want to change this one, and if you don't clear the fields and try to update it corresponding to this visitor ID, then that doesn't exist in our database, then your program will behave unexpectedly, right? So let me close this and let me close this one over here. Next thing what we have to do is whenever we click on the picture box, I need to change the image into the images folder, right? For that, just move back over here, click on this, click on event, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to just generate a click event for this. So here you can see this is the click event. If you are on properties, then you have to click on this events button and just double click on this. This will generate a picture box one click event. So this is the name which we have given over here. So if I move back to this properties top, and this is the name. If you have changed this name, so you will find the same name over here. Okay. Inside this one, first thing I'm going to extract the visitor ID, right? So string visitor ID is equal to txt visitor dot text, and after this we will check that if visitor found is visitor found. If this is the case, then we will code further. It means that we are going to replace the images. If this is not the case, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply show a user message that visitor not found. So message box dot show, and here I'm going to put a message visitor not found, and for this one header I'm going to, for the caption I'm going to set error, and after that I'm going to set button for this one. So message box button dot OK. After this I'm going to set an icon for this, so message box icon dot error. Now let's try this if this works or not. So let me just start my application and admin and pass, click on this one, click on this and click on this, and here you can see this visitor not found. So first what you have to do is you have to search a valid visitor. So if I try to search it now, if I click on this, nothing happens because we are getting into the if block. So inside the if block it's empty, right? So here now this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is we have to get the absolute path, the image where we have to put the image. So the string is equal to path is equal to utility dot get image stored path. Inside this one we need to pass the visitor ID. After this what we have to do is open a dialog, open file dialog, open is equal to new open file dialog. After this, where we want to open dot initial directory, I'm going to put this one to C because in every system at least C is there. After this I'm going to open a filter because I want to see only those stuff which I can select. So I want only images. So for that I'm going to add a filter. So open dot filter is equal to, I'm going to add filter for JPEG, JPG, BMP. So just put double quotes and let me just close this. Inside this one, I'm going to put a opening and closing brackets, star dot JPG. Any name starts with anything, it doesn't matter, but at last it needs to be dot JPG. After this, we can fetch the images with the name JPEG, then star, then we can get the images of BMP like this one. After this, or star dot JPG, star dot JPEG, star dot BMP like this. And now we are ready with this. After this, I want to set one filter index. So open dot filter index, and I'm going to set this one to 1. Okay, let me just scroll it up for a while. And after this, what we have to do is we have to check that if user has clicked on OK or cancel. So if open dot show dialog is equal to system dot windows dot forms dot dialog result is OK, then we want to perform the other operations. So here if open dot check file exists, so whatever the file which you have selected is exist or not. If this is not the, if this is the case, then we want to perform the other operation. Okay, so we'll check. This is basically to check that if suppose we have opened the file dialog. Whenever we click on that open file dialog, we are checking that if we have selected any images or any files or not. If we have selected the file, then we need to check if this path doesn't exist. Then we need to simply copy the images which we have selected to the file, right? For that, not file.exist, and we need to pass the path into this one, like this one. If this one will this will show an error, then what you have to do is simply file dot exist, like this one. Let me just import this one like this. Now the error is gone. It means that if suppose we have added some record previously for which the images is not uploaded, in that case we are checking that if that file, that path, it means that at the images folder with this visitor ID, if the image doesn't exist, then what we are going to do is I'm going to simply copy that image. The system.io.file.copy and open.file name, and I'm going to paste this one to that specific path with that specific name. If this is not the situation, if this is not the case, it means that that image is already available in our images folder and we need to change that images. So first thing, I'm going to remove the current image from the picture box, and after that we are going to delete that specific image from that images folder, and then we will copy the image. For that, picture box 1 dot image dot dispose and picture box dot image is equal to null. System dot io dot file, and I'm going to delete the previous image. So delete, and I'm going to pass the path. After deleting, I'm going to copy the new image. So system.io.file.copy, and I'm going to pass this open.file name, and I'm going to pass the path. Now we have said we have actually removed the previous image from the picture box, and we have deleted the image corresponding to that visitor ID, and we have copied the new image. Again, we have to set that image to the picture box. For that, picture box 1 dot size mode, I'm going to set this one. Size mode is equal to picture box size mode dot stretched image, and again I'm going to set the picture box image is equal to image dot from file, and set this one we need to pass the path. Now let's try if this one is working or not. So let me start my application, and here I'm going to put the admin and pass. And if I move back over here, click on this and click on this one and search for the image, now you can see this image is over here. So if I go over here, go to downloads, and I'm going to select this image for now. Here you can see this is this image. If I click on OK, and here you can see this, now the image is changed. Let me close this, and if I move back over here, try once again and search for this. Now here you can see this, now the image is changed. So this one is working fine. If I click on reset, everything is gone. So this one is working fine, the image change. Next thing, we have to update the details. Suppose if user has modified any of these fields, then he or she can update the stuff. So let me close this and let's code for that. Let me close my application and move back over here, and here, just move back over here, just double click on this, and this will generate a PDN update click event. So here, first thing what I have to do is I have to put every code into the try and catch block. So try and catch block exception EX, and here I'm going to write the exception to console.writeLine EX, and I'm going to show a message to the user. So message box.show something went wrong. And after this, I'm going to show user the exception, what goes wrong. And after this, I'm going to set a caption for this. So error and after this I'm going to set one button, so that will be okay, and one icon. So message box icon dot error, like this one. After this, what we have to do is we have to extract all the values from all the fields and put into the local variables. So for that, the string name is equal to txt name dot text. After this, I need to extract the contact is equal to txt contact dot text. After this, I'm going to extract the gender. So string gender is equal to txt gender dot text. After this, we need to extract the address is equal to txt address dot text. After this, I'm going to extract the unique ID. So string unique ID is equal to txt unique ID dot text. And finally, I'm going to extract the visitor ID. So visitor ID is equal to txt visitor dot text, like this one. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to first check that if visitor is found or not. So if is visitor found, if this is not the case, it means that visitor is not found, then what I want to do is I want to show a message. So message box dot show, and here I'm going to show the message. So visitor not found, and for the caption for this one will be error. And after this, I'm going to add one button for this. So message box button dot OK, and one icon dot error. After this, we will check that if these all fields are null or empty. So for that, I'm going to check that if not string dot is null or empty, and we'll pass name over here, and not string dot is null or empty inside this one, I'm going to pass the contact. We just delete this, and not string dot is null or empty inside this one, I'm going to pass the gender. After this, not string dot is null or empty inside this one, I'm going to pass the address, and not string is null or empty inside this one, I'm going to pass the unique ID, and not string is null or empty inside this one, I'm going to pass the visitor ID. Let me just close this and open the bracket, and if any of these fields are empty, in this situation I'm going to again show the message to the user. Message box dot show, I'm going to show the user, and the text message will be fields empty, and the caption will be warning, and I'm going to put one button for this. So message box button dot OK, and message box icon will be warning. After this, now everything is in place. Next thing, suppose every field satisfy this condition, then first thing what I'm going to do is I want to convert the string contact number to the integer type. So int 64, and it will be number is equal to int 64 dot parse. Inside this one, I'm going to pass the contact. After this, I'm going to write the query to update it. So query update visitor set vname is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. So this one we have to pass the name. After this, we have to update the contact. So contact is equal to double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and so this one we have to pass the number. After this, we have gender is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. And so this one we will pass the gender. After this, we have the address, that is visitor address, is equal to single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. Inside this one, we will pass the address. And after this, we have the unique ID. So the column name for the unique ID is UNIQUE and capital IND, and single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. And inside this one, we will pass unique ID. And we will update this for some specific visitor ID. So where visitor ID is equal to single, double, plus plus, double, single. And inside this one, we will pass the visitor ID which we have searched for. Now let me just close this. The query is like this. You can pause the video and write it accordingly. Okay, now change to next line, and finally what we have to do is we have to execute this query. So database operation dot set data, inside this one we will pass the query and the message which we want to show. So visitor updated, like this one. After this, what we have to do is whenever visitor is updated, I want to clear all the fields. So clear all fields, and now just save it and now start the application and let's test if this one is working fine or not. So admin pass, just log in, move over here, go to update visitor, click on this, search for it, and if I'm going to change the name for VIS12, VIS111, something like this, and if I click on update, here you can see the visitor is updated, and if I click on OK, everything is reset. Now again, if I try to search for it, and here you can see this, now the this name is changed. So let me just revert this one to back and the contact number to 11111, something like this, the gender to female, and this is this one to MP India, or this one, let me just remove this part and just update it, and if I click on OK and search it once again, and here you can see this, everything field is updated according to changes, right? So everything is working fine into this one. So that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to design and code for this one, that is view visitor. So make sure you like and subscribe and share with your friends and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design for this one, that is update visitor, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description, there I put the link for my previous video. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to design for this, that is view visitors, and how to backend code for this. So let me close this application and let's start the development. So let me just remove this and go to Solution Explorer, and here first thing what I'm going to do is just right click on this, click on add and click on form and add a new form, and I'm going to give it a name, that is view visitors, and click on enter and just click on this, and we need to make some changes into this properties of this form. So just let me remove the Solution Explorer, just click on this, click on properties, click on this one, that is auto hide to false. Click on this, and first thing I'm going to remove the form border style. So just click on this one, change this one to none. After this, we need to set the size for this. So click on this, I'm going to change the size this one to 1028, 564 and hit enter. After that, I'm going to change the back color for this one to white. So back color for this one, click on this, custom, and select white. And you can see this, now the color is changed. Next thing, we need to move back to this one, that is update visitor, and I'm going to copy some of the fields from here. So let me copy these two, this one and this one. Let me copy this, close this one and move back over here, paste it over here, and let me put this in the place. And let me just copy this stuff from here to here like this. And we need one data grid view to show the data. So search for data grid view, drag and drop it over here, click on this, make some space, make this one a little bit larger like this, and this one. Change the size of this one as per your choice. Okay, I'm going to put it like this. And this one on the right position. And after this, change the name from this name to search. Hit enter. Let me put this in the proper place. Click on this, change the name for this one from txt name to txt search. And after this, I'm going to change the text for this one from update visitor to view or all visitors, like this one, and put this in the center of the screen like this. After that, we need to change the name for this one. So I'm going to change this one data grid view visitor like this, and hit enter. After this, just double click on this and this will generate a click event for this, and simply whenever we click on this, I want to close this. So this dot close like this one. And one more thing what we have to do is, if I move back over here, click on this, and what I want is whenever this form open, it needs to be open in the center of the screen. So change the start position, just click on this and select center of the screen and save it. Now we need to connect this form with the dashboard. For that, just go to Solution Explorer, go to this dashboard. Here we need to click on this, and here if I click on this, let's check the ID for this one, that is View Visitor Tool Strip Menu Item. Just double click on this, and here first thing what we will check is if that form is already opened or not. So if application dot open forms dot of type view visitors dot count is equal to 1, it means that that form is already open. We need to bring that to front. So application dot open forms dot of type, inside this one we need to pass view visitors, and we will bring the first one dot bring to front like this. If this is not the case, it means that that form is not open. So what we will do, view visitors is equal to new view visitors, and we will open the new visitor. So view visitors dot show, something like this. Now let's start our application and let's test this. So admin and pass, let me log in and click on this and click on this one, and here you can see this. Now this visitor form is visible over here. If I type something inside this one, if I click on this empty space, it means that this form is gone into the background. So if I again click on this, and here you can see with the same text, the form is bring it to front. It means that we haven't opened the new form, we bring the existing form to the front. So we have also coded for this one. So let me close this and let's start the coding further. So first thing what I want is whenever this form loads, I need to load all the visitor into this data grid view. So just double click on the empty space to generate a load event. And here, before we code anything over here, so first we need a database operation object. So database operation is equal to new database operation. And here what I'm going to do is a string query. We are going to need this one, and one data set ts object. After this, what we have to do is just move back over here, put all my code into the try and catch block like this, try and catch exception ex console dot write line and ex like this one. And here after this, I'm going to write the query to fetch the data. So query is equal to, and I'm going to simply write select star from my table name is visitors. So visitors. If you have changed the name, then you need to put that name over here. And let me just change the lines. Finally, we have to execute the query. So database operation dot get data, inside this one we need to pass the query like this one. And after this method actually return a dataset objects which we have kept into this variable. After this, we have to simply set that dataset object into the data grid view. So data grid view visitors dot data source, and we are going to pass ts dot tables, and we are going to pass the 0th table. Now start my application and let's see if this is fetching the data and setting it into that or not. So admin and pass. If I move back over here, click on this and view visitors, and here you can see this. Now everything is set over here. Next thing what I want is whenever I type something inside this one, I want to filter and show the data corresponding to this result. So let me just close this and move back over here, go to this view visitor, and here if I click on this, and what we have to do is we have to generate a text change event. So go to events, text change event, double click on this, and this will generate text change event. And here again, I'm going to put all my code into the try and catch block exception ex console.writeLine ex like this. And again, I'm going to write the query for this one. So select star from visitors, where we name, I'm going to filter on the basis of name, like, and I'm going to pass the single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. And here I'm going to pass txt search.text. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to also check that for the visitor ID. So if suppose user is typing visitor ID or visitor name, then we want to filter on both. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check for the visitor ID too. So or visitor ID like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, again txt search.text. And this will not work. Why? Because we are using the like operation. Then in this situation we haven't used a percentage sign over here. So what it will does is it will match the complete text. So to match the regular expressions we need to put percentage over here. So it means that whatever you typed after that, any character is allowed. And again here again I'm going to put the percentage sign. If you want to search that specific character into the middle, then you need to put a percent over here. It means that suppose if you have typed ABC, then ABC can, if it's in the middle of any of the string, then it will also be in that list, that filtered list. After this, what we have to do is we have to execute this query. So database operation dot get data, and we need to pass the query. And this query is basically going to return a dataset object. So ds is equal to like this one. After this, we again need to set this data into the data grid view. Data grid view visitors dot data source is equal to ds dot tables. And so this one we will need to pass the table. So let's save it. Let me just delete this and just like this one. Now start the application and let's check if this one is working fine. So admin, pass, login. Move back over here, click on view visitors, and here I'm going to type yes over here. You can see this, all the name starts with yes is visible. So if I delete it, you can see this. If I type J, everything is visible. Let me try with this ID. So let me just copy this ID and let's paste it over here. And here you can see this, I have copied the ID for the one, so only this one is visible. If I delete it, here you can see this. If I delete this, so there are three visitor ID which contains 56 at the start, so that's why these all are visible. If I try to change this one to 6, you can see this 566 in the start of the 2 visitor ID, so that's why 2 records is visible over here. So this one is working fine. That's it for this video, guys. In the next video we are going to see how to design and code for this generate pass. So make sure you like and subscribe and share with your friends and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, we have seen that how to design for this one, that is view visitors, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description there. I put the link for my previous videos. So in this video, we are going to see how to design for this one and how to backend code for this, that is generate pass. So let me close this application and let's start the development for the same. So let me close all of these. And next thing what we have to do is we have to back over here to the solution explorer. Just click on this and right click on this, and we have to add a new form. So select add and select the form over here. After this, let me just change the name. This is not form 2. I'm going to give it a name, that is generate pass. Generate pass, and click on add, and here the new form is added. So first thing what we have to do is just click on this, and we need to remove the form border style as we have done in the previous videos. So click on this, right click on this, go to properties, and here we can see this form border style, change this one from sizable to none. After this, I'm going to change the back color for this one from gray to white. So click on this and click on custom and select white and just save it. After this, I'm going to give it at a fixed height and width. So right now it's 800 and 450. So I'm going to change it to 1083, 898. You can change it as per your choice, but now I'm going to change it as per my requirement. After this, I'm going to copy some of the items from here. So let me go back to view visitors. and here I'm going to copy all of the items from here. So let me just copy this and move back over and paste it over here. Let me move this one to the top like this, and let me adjust all of these stuff a bit like this one, so that this looks nice. After this, I'm going to change the name for this one to from all visitor to generate visitor pass. After this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some height and width for this one. Okay, so I'm going to decrease the size for this one a little bit like this one and just save it. If I click on this and go to properties, and here you can see this is the name for this data grid view is data grid view visitors, and this is perfectly right because in this one we are again going to show the visitors list. Let me just move this one on the little bit of the left, and what we are going to do is we are going to stretch this one a little bit like this, and this one too like this, so that it looks professional. Okay, after this we need to add some labels. So let me copy these 1 and 2 times and just change this label from search to valid from, hit enter, and change this one to valid to. Valid to, hit enter. After this, we are going to put 2 combo box over here. Not combo box, it's datetime picker, sorry. So I'm going to go to this toolbar, and here we have to search for datetime picker. So drag and drop it over here. And we need one more. So right now I'm going to select only one, and we are going to change the properties of this one. And after that, we will add the another. Okay, so for that, just click on this, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first increase the size for this one. So we have to move back over here, click on this, select this one to Calibri, this one, and I'm going to select this one to bold, and the size will be 12, and hit OK, and this will increase the calendar font. If I hit enter, okay, nothing happens, don't worry about that. We again have to do the same for the font. So click on this one, Calibri, select bold, and size is 12, and hit OK. And now here you can see this, now the size is changed. After this, we have to set this format from long to custom. And here I'm going to give it a custom format. So for this one, just go over here, dd.mm.yyyy like this, and hit enter, and you can see this, now the font is changed. After this, I'm going to just put this one in the proper position like this. With the help of keys, you can also move this one upward and downward. In the same way, I need one more. So I'm going to copy it and paste it once again. And if I move back away, here you can see this. For this one, I'm going to set the size. If you want to set the size, if you want to increase it, like 35, like this one, it will increase the size. Okay, right now I'm going to just go with this default size. Let me move this on the little bit of the left and just save it. After this, we need to change the label, the name for this one. So datetime picker, and I'm going to give it a name, datetime picker, valid from, hit enter. Change this one to datetime picker valid to, like this. And we have set the name for these two, so that with this name we can actually access these datetime picker into our code. After this, I'm going to add one panel over here. So just go over here, search for panel, and just drag and drop it over here. Just click on this, and after this, we are going to change the color for this one. So the back color, where it goes here. After this, for this back color, I'm going to change this one to 192, 255, 192, and hit enter, and the color for this one is changed. After this, I'm going to change the size for this one from 200 and 100 to 685, 350, and hit enter, and just put this in the proper position. So let me just move this one like this, and let me adjust this one a bit, so like this one, and move these all to the upside like this, like this one, And let me move these two upside a little bit like this. Now this one is looking better. And we need one button over here, and we need some of the picture box on the left. So let me drag some picture box and drag and drop it over here. And let me just decrease the size for this one like this. And I need 3 picture box over here. So let me copy and paste it once again. And paste it once again. This will represent the different colors. After this, we need one variable over here. So let me just copy this one, the label, and click on this one and change the variable over here. The value for this one, 1 day pass, hit enter, and just click on this font style, change this one to light italic and hit enter like this one. Let me just copy and paste it once again. We will put like this and paste it once again, and we will put this one over here. Click on this and change the text for this one. This will be 2 to 7 day pass, and let me just move this one on the left side and click on this, and this will be more than 1 week pass. If you click on this, then you can change the line, more than 1 week pass, and hit enter and just click like this. And here you can see this. Now the text is aligned accordingly. Now save it. After this, inside this one, we also need some labels. So let me just copy and paste it over here. Let me just move back this one, and we can change the text for this one. If you want to change, you can give this any name, but I'm going to give this BTech days get pass and hit enter, and just move back over here, change the font to bold 14 and hit enter, and here you can see that this one is looking nice. After this, what we have to do is just save it. Let me just copy this one and paste it once again, and here we are going to give it a name. So I'm going to change this one to pass ID. Again, copy and paste it over here. Okay, let me just copy this one and paste it once again, and we need total of 6. So let me just paste 6 times, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, so for the second one, I'm going to change the name for this one to name. Third will be contact. Fourth will be gender. This fifth will be valid from, and this one will be valid to. After this, let me place this in the proper way. So like this one, like this, like this, like this one. Save it. After this, let me just copy this once again and paste it over here, and just click on this and change the label to colon and hit enter. And let me move it like this and paste it, not this one. Let me just copy this and paste it once again. Paste it once again. Paste it again and again like this. And just save it. After this, we need another labels in which we are going to set the data. For that, I'm going to copy all of these. Copy these and paste it and just put it like this. And what we have to do is we have to move back over here and change the name for these labels. So label pass ID. This one label name. This one label contact. This one label gender. This one label valid from. And this one label valid to. Valid to. After this, we need to clear all the text from these fields, these labels basically. So let me just clear this and hit enter. Clear this and hit enter. Click on this, clear this and hit enter. Clear these and hit enter. And same for these, clear it and hit enter. Clear this and hit enter. Now we cannot find the labels. How to select the labels? If I press Ctrl and A, here you can see that these smalls are labels, right? So let me just unselect all. And after this, we are going to put one picture box over here. So let me just open a toolbox, search for picture box, drag and drop it over here. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a fixed size. So if I do like this, and if I move back over here, I'm going to give it a size first. So the size I'm going to give it is 188, 184 and hit enter. Let me move this one like this. After this, I'm going to give the form border style, this border style for this one. So click on this and fix 3D. Or if you want, you can change this one to fix single. I'm going to select this one, fix 3D, and just save it. And in the background for this one, I'm going to select the none, and if everything seems good. Okay, this back color. So the back color for this one is green right now. So what I want is I want to change this one to white so that I can uniquely identify that the image is not selected inside this one. Okay. Next thing what we have to do is we have to put one button over here. For that, I'm going to just move back over here, go to this add visitor, and I'm going to copy this one. Let me just close this and move back over here and paste it. Just move back over here. We just make this button a little bit larger like this and just click on this and need to change the text. I'm going to change this one to generate. Hit enter. Just move back to the top, btn generate. Hit enter. And now our form is ready. Okay, here you can see this, everything is in place. Next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this form with the dashboard. And before we do that, what I want is whenever we click or open this form, I want to open this form in the center of the screen. For that, just click on empty space, go over here to the start position, change this one to center screen and save it. Now move back over here, go to the dashboard and just click on this, and here you can see this, the name for this one is generate pass tool strip menu item. So just double click on this to generate a click event for this. And here first we will check that if the form is already opened or not. So if application dot open forms dot of type, and say this one we are going to pass the type. So our type is generate pass dot count is equal to 1. In that case, the form is open. So what I want is application dot open forms dot of type. Inside this one, we have to pass generate pass dot first dot and bring this one to front. If this is not the case, then in the else condition, what I want is I have to open a new gate pass, right? For that, generate pass is equal to new generate pass like this, and simply generate pass dot show. Now save it and now start this and let's test this one. So my username is admin and password is pass. And if I click on this, if I click on this one, and here you can see that this is opening in the center of the screen. But here you can see this, the labels are overlapping over this. So we can move this one a little bit on the left side so that it looks nice. So let me close this. Move back over here to this one. Just scroll a bit. Just select all and just move these all in the little bit like this one. Now save it. And now let's see this again. So start admin password, and if I click on this, and here you can see this, now this one in the proper place, but we can't able to see the colors over there. For that, even to see that, we can actually add some default color into these, or you can add the default color from the code. So we are going to add the default color from the code, and if you want to give it a border style, so select all of these and give this a border style that is a fixed 3D. And if I save it, now if I start it, you can see the depth over here. Let me start this and let me show you quickly. I click on this and here you can see this, we have this. So we will fill the color in these picture box programmatically. So don't worry about that. So let me start this, close this, sorry. And here first thing what I want is whenever this form's open, I want to fill the data of the visitor into this data grid view. Okay, so how to do that? So for that, let me just generate a click event for this form. And before we generate the load event for this form, what I want is I want to generate a click event for this one, that is close. So just double click on this. Here we have to call simply this dot close like this and save it. Now just move back to this gate pass and let me just move this one on the left side, and so that this one is good. Next thing, whenever this form loads, I want to fill the data into this one. So just double click on this empty space so that we can generate a form load event. And now you can see this, now the form load event is in place. So before we code further, what we have to do is we have to create object of database operation. Database operation is equal to new database operation, like this one. After this, we need to create a variable of a string query. And after this, we need one variable of data set type to store the data, that is DS. Now, what we have to do is we have to move into this one, that is generate gate pass load. Here I'm going to write the query to select all the visitors from the database. So select star from visitors like this. Now the query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to call the database operation.get data. Inside this one we have to simply pass the query. So in the previous videos I have already generated this class, and we have written the method into this one, in which we have to simply pass a string query, and it will execute the query to the database and it will return a dataset object which we are going to store into the DS. After this, what we have to do is we have to set this into the data grid view. So data grid view visitors dot data source is equal to ds dot tables, and set this one we are going to set the 0th table. So this data grid view visitors is the name for this one. So if I click on this and if I move back over here in the properties, you can see this name. So if this name is different in your system, then you have to use your system name over here. After this, what I want is I want to set the color into these all picture box. So if I click on this, let me check the name for this one. This is picture box 1, this is picture box 2, this is picture box 3. So I'm going to set the color into these all picture box. So picture box 1 dot back color, inside this one I'm going to set color dot gray, and if in picture box 2 dot back color I'm going to set color dot yellow. Picture box 3 dot back color is equal to color dot sky blue. Now let's start this and let's see if the data is filled into this data grid view, and also these teeny picture box have colors or not. So if I start this and let's check it. So admin and pass, now log in, and if I click on this, here you can see this, now this data grid view is filled with the data, and also the color inside these all are filled. Okay, next thing what we have to do is whenever I type something inside this one, then I want the text corresponding to that stuff over here in the data corresponding to this text filled inside this data grid view. So let's do that. Let me just close this and move back over here. Just click on this. This is txt search. Click on this one and txt search event. So double click on this and this will generate a search event. So first thing what I want is I want to extract the text from that. So string search text is equal to txt search dot text, like this one. After this I'm going to write the query to fetch the data accordingly. So select star from visitors where we name like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. Inside this one we will pass search text and we are going to check for the name in between or even after this one. Or I'm going to validate for or search for unique ID also. So UNIQUE ID like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and here I'm going to pass the search text. And here I'm going to again put the percent and the percent over here. It means that any text in between is also, like suppose if I typed ABC, then ABC is in between, and anything from the first and last, that will be a valid for this one. After this, we are also going to unique ID. We are also going to search for visitor ID. So, or let me just change the, no, just leave it. Or visitor ID like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. Here I'm going to pass the search text, and again I'm going to put the percent sign on the start and again the percent sign on the end. Like this. Now our query is ready. Next thing, we have to simply call this get data method. So database operation dot get data. Inside this one we have to pass the query just like this, and we have to store that data which is being returned from this method into this DS. And finally data grid view visitors dot data source is equal to ds dot tables. So this one we have to pass the 0, and now start the application and let's check it if this one is working fine or not. So admin pass login. If I click on this and if I type yes a, and here you can see this yes a is in these two. If I remove it, and let's find common in this visitor ID. So let me just drag like this, drag like this one, visitor ID on 03 is common in these two, right? So if I type 03, then here we can see this 03 is in these two, so only these two are visible over here. So we have fetch the data corresponding to the visitor ID, and we have also fetched the data corresponding to the name. So here you can see that if I type SA, we have these two. Now let's check for this unique ID. So in the unique ID here, nothing is common, but if I type UNI, here you can see this UNI is only in this one. So we can fetch this corresponding to this text. So this one is working fine. If I clear it, now every data is loaded. After this, what I want is whenever I click on any row, then the data corresponding to that row needs to be filled over here. So let's do that. Let me just close this one and close this. Move back over here to this gate pass design. Click on this one, click on this, and cell click and double click on this, and this will generate a cell click event. Here, before we write something inside this one, we need some variables. What is that? So that is the string pass ID, which we are going to need, then another methods, the string path, after this int 64 visitor pk, like this one. And inside this one, we are going to put every code in the try and catch block. So try, catch, exception, ex, and I'm going to write the exception to the terminal. So write line, and here I'm going to pass this ex like this. And here, what we need, the first thing is path. So path is equal to application dot startup path. Inside this one, we need substring, and we need to pass the 0, comma, application dot startup path. Inside this one, we need to pass startup path dot length minus 10, like this one. Plus, we have to pass the image name, the folder name where we have put the images. So folder name is images. So images, like this. After this, plus, and inside this one, we are going to extract the data from the data grid view visitors dot rows and from where we are going to get the row. So e dot row index, which we have selected, right? And from that, I'm going to extract the cell value of 6, and we are going to need the value from it. So value, and convert this one to string like this. And then again, we have to concat the .jpg. This is the final path which is being prepared. After this, what I need is, I need to get the pass ID. So pass ID is equal to utility dot get unique ID. Inside this one, I'm going to pass the PID. This is the prefix for the pass ID. After this, this is the method which we have created in the previous videos. This is actually returning a unique number corresponding to the time, the system nano time. Okay. After this, what we have to do is we have to set the visitors pk. So visitor pk is equal to int64 this dot parse, and we have to extract the data from the data grid view. Data grid view dot visitors dot rows e dot row index dot cells 0 dot value dot to string, like this one. After this, we have to set the path ID. So label pass ID dot text is equal to pass ID, like this one. Label name dot text is equal to data grid view visitors dot rows inside this one we have to pass e dot row index dot cells. So this one we have to pass 1 dot value dot to string, like this one. After this, we have label contact dot text is equal to data grid view visitors dot rows. So this one e dot row index dot cells. Inside this one we have to pass 2. This is not 0, this is 1. 2 dot value dot to string. After this we have label. After this we have gender. Label gender dot text is equal to data grid view visitor dot rows e dot row index dot cells. Inside this one we have to pass 3 dot value dot to string, like this. And we also need to fetch the image, and we need to show that image into that picture box, right? So if picture box 4, this is the profile picture box, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name for this one. So click on this, go to this one, picture box 4. I'm going to just change this one to picture box profile. And if I move back over here, I'm going to check this picture box profile dot image is not equal to null. In that case, what I want is I want to remove the existing image from the picture box. Picture box profile dot image dot dispose, and picture box dot image is equal to null. And after this, what we have to do is, if the existing image has been removed, now we have to set the image. So picture box profile dot size mode is equal to picture box size mode dot stretched image, and picture box dot image is equal to image from file image dot from file. Inside this one we have to pass the path, like simple like that. Now let's start our application, and let's say if this one is working fine or not. So I have started my application, admin and pass, and now login. If I click on this and if I click this, here you can see this new PID is generated. If I click on this, here you can see this one is working fine. Next thing, we cannot see the image over here. So why this one is not working? Let's check it. So let me just close this. Let me just close this. Go to output and let's see what's the issue. So gate pass image. Program exited. File not found exception. Okay, images, and we don't have the slash after this one. Let me just put double slash like this and now start our application and let's see if this one is working fine or not. So admin, pass, login, click on this and select this, these, and here you can see this. Now we have the image for only the last one, so that's why the image is visible for the last one. If I click on this, image is not available, so the image has been removed. Okay, so this one is working fine. Next thing what I want is, whenever I select this, and if I select the backdate before this one, then I need to validate that valid from and that valid to date is should be after this valid from date, and valid from date must be after the today date. Okay, so we're going to put the validation on the select of these two date time picker. So let's start with that. So let me close this and close this one. Before we do any validation on that one, what I want is we have to actually write some utility methods. So that will be the supporting methods for that one. Okay. So to move back over here, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to write one method which will set the color into this one, this pass, this panel basically. So let's move back over here, write private void set pass color, and it will get int 64, and this is going to get a days, number of days, like this. Hit enter, and here if days is equal to 0, it means that both from and to is today date only. In that case, the pass is valid only for one day. So panel 1 dot back color is equal to color dot gray. Else if days is less than or equal to 6, in that case panel 1 dot back color is equal to color dot yellow. Else if it's greater than 6 days, then panel 1 dot back color is equal to color dot sky blue. After this, we need some other methods like to compare the date. So private void compare date string input, and inside this one what we will do is we are going to get the date time dt current is equal to date time dot now, like this, and just save it and move back over, show potential fixes, and it's date time. Here you can see this. Now this issue is resolved. After this we have date time input date is equal to date time dot parse exact, and so this one we have to pass the input, and the input format is dd dot mm dot y like this one. Culture, let me just move like this. Culture info dot invariant culture, like this. Save it and hover over this, show potential fixes using this one, and now save it. After this, what we have to do is we have to get the int result is equal to date time date time dot compare dt current comma input date, like this one. And simply we are going to write this one into the console dot write line, and result we are going to write. Okay, after this what we are going to do is we are going to check, we are going to write two or more methods which will check that is date before or today, and again we are going to check that is date after valid from. So public static boolean is date before or today, and this is going to return get a string input. And set this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a date time p date, if not date time dot try parser extract, and set this one we will pass input, and set this one we will pass the format dd dot mm dot yyyy dot, and we are again going to copy this one from here and we're going to paste it over here, comma date time styles dot none, comma out, and set this one we have to pass this p date, like this. If this is the case, then what we have to do is return false, and if this is not the case, then return date time dot today is less than equal to p date. So what we are trying to do over here is, if anything goes wrong, it means that any exception happens, then return simply false, else we compare the date and return the true and false corresponding to that. After this, I'm going to write another method, that is public static boolean is date after valid from, and this is going to return string date and string date from. After this, we are going to do like this: date time valid from valid to comma valid from, and again we are going to check for that exception. So if not date time dot try parse exact, and so this one we are going to pass date comma dd dot mm dot yyyy comma culture info dot invariant culture comma date time style dot none comma out valid to, and here we will return false. Simple like that. And here again what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply copy this once again and paste it once again over here, and I'm going to change this one to valid from. Well, not this one, this date from, and move back over here, this date from. Okay, after this what we are going to do is we are going to simply check return valid from is less than or equal to valid to, like that. This one from date to valid to, date from to valid from, like this one. Okay, after this what we have to do is we have to move back over here, and here what I'm going to do is, this is the date time picker valid from, right? So if I click on this and go to the events, and here I'm going to generate an event that is value change. So whenever the value is changed, we need to check do the validation that date is selected today date or date after today, right? So if, and we have written the method is date before or today, and inside this one I'm going to pass the date time picker valid from dot text. And if this is the case, then what I want is label valid from dot text is equal to date time picker valid from dot text. If this is not the case, then we need to acknowledge the user that you have selected wrong date or suggest how to select the date. So message box.show, inside this one I'm going to set the text. So I'm going to set it to select today date or date after today. And for this one I'm going to give it a caption that is information, and I'm going to put one message box button dot OK, and I'm going to put one icon. So message box icon dot this one exclamation mark. And now let's test this. For this this date valid from. So let me just start my application, admin and pass, click on login, click on this, and if I click on this, and here it is, if I click this, now the date is set over here. If I try to select the date before today date, that is 22, select today date or date after today. So this one is valid, working fine. But here you can see this, now I can even select the date before this 22. So if I try to select like this one is working. So what I want is I want to select the I have to validate that also. So move back over here, just click on this one, click on this valid to, click on this value change event, double click on this, and this will generate a click event over here. And here I need one variable that is int64. This will have the days like this. And here first thing what we will check is if not string dot is null or empty, that is label valid from dot text. If this is the case, it means that valid from is not selected. In that case, I want to show the user a message. So message box dot show, inside this one I'm going to set some text. So that is select valid from date first, and I'm going to give it a caption that is information, and I'm going to put one button into this one that is message box button dot OK, and I'm going to put one message box icon. So message box icon dot exclamation mark, so dot like this one, and just save it. After this validation, what I have to do is I have to check for that is date after the valid from date. So if is date after valid from date, it means that whatever we have selected into this one, the date needs to be after that, right? So selected, if we have selected 23, then it must be 23 or 24 like that. So is date after valid from. So inside this one, we have to simply pass date time picker dot valid to dot text dot. Inside this one, we have to select the label valid from dot text. We have already written the method for the same. So click on this, and here you can see this date and date from we are expecting. So now move back over here, where it goes over here. If this is not the case, then what we have to do is we have to again show the message. So message box dot show. Inside this one, I'm going to set some text for this, that is select date after valid from date like this, and I'm going to put a caption for this, so information, and after this message box button dot OK, and after this I'm going to set a message box button dot explanation mark, that is message box icon, okay, dot exclamation mark like this one, and save it. And now let's test this if this one is working fine or not. Let me just start this. admin and pass login. If I click on this and if I click on this one and trying to select 22, select valid from date first. It means that valid from is not selected. So I'm going to select this 23. If I try to select 22, okay, so 22 is previously selected. That's why it doesn't change, because we have selected the event that is value change event. If I click on this and here you can see this select date after valid from date. So this is valid from date, that is 23. Now here you can see this. If I select 24, this one is working fine. So if I select 24 over here or 25 over here, and now if I move back away and try to just select 24, now 24 is already selected. Now if I try to select 23, here you can see the select date after valid from date. It means that this one is working fine. The validation over here is working fine. So let me close this and close this application. And here first thing, whenever this valid date is selected, in that case I want to set the label valid2 dot text is equal to date time picker dot valid2 dot text. And after this, what we have to do is we have to extract the both date time. So date time start date is equal to date time dot parse exact, and set this one we have to pass label valid from dot text and convert this one into a proper format. So ddmm dot yyyy, and after this we have to simply pass culture info dot invariant culture like this one. After this date time and date, so for that date time dot parse extra, and set this one we have to pass label valid2 dot text, and we again have to convert this to ddmm dot yyyy dot culture info dot invariant culture like this one. Now save it, and after this what we have to do is we have to get the days. So days is equal to end date dot date minus start date dot days. From this days, what I want is I want to set the color to that corresponding field. So for that we have already created one method set pass color. Inside this one we have to pass the days. So I'm going to pass the days inside this one. So if I save it and now start this, and let's see if the color for that one is changing or not. So admin pass, if I click on this, and here you can see this is a default color. So if I select this and if I select this one and if I select 23, here you can see this, now the color is changed. This is a 1 day pass. If I select 24, it means that it's 2 to 7 day pass. And if I select like this one, and here you can see this, it's more than 1 week pass. Now the color is changing as per our requirement. So next thing what I want is, whenever I generate this, we need to reset. We need to remove all of the fields, text from these all fields, and also remove the this one, that is the color for this. So let me just close this and let me just exit this one and just move back over here. And here what I want to do is just to generate a reset event, right? So if I move back over here, just move over here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to write one method that is private void reset. Here label pass id dot reset text. Reset text is for label. Okay, so don't get confused. Our clear is for text fields and other stuff, but for the label we have this one. So reset text like this one. After this label contact dot reset text. After this we have label gender dot reset text like this one. After this we have label valid from dot reset text. After this label valid 2 dot reset text, like this one. So we have 3 and 3 6. After this we have the picture box. We also need to remove the picture from the picture box. So picture box profile dot image is not equal to null. In that situation, I want to clear the picture box. Picture box profile dot image dot dispose picture box profile dot image is equal to null, like this. And we have to call this after we click on the generate pass, this button. So if I click on this and go to over here, BTech generate is over here. So if I double click on this, and here first thing we have to simply, for right now we are going to call the reset method, but further we are going to code into this one. So let me start this and go to this one, admin, and pass. Now login. If I click on this one, select one date, and if I click on this, here you can see this, everything is gone. Again select this one, click on this, and everything is gone. So this button is working fine. Next thing what we have seen in the quick overview is whenever we click on this, a new pop-up is open, and all the data from this one is filled into that pop-up, and that generate a pass which you can print. And after that, we're returning to this page, this stuff is cleared. So let's start designing that. So let me just close this and move back over here. And here first thing what you have to do is you have to generate a form. So right click on this, click on this one, add, click on the form, and here I'm going to give it a name, that is pass. Click on this add, and this is generated pass over here. So just click on this, and after this I'm going to remove the form border. So click on this and change this one to none. After this I'm going to set a size for this, that is 575, 730, and hit enter. After this we need to set the color for this one and also the picture box size. So let me just do that. So click on this, go over here to the back color, and the back color we have to paste this 192, 255, 255, and the color is changed. After this we need to put one picture box and all of the items which we have designed over here, that is the pass ID, name, contact, and the rest stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this, just select all the items, not like this. We need to select like this one. How to select keep pass, not like this. Click on this one, must be here somewhere. Okay, this has generated a click event for all, so not to worry about that. So what we are going to do is we are going to select all of these and select these. Okay, so just click on this one. We can't able to select it actually. So what I'm going to do is I just copy these for now, and just click on this one and copy these and move back to this one, that is pass, and paste it over here like this one, and move these to the bottom, move this one to the top, move this one over here, and here I'm going to set the size for this one, that is 315, 248, and hit enter like this one, and put this in the center of the screen. And if you want to increase the size for this, you can increase that too. So I'm going to increase the size for this label. So click on this one, and I'm going to select this one to 18 and hit OK. Now this one is looking nice. We just move this one a little bit to the bottom, and after this we are going to again copy all of these stuff and paste over here like this one. Just click on this and change this one to pass ID, hit enter, change this one to label name, this one to label contact, this one to label gender, this one to label valid from, and this one to label valid to. Hit enter. After this, we also want to open this form in the center of the screen. So for that, just move back over here, click on this center screen and save it, and just select all of these and move back to this center of the screen like this one, and just save it. I'm not going to empty these because whenever we're going to generate load event for this, and whenever it loads, by default the data which is being passed from this gate pass into this one, that will be pre-filled over here. So you double click on this and this will generate a load event over here. And in the load event, for now we don't want to do anything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to generate a constructor over here which will accept multiple arguments like all of this stuff: path, pass ID, name, contact, gender, valid from, valid to, visitor PK, and days also. So for that, I'm going to just copy and paste it over here, and here I'm going to expect one string path, comma string pass ID, comma string name. After this, string contact, string gender, comma string valid from, comma string valid to, comma int 64 visitor PK. After this, days. So int 64 days inside this one. Now that's it. These variables we are required, and we also need to define it over here. So here string path, comma pass ID, comma name, comma contact, comma gender, comma valid from, comma valid to. And after this, what I want is whenever this form's open, first I want to set the image into this picture box. So try and set this one picture box profile dot size mode. So this form will always be open for each click. So for that, we don't need to worry if image is already set or not. So picture box dot size mode is equal to stretched image. After this, picture box dot image, and we have to set image dot from file, and we have to simply pass the path into this one. Okay. In the catch block, we don't need to do anything. Okay. After this, we need to set the values into the label. So label pass ID dot text is equal to pass ID. After this, label name dot text is equal to name. Label contact dot text is equal to contact. After this, we have label gender dot text is equal to gender. After this, we have label valid from dot text is equal to valid from. After this, we have label valid to dot text is equal to valid to. And after this, we also need to set the color into the form corresponding to the date, and we also need to save the password, all the details, the pass into the database, and that we will do in a while. And we also need to set these values into these all variables so that we can use in the operation. So this dot path is equal to path like this. After this, we have this dot pass ID is equal to pass ID, this one. This dot name is equal to name. This dot contact is equal to contact. And after this, we have gender. So this dot gender is equal to gender. this dot valid from is equal to valid from, and this dot valid to is equal to valid to, like this. And now before we code anything further into this pass, what we have to do is we have to move back over here, and we haven't completed the coding for this button. So just double click on this and move back over here. So here what we have to do is we have to first, let me just leave it as on the top. And after this, if I move back over here, first I want to extract all the values from these all labels so that I can pass those values into the pass. So let me just move back over here, and here what we have to do is we have to extract it. So string pass id is equal to label pass id dot text. After this, I need to extract the name. So label name dot text. After this, we need to extract the contact. So string contact label contact dot text. And after this, we need to extract the gender is equal to label gender dot text. String valid from is equal to label valid from dot text. And after this, we need to extract the valid to is equal to label valid to dot text. After this, what we have to do is we have to check that if all of these fields or variables contain some values or not. So we are going to check not string dot is null or empty. Inside this one, we will pass the pass id, and after this, not string dot is null or empty. Inside this one, we have to pass the name, and after this, not string dot is null or empty. Inside this one, we have to pass the contact, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one, we have to pass the gender. After this, we are going to check for not string is null or empty. Inside this one, we are going to pass valid from, and not string is null or empty. Inside this one, we are going to pass valid to. If these conditions satisfy, then what we have to do is we have to move to the pass. We have to open the pass, and also we have to pass all the data. So, and if this is not the case, it means that we haven't selected all the data. So here what we are going to do is we are going to show a message box dot show. Inside this one, I'm going to put some text, that is invalid pass data complete selection to generate pass, like this. After this, I'm going to give it a caption, that is information. After that, I'm going to put one message box button like this one, button dot OK, and one icon. So message box icon dot exclamation mark. So this one. Now close this with the semicolon, and here you can see this. Now start this, and let's check if this one is working fine or not. So this will reset only when we have done all of these stuff. It means that new form is opened and validated. Let me start this. Admin pass login. And if I click on this, one, here you can see this invalid pass data complete selection to generate pass. So if I click on this one, click on this, if I select this one, and if I click on generate, and here you can see that this is all clear. It means that reset is clicked or reset is executed, and this reset is inside this if block. So it means that our code works fine. After this, what we have to do is if everything is fine, then simply we have to call pass p is equal to new pass. Inside this one, we have to pass all the values. That is, first is path. Here you can see this, the name of the variables. Path, then pass id, name, we have to pass accordingly. So path, comma, pass id, comma, name, comma, contact, comma, gender, comma, valid from, comma, valid to, comma, visitor, pk, comma, days. After we pass this, we have to simply call p.show, and this will open the pop-up. So let me just close this and let's start this. So admin, pass, login, click on this, select one date and select another date and generate this, and here you can see that this form is open. So now you can see the data is also being set over here. So let me just close this, not this one. Let me just move back over here, click on this, select this one, and let's try with the image. So if I click on this and if I click on this, okay. So valid 2 is not selected like this one, and if I click on this, and you can see this image is also being visible. So next thing what we have to do is we have to open the PDF that is to print this file, right? So let's do that. Let me just close this. Now the tasks inside this generate pass is done. Next thing we have to move to the this pass design, and here first thing what we have to do is we have to add some of the items over here. So first is print document, drag and drop it over here, and we need to add one more stuff, that is print preview dialog. So let me just drag and drop it over here, just select on this one, and here we have to select the document. So inside this one, click on this and print document 1 is select. After this, what we have to do is we have to move back to this pass, and here we have to actually copy the code for this one. That is, if I move back over here to the gate pass, inside this one we have actually written one method to set the color. That is this one, set pass color. So let me just copy this and move back over here, and let me just paste it over here. And here we don't have the panel, right? So what we have to do is this dot back color. Let me just copy this and paste it over here. Just paste it over here like this. After this, we have to simply call this in this place. So let me just copy this one and move back over here. Let me just paste it over here, and inside this one we have to pass the days. Not like this, we have to pass days over here. And this will set the color automatically. After this, we have to write the logic to save the data into our table. So our table is pass table, which we have created. So let me just open the table. Okay, and let me just write the method quickly. So private void save pass details. Inside this one we have to pass string, pass ID, string valid from, string valid to, int 64 visitors pk. Inside this one we have to simply put all the code in try and catch blocks so that if anything goes wrong it could be handled. Inside this one I'm going to simply write the stuff to the console.write line, and inside this one we have to pass the ex, that is the exception. After this, my table is open, so let me just connect this, click on this one, open, and I'm going to open my file, that is gate pass generator, and here I'm going to just open my DB, that is gate pass, and if I move back over here, and this is the table in which we have to insert the data. So we have to insert the pass ID, valid from, valid to, and visitors fk in order to get all the data, that is the reference. So let's move back over here to our code, and here just move back into this one, and first thing we will convert the date time from string to date time. So valid from date is equal to date time dot parse exact. Inside this one we have to pass valid from comma td dot mm dot yyyy dot culture culture info dot invariant culture, like this one, and just save it and just hover over this. This one is wrong, just remove this one, culture info, just hover over there, so potential fixes, and use this one, use globalization. After this we have to convert that valid to date. So for the same date time, valid to date is equal to date time dot parse exact. Inside this one we have to pass valid 2, and we again have to pass dd.mm dot yyy dot culture info dot invariant culture, like this one. And after this we have to write the query. So okay, so we need to create some variables on the top. So move back over here, database operation is equal to new database operation string query and data set ds. Just move back to the bottom, and over here we are going to write the query. So query is equal to insert into the table name, that is pass, the column name, that is pass id, comma valid from, comma valid to, comma visitors underscore fk. After this we have to pass the values. Inside this one, first we have to pass the pass id. So single, double, plus plus, double and single. Inside this one we have to pass the pass id, like this. After this we have to pass the valid from. So single, double, plus plus, double, single. Inside this one we have to pass valid from date dot to string. Inside this one we have to pass like this, yyyy dash mm dash dd, because in the database we can store the date in this format, just double quotes. After this we have valid 2, so single quotes, double quotes, single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes. Inside this one valid to date dot to string. Inside this one we have to pass the date format, that is yyyy dash y dash mm dash dd, just double quotes close and the bracket close, like this one. And after this we have that we have the visitor pk. So for this one, just comma, and that's an integer. So double quotes, plus, plus, and double quotes directly. And inside this one, we have to pass visitor pk and just close this. And we need to close the bracket also. So if I move back over here, this bracket is for this one. Okay. After this, we have to simply call the database operation dot set data, and we have to pass the query and pass null over here. Okay. Now we have to simply call this inside this one. Inside this one we have to pass all of this stuff, that is pass id, comma valid from, comma valid to, comma visitor pk. Just simple like that. After this, what we have to do is we have to print the document. For that, if I move back over here and click on this one, that is print document 1, and just go to the setting, and here we have the event, that is print page. So double click on this and it will generate an event like this. And after this we have that pass load stuff, right? So before we do something to the pass load, what we have to do is we have to move back over here and we have to write rectangle r is equal to e dot page bounds e dot graphics dot draw image. Inside this one we have to pass bm, not this one. That is okay. We have to write one method, that is to print, right? So let me just write one method that is private void print. Inside this method, what we have to do is we have to write one more. We have to take one variable, that is pm, that is bitmap, and the variable will be bmp. And here what we have to do is, let me just save it. And here BMP is equal to new bitmap. And here we have to pass this dot width, comma, this dot height. After this, we have to write this dot draw to bitmap. Inside this one, we have to pass the BMP, that is bitmap, and new rectangle. Inside this one, we have to pass 0, 0, this dot width, this dot height. After this, we have to simply call this one. Okay, before we call this, inside this e dot draw image, what we have to do is we have to pass the BMP, and we also have to pass this R, that is rectangle, and just save it. And after this, what we have to do is, when this pass loads, this one, inside this one, we have to simply call this print method, which we have created right now. And we also need to do something like this: print preview dialog dot show dialog. And after this, we have to close this like this one. Now save it and now start this application, and let's check this if this one is working fine or not. So admin and pass, now log in. If I click on this, select this one, select 23 and 24 and just generate it. And here you can see this print dialog is opened, and if I click on this, the print document is open. So go to this one, documents, and just type ABC, just save it. And if I close it, here you can see this, everything is clear. Now let's check the database if this same data is persisted into the database or not. So this is the database, and select star from pass. Now execute this, and here you can see this 23/1 and 2024. That is the today's date, right? 23/1/2023 and 23/1/2024. This one is persistent to the database. Okay, so let's try one more for the another data. So click on this one, and if I select this 23 or 24 to something, this one like 7/4/2023. So generate it. Click on this. The documents ABC is already there, so ABCD, and save it. Let me just close it. And if I move back to the database, now if I try once again to search for pass, select start from pass, and here you can see this 24/1 to 7/4/2023. It means that data is being saved into the database. So this one is working fine. Now we need to validate the data into our file. So let me just open my file. So here you can see this, we have ABC. If I try to open it, and here you can see this is the pass which is generated, right? Here you can see this. Let me just close this, and we have another that is in different color. So here you can see this, it's generating in different colors, and this one is working fine. So if I close this, and let me just move back over here and just start my application. So the task corresponding to this one is done. Next thing what we have to do is we have to design and code for this one, that is validate pass. So in the next video we are going to do that. So that's it for this video, guys. So please like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to create this one, that is generate pass form, and how to backend code for this. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description. There I have put the link from a previous video. In this video, we are going to see how to design and backend code for this one, that is validate pass. So if I click on this, nothing happens. So let's start the coding for this one. So let me close this application. Yes. And let me close all of these, close all tabs. After this, go to Solution Explorer, click on this one, and here I'm going to generate one new form. So for that, right click on this, click on add, and select new form. And here I'm going to select one form, that is validate pass. I'm going to give it a name. validate pass and hit enter, and this will add a new form into your project. After this, what we have to do is we have to set a size, and before we set a size, I want to remove the form border style. So for that, right click on this and go to properties and just pin this up, and let me just remove the solution explorer auto hide, and you will find it over here. And in this one, properties, first I'm going to remove the form border style, this one. Search for form border style in your properties and click on this, and you will have to select none over here. After this, save it. After this, you have to change the color for this one. So click on this back color and change this one to custom and select white. Now I'm going to change the size for this one. So click on this and size, let me just change this one to 1044, 801 and hit enter. Now you can see this, now the size is changed. You must have observed that in the quick overview video that validate pass and generate pass is almost similar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back over here to the generate pass, and from here what I'm going to do is just select all and copy these all designs and move back over here and paste it over here. After this, let me remove some of the items. So first I'm going to remove these two. Let me just delete these. After this, we don't need this one, that is generate button, so I'm going to delete this one too. After this, I don't need these two, let me just delete it, and we need to move these all little bit upside like this one, and what we have to do is we have to move all of these items from top to little bit lower like this one. After this, we need to change the name, level name for this one. So this is validate pass. Hit enter. And if you want to put this in the middle, then you can put it according to your requirement. After this, what we have to do is we have to change the color for this one. So I'm going to change the color a little bit. So I'm going to click on this one and select like this and save it. After this, I'm going to change the label for this one. So this is valid, as I have shown you in the quick overview. So I'm going to design and code accordingly. So valid, hit enter, and just move this one over here, and this one, just change this one to expired. Hit enter like this. After this, let me just move this one in the proper position, just save it. And after this, what I want is whenever first time this form loads, then we need to fill the data into this one. That is the username and the pass associated to that username. So in this one, we don't need to fill all the users over here. Here we are going to show only those users who have some sort of pass, right? Suppose user A have not been assigned any pass, or for user A, we haven't generated any pass, then user A will not be visible over here. If we have user B and user V, for user V, we have generated one pass, then user B needs to be visible over here. Okay, so before we code for that one, first thing what we have to do is we have to connect this form with the dashboard. Okay, and before we connect it, first thing what we have to do is we have to set the startup position for this form. So click on this empty space and move back over here to the start position and click on this one and select the center of the screen. Save it. After this, move back to the dashboard so that we can connect this form with the dashboard. So move back over, double click on this one and just double click on this to generate a click event for this. And here, first thing I'm going to check is that my form is already opened or not. So application dot open forms dot of type. Inside this one, we have to pass the generator. Inside this one, we have to pass the form type. Okay, so inside this one, we have visitors pass, not this one, visitor. Okay, validate pass, and here we're going to check for count, and count is equal to 1. If this is true, it means that form is already open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that form in the front. Open forms dot of type and validate pass dot first and dot bring to front, like this one. If this is not the case, it means that form is not opened. In that case, I'm going to open a form. So validate pass is equal to new validate pass, like this one, and validate pass dot show. Now let's start this and let's see if this is working fine or not. So I've started my application, admin and pass, login over here and click on this one, and here you can see this. Now the validate pass is in our screen, but you can observe that this is in the left side we have a less space, on the right side we have a lot of space, so we can adjust it accordingly, and they haven't coded for this one, so these will not work. So let me close this and let's put everything in the place. So let me just make this one a little bit smaller, like this. Now you can see this. Now this is in place. After this, now our design is ready and also connected with the dashboard. So next thing what you have to do is we have to start coding for this one. So first thing what I want is whenever this form loads, it needs to be loaded with the data inside this data grid view. So click on this and let's see the name for this one. So data grid view visitors. So double click on this empty space to generate a load event for this one. Inside this load event, we are going to code for it. And before we code for it, we also need to code for this one, that is close button, right? So if I double click on this and if I code, what I want is whenever I click on this button, then I simply want to close this. So this dot close. After this, we have to code for this one, that is validate pass. So over here, before we write anything over here, first we have to create an object for database operation, like this one, is equal to new database operation, and we need one variable, that is string query. After this, we need one data set variable. So why I always create a variable over here, so that we can use same variable every time. We don't need to create this string variable again and again on data set variable again and again. Okay. So just move back over here into this one, that is validate pass load. And here, first thing I'm going to write the query. So query is equal to, and here I'm going to write the select v dot start and also p dot pass id, p dot valid from, comma p dot valid to from visitors as v inner join. It means that whatever the value or the data being matched in both the tables will be shown or returned. Pass as p on v dot visitors underscore pk is equal to p dot visitors underscore fk, and there is no where condition because I need all of the matching records, right? So ds is equal to database operation dot get data, and we will going to pass the query inside this one, and whatever the data is being returned from this query, we need to simply show that data into that data grid view. So data grid view visitor dot data source is equal to ds dot tables, and set this one we have to set the 0th table. Okay, and we have to do one more thing. Let me just move back over here. We have to also set the valid and expired color over here so that we can identify it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set like this: picture box 1 dot back color is equal to color dot light green. After this, we have picture box 3 dot, because we have deleted the picture box 2. So whatever the name is in your project, you can use it. So this is picture box 3. So if I click on this, and here you can see this picture box 3. Let me just change this one to 2 and hit enter. And if I move back over here, you can see this, the name over here is also changed. So picture box 2 color dot Indian red. This is for expired pass. So let me start my project and let's see if this one is working fine or not, if it's loading the data or not. So let me just move back over, click on this, and here you can see this. Now the data is being loaded and also the color is being set over here, and this button is also working fine. Okay, so let me just explain this query quickly. So let me close this and let me open my database SQL, and it may take some time. Okay, so this one is started, and let me just open this one, and let me select my database, that is GatePass. So if I move back over here to our project and let me copy this query and move back over here and paste it, and if I select it and execute it, and here you can see this, now the data is being visible over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to type the query like select star from visitors like this, and copy it and paste it once again, and we have passed, right? So copy and paste over here. So execute this first, and here you can see this, we have the visitors list, right? So whatever we are selecting all the details from the visitors, and whatever this visitor PK is matching from this pass. So if I run this, here you can see this 266 for the user 6, for the visitor 6 we have generated 2 pass, so this will be visible 2 times, and for the visitor 2 we have generated 1 pass, so it will be visible 1 time. So if I execute it, and you will see the same. So this is 266. It means that for visitor 2, and whatever the visitor pass ID is over here, valid expired date and everything is visible over here. So this is how this query is being performed. So we have put a inner join in these 2 tables, so whatever the matching records is over there will be visible. So if you put the left join, it means that all the data from this visitors and the matching records from this pass will be returned. So if I type left join over here, and if I select this and execute it, here you can see this, all the data from the visitors table is visible, but from the pass table we don't have any data, so that's why we got null over here. So you can use a join as per your business requirement, right? So I'm using inner join as this is my requirement, right? So I want the data in this format. If you use full outer join, then it will return both data from all the data from both the tables. So use it as per your requirement. So let's move back to our project. So move back over here, and this one is working fine. Next thing what we have to do is whenever we select, let me just close this and close this. Whenever I select any row inside this one, then I want to set the image and all the data into this one, and also the color for this panel. So let's start doing it. So before we do that, what we have to do is we have to generate one method that will use to check the validity of the date. So public static bool is date after today or today, and it will be string type, string input, and inside this one we have to simply type date time p date like this, and if not date time dot try parse exact. Inside this one we have to pass the input like this, and here we will pass the format. So dd hyphen mm hyphen yyyy hh colon mm colon ss, and after this we have to pass the culture info dot invariant culture like this, and if I hover over this one, it shows potential fixes, use system globalization, and now the issue for that one is resolved. After this we have to pass date time styles dot none, and after this we have to pass out, and we have to pass finally the p date. If this is the case, it means that any exception happens while parsing, then we have to simply return false, else we will return true. Return, and we have to compare it with the date time today. So date time dot today, and we have to check it if it's less than or equal to p date, and here we are going to check it. Now what we have to do is we have to code inside this one for the click event for this. Right, so if I click on this and go to the events, here we have the cell click. Just double click on this and this will generate a cell click event, and whatever the code inside this one I'm going to put into the try and catch block. So try and catch block, and here we have exception ex, and if anything goes wrong, simply I'm going to write it to the console dot write line, and here we are going to write the exception. So here what we have to do is we have to take two variables. So one is string, and we have to, and the name for this one is path, and after that we have int64, that is visitor pk like this one. After this, in the path, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get it from the utility dot get image stored path, and set this one we have to pass the data grid view. We have to extract the path from the data grid view, right? So let me just pass null for now, and if I start my project and let's see where we get that visitor ID, because visitor ID is the image name, right? So admin and pass in my system. So if I log in and if I click over here and if I hover over this, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. This is a sixth column. We have this visitor ID, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. At 6th we have this visitor ID. So with the visitor ID name we have put the images, right? So let me close this and let me just extract that from the data grid view. So from here, how to extract it? So data grid view visitor dot rows, inside this one we have to pass the e dot row index, and from which cell. So our cell is 6 as we have counted for now, dot value dot to string. And now we have extracted the value from that particular column, from that particular row, and we have passed into this one, and we have written the code into this one in the previous video. So make sure you have watched the previous videos, right? So in this one we are actually fetching the image, we are actually generating the path where we have put the images, right? So complete absolute path is over here. After this, what we have to do is we are going to load image in a while, but before that we have to extract other stuff and put into the labels and into the IDs. Okay, so for that, visitor pk is equal to int64 dot parse, and here we have to extract it from data grid view visitor dot rows, and so this one we have to pass e dot row index dot cells, and so this one we have to type 0 dot value dot to string. So at 0th index, we have the primary key for that visitor. So that's why we have used a 0 over here. And this e.row index, it will extract that particular row on which you have clicked. Okay. After this, we have to set the label pass ID. So label pass ID dot text is equal to data grid view dot visitors dot rows. Inside this one, e dot row index dot cells, and inside this one we have the 7th index, 7th column dot value dot to string. After this we have a label name. So label name dot text is equal to data grid view visitors dot rows, and so this one we have to pass e dot row index dot cells, and so this one we have to pass a cell, that is 1 dot value dot to string. As we have counted the column, so you also have to count the columns. Okay, at which column what data is being visible over there, you can set it according to your requirement. So if you have added any extra columns in your table, in that case you have to count the number of columns so that you can fetch that particular data. Otherwise you will get wrong data in wrong label. Okay. After this, we have label contact dot text is equal to data grid view dot visitors rows. Inside this one, we have to pass e dot row index dot cells. Inside this one, we have to pass to dot value and convert this one to string. So as we are setting into the labels, so it doesn't matter what you are, if you are inserting integer over there or in the string. Okay, so label dot gender dot text, inside this one data grid view visitors dot rows dot, we just move back away, e dot row index, and inside this one from the cells 3 dot value dot to string, like this one. After this we have label valid from and valid to, so we are also going to set that. So let me just increase the font a little bit and let me just minimize this property section. So click on this one. After this we have label valid from dot text is equal to data grid view visitors dot rows. Inside this one we have to pass e dot row index dot cells. Inside this one 8 dot value dot to string, label valid to dot text is equal to data grid view visitors dot rows. So this one e dot row index dot cells. Inside this one we have to pass 9 dot value dot to string. After this we have to check that we need to set the color of the panel. Okay, so let me just run the project once, and after that we will set the color. So let me start this and set this one admin. Okay, so we need to put admin over here and pass now login. And if I click on this and let's click on this one, and here you can see this every data is being fetched over here and being set over here. So next thing what we have to do is we have to set the color into this panel. So let me do that. So let me close this, let me close this one, and if I move back over here, if I click on this and go to properties, we will see the name for this panel is panel. So we are going to set the color into that. So for that what we have to do is we have to check that if is date after today date, and set this one we have to pass the date. So data grid view visitor dot rows, inside this one we have to pass e dot row index dot cells. Inside this one you have to pass a cell that is 9 dot value dot convert this one to string. If this is the case, then what I want is panel 1 dot back color is equal to color dot light green. And if this is not the case, in the else condition, what I want is I want to change the color to red. So panel 1 dot back color is equal to color dot Indian red, like this. Now let's start our project and let's see if this one is working fine or not. So let me type admin and pass over here. Click on this one, that is validate pass. So if I click on this, and here you can see that this is showing green. So let's check the date. So it's 24/1/2023 to valid to 25/1/2023. So today is 25, that's why it's valid. And this one is 23 to 24, so this is invalid. So if I click on this, and you can see this is in red color because 24 has already passed. And this one is also valid. So if I click on this, and you can see this, the color is changed. So here, whatever the color is this, and this is indicating that green is valid and this rate has expired. So you can easily validate it. But one more stuff is that the image is not being fetched over here and not being set over here. So let me just close this and let's do that. So if I move back over here to this one, we will check that if picture box profile dot image is not equal to null. It means that suppose you have already clicked on one row, and for that already the image is set into that picture box. Then first we have to remove that picture box, and then we can set the new image. To remove the picture box image from the picture box, so picture box profile dot image dot dispose, and after this we have to set picture box profile dot image is equal to null, like this one. If this is not the case, after this what we have to do is we have to set the image into the picture box. So picture box profile dot size mode is equal to picture box size mode dot stretched image like this one, and after this picture box profile dot image is equal to image dot from path, and we have already extracted the path, so I'm going to pass the path into this one. Now save it. Now start our application and let's check if the image is being set or not. Admin and pass, and now login. If I click on this and if I click on this one, for the SAM we don't have any image. If I click on this, you can see this, now the image is being visible. If I click on this, the image is being visible. So for the user 6 we have same password, same user, so that's why the same image is being shown over here. So if you have user with different images or different user we have, then the different images will be visible over here, not an issue. So this one is working fine. So if I click on this, the image is gone. It means that no image is set. And here you can see this, the image is also changing. So next thing what we have to do is, inside this one, whenever I type, nothing happens. So we have to actually filter the data corresponding to that. So let's design for that. So let me just close this and close my application. And if I move back over here, click on this, go to properties. And for this one, the name is txt search. Click on this one. And here text change event. So double click on this and this will generate a txt search text change event. And here I'm going to write the query. So query is equal to select v dot star comma p dot pass id comma p dot valid from comma p dot valid to from visitors as v, inner join pass as p on v dot visitor underscore pk is equal to p dot visitors underscore fk, where p dot pass id like single quotes, double quotes, plus double quotes and single quotes, like this one. And let me change the line over here like this one so that you can see everything clearly. So here txt search dot text, like this one, and after this we have to put the percent sign over here. So the pass id, whatever the pass id you will put, it will validate for the same. After this I also want to validate for the visitor id. So v dot visitor id like single quotes, double quotes, plus double quotes, single quotes. Inside this one we have to pass the percent over here, txt search dot text, and after this we have or v dot v name like single quotes, double quotes, plus double quotes and single quotes, then txt search dot text, and here we have to put the percent sign. So we are going to validate whatever the input you are going to put into the text field. It will check into that pass id if that text is being matched with the pass id or with the visitor id or with the vname. If it matches with any of these three, then all the records will be returned. After this, what we have to do is we have to simply fire this query into the database. So database operation dot get data, you have to pass the query inside this one, and this is going to return a data set object with pre-filled data. So I'm going to keep this data into this data set variable. So we have already created a data set variable on the top, so I'm going to reuse it. Okay, after this we have to put all the data into the data grid view, not this one, data grid view visitors dot data source is equal to ds dot tables. Inside this one we have to pass the 0th index. Now save it and now start our application, and let's see if this one is working fine or not. So admin and pass, now log in, and if I click on this and if I type yes over here, you can see this, the vname starting with yes is returned. If I delete it and if I type v, so v is in everything, like you can see this in the SAM we have v, in the visitor we have vis. So if I type vis, you can see this, these two records are being returned. We have put the check on the visitor's name. After this we have put the check on visitor ID, right? So this one is the visitor ID. So if I'm going to copy these, okay, let me just copy this and paste it over here. So here you can see this, these two will record will be returned because these two are same. For the same user, we have generated two visitor ID, so that's why it's being returned. After this, we have put the check on pass ID. So if I move back over here, pass ID is unique for everyone. So let me just copy this one and let me paste it over here. Here you can see this, only one specific record is being returned corresponding to that pass ID. So here you can see this, everything is working fine. If I delete it, here you can see this, now the data is gone. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. Hope you like this video. So please give it a like, share and subscribe to the channel, and please follow us on Instagram. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to my YouTube channel. In previous video, I have shown you how to design and backend code for this one, that is validate pass. So if I click on this, here you can see this form is opened. So if you haven't watched that video, then just go to description there if I have put the link from my previous video. Okay, so in this video, we're going to see how to design backend code for this one, that is filter pass, and this is going to be the last video of the series. So let's start the designing and let's finish this project. So let me close my application for now. And after this, if I move back to the solution explorer, here what I'm going to do is right click on this, click on this one, add, and here you have to select the form. So click on this and I'm going to just change the name from this one to filter pass and add. After this, right click on this, go to properties and just pin it over here. And here, first thing, I'm going to remove the form border style, this button and everything, so that I can put the custom button over here. So click on this one and select now. After this, we need to change the back color for this. So hover over this, scroll to the top and change the back color from the here to the custom to the white. After this, I'm going to set the size for this one. So size will be 1025, 495 and hit enter. Now size for this one is same. Okay, after this, let me just copy some of the items which we are going to use it over here. So let me just copy these and also this one and just move back over here and paste it on this place. So let me just select all of these and scroll to the top like this one. And let me just move like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just minimize this little bit and put this search over this one. And let me just move this all a little bit lower like this. After this, we need to add some of the items over here, right? So that is a one color panel over here and one drop down and one datetime picker and one button over here. So let me just add a panel quickly. So panel and drag and drop it over here and just put it like this and click on this, and I'm going to set the length and width for this one. So size for this one will be 970, 10 and hit enter, and you can see that this is exactly same as this one. So if I click over here like this, let me just move this little bit. Let me just move back and move this one a little bit lower. And if you want to do like this, then you can do like this. This is 975, 10. Oh, sorry, 13. It's 13, right? So if you want to put like this, you can put like this, or if you want to decrease it, let me just decrease it. Okay, so I've decreased it like this one. And if you also want to increase the size for this, or if you want to decrease the form size, you can do that also. After this, we have to put one datetime picker. So let me just open another form which we have already designed. So let me just open this one, that is pass generator. So where it goes, generate pass. And if I click on this, and we also need one button, right? So I'm going to copy these two stuff. Let me just copy it and move back over here to this filter pass and paste it over here. Okay, after this, let me just put this one in the front, and after this, I'm going to put it over here. Click on this, and I'm going to just remove the text first because I don't need this text. And Let me just change this one to BTN search. Enter. Let me just minimize this like this one, and I'm going to change the icon. So let me click on this, select the images, select this one, import and explore where you have already put all the images. So let me select this one, search, click on OK, OK, like this. And after this, I'm going to decrease the size for this one, that is the height and width. And here you can see that this one is looking nice. After the date time picker, we also need one drop down. So for that, I'm going to put one drop down. So let me just move back over here to this one, that is generate pass. Okay, in generate pass we don't have any drop down, so let me close this. Why I am copying the text fields or this one from the another? Because I have already set some of the properties for these, so it's helpful whenever you copy any drop down, any other item, then it also copy all of the properties related to that one. Okay, so we have the drop down in add, some of the add stuff, right? So if I go over here, that is add employee or something like that. So add employee, we have this drop down. Let me copy this, let me close this one, move back over and paste it over here. Let me decrease the size for this one, same as for this, and place this in the front. Let me just select these all three and move to the right, like this one. After this, we have to put some of the items inside this one. So click on this, and we don't need these over here. I'm going to put valid from and valid to, like this one, and click on OK and save it. Now our design is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to connect this one with the dashboard. And before we do that, we have to change some of the properties for this one, that is the start position. So what I want is whenever this form opens, I want to open it in the center of the screen. So click on this, center the screen, and save it. After this, we need to move to the dashboard. So click on this and go to the dashboard. And here we have this filter pass. So if I move back over, filter pass tool strip. So double click on this and this will generate a filter pass tool strip. Click event. And here, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to check that if this filter pass is already opened or not. So if application dot open forms dot of type, and say this one we have to pass the type. So filter pass dot count is equal to 1. And if this is the case, then what I want is I want to bring the existing form to the front. So open forms dot of type, and say this one we will pass filter pass dot first dot bring to front, like this one. If this is not the case, it means that that form is not open. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open that form. So filter pass is equal to new filter pass, and what we will do is filter pass dot show, like this one. And now save it, and now let's start this. So I've started my application, admin and pass. Now login. If I click on this, and here you can see that this is opened. If I click on this and if I click on this one, the filter is being opened. Okay, so this one is working fine. Everything is working fine. So let me just close this, and now let's start the coding over here. So let me just close this dashboard, this one, and if I move back over here, so what I want is whenever this form moves, I want to fill this data grid view with the data. And also whenever I click on this, I want to close this form. So double click on this, and this will generate a BDN exit click event. So what we have to do is we have to simply type this dot close, and this will close this form. After this, we have to generate the form load event. So double click on the empty space, and this will generate a form load event. And here, what we have to do is we have to write the query and fetch the data from the database, and we have to simply show that data into the data grid. So to do that, in order to do that, what I have to do is I have to create a database operation object. So database operation is equal to new database operation. After this, string query and one data set object. So data set ds, like this one. And here, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to write the query over here to fetch the data. For that, select v dot star comma p dot pass id comma p dot valid from p dot valid to from visitors as v inner join pass as p on v dot visitors underscore pk is equal to p dot visitors underscore fk. Now our query is ready. Database operations dot get data. Inside this one we have to pass the query. Okay, and this is going to return a dataset object. So we are going to put it to the ds is equal to something like this. And after this, we have to show this into the data grid view. So if I move back over here and click on this and go to the properties, and we can see the name for this data grid view is data grid view visitor. So if this name is different in your system, then you have to use this name. So if I move back over here, and I'm going to put data grid view visitors dot data source is equal to ds dot tables. Inside this one we have to pass the table, that is 0 table. And now let's start our application and let's see if this one is working or not. So admin and pass, now login, and if I click on this and you can see this, now the data is being loaded. Next thing what I have to do is we have to code for the selection and on the date selection. Okay, so just move back over here, close this and move back over here, just close this and click on this one. For this one we have to select this and go to properties, click on this one, and value change event we have to generate. So double click on this and this will generate a value change event. So whenever the value is changed, what we have to do is we have to actually fetch the data accordingly and we have to show it to the database, into the data grid view. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to first check this date time. It's date time picked date is equal to date time dot parse exact, and so this one we have to pass this date time picker dot. Okay, so this one is a different name. So if I click on this, go to properties and go to this one, the name for this one, get time picker valid from. So I'm going to do this one, change this one to date time picker and hit enter and save it. And if I move back over here, now here we have to put date time picker dot text, and we have to convert this one into the form that is dd dot mm dot yy like this one, comma culture info converter. Let me just delete this till info, and let me just hover over this so that it shows show potential fixes. Click on this, use system globalization. So double click on this. If you can't able to do this, then what you have to do is just click on this and move back over. You have to add this line over here and this will resolve your issue. If it still doesn't resolve your issue, then comment in the comment section. I will have a look over this. So let me just move back over here, and here we have to type invariant culture like this one. After this, I'm going to extract the selected date. So string selected date is equal to picked date dot toString and convert this one to this format, that is yy dot y dot dash dash dd. This is the format in which it's stored in the database. So if I move back over here and if I have a look here, you can see this is yy dash month dash date. So we have to convert that according to the database, okay, so that we can use this in the query. So here, first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to check that if this filtered. Okay, so we haven't did it. So what I want is whenever the user make any selection to this one, then I want to set that value into a variable. So click on this and go to properties and go to event over here and select this one, that is select index change. So double click on this and this will generate it. Okay, So this is txt gender. So we haven't changed the name for this one. So click on this and let me just select this and delete it and hit enter and save it. And if I move back over here, you can see this, that method is gone. Okay, so move back over here, click on this, right click and go to properties, and let me just save it. Let me just pin it over here and let me just change the name. So this is txt filter type. So I'm going to change this one to txt filter type and hit enter. The properties for this one is changed. The name for this one is changed. Just click on this and double click on this, and this will generate txt filter type. And here what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one variable, that is string filter type is equal to null at initial. And once someone made a selection, so what I'm going to do is I'm put filter type is equal to txt filter type dot text. Okay, so this is how we are actually extracting the value from this combo box, and we are putting this into this filter type. So here inside this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check that if the string is null or empty, and that is filter type, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the user a message. So message box dot show, inside this one I'm going to show, please select the filter type first. And inside this one, for the caption, I'm going to put information like this. After this message box is going to have one button, so message box button dot key and message box icon dot information like this one. If this is not the case, it means that else if this one is equal to valid from dot equals filter type, then in this situation what we have to do is we have to write it. So query is equal to like this. If this is not the case, then in else if valid to dot equals filter type, and here we have to write the query. If again this is not the case, it means that everything is failed. Then in this situation what I want is I will have to call this one, that is filter pass loop. So let me just copy this and back over here and paste it over here, and set this one we have to pass this, and second argument would be null. Okay, so here what I have to do is I have to put the validation over this valid from. Okay, so here I'm going to write the query for that. Select v dot start comma p dot pass id comma p dot valid from comma p dot valid to from visitors as v inner join pass as p on v dot visitors underscore pk is equal to p dot, let me just scroll a bit and let me just unpin this one, p dot visitors. Okay, so we missed the pk over here. Okay, so pk p dot visitors underscore fk, where p dot valid from like, and here we have to put single quotes and double quotes within it and double plus plus, and we have to put the percent signs on start and end as well. And here I'm going to pass the selected day like this one, and now close it. Next thing, we have to write the query for this one. Here you can see this, we have extracted all the values on the basis of the matching stuff, and we also have put the condition that valid from date must be like this one. Okay, inside this one, this is valid to, the filter is selected for valid to, so I'm going to put the query like this one. Select p dot start comma p dot pass id comma p dot valid from comma p dot valid to from visitors as v inner join pass as p on v dot visitor underscore pk is equal to p dot visitors underscore fk, where p dot valid 2, let me just scroll a bit, valid 2 like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes and single quotes, and we are going to put the 2% sign over here and another over here, selected date like this one, and now the query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is, now we have selected all the query and we have handled all the cases. Next thing what I want is we have to execute this query. So database operation dot get data, inside this one we have to pass the query, and this query is going to return some data. So ds is equal to like this, and data grid view visitor dot data source is equal to ds dot tables. Data source is equal to ds dot tables, and we are going to pass the 0. So let me save it, and now let's start my application. And admin and pass login, and if I go over here and if I try to select another, please select the filter type. So if I click on this valid from, if I click on this one, here you can see this for this 30th we don't have any valid from. So if I change this one to 26, okay, we don't have 25, 24. For 24 we, here you can see this, if I back away on the date of 24 we have 2 valid from date. So if I change this one to valid 2, and if I select 25, and here you can see this for the this one is valid till 25, so this one is working fine. So next thing what we have is, so now the filter is working fine. After this, what I want is, whenever we search something into this one, so we want to search that. Okay, so let me just close this and let me close this. Okay, so move back over here. Okay, we have one small stuff. So this is not the search button, this is actually a reset button. So let me just move back over here, just click on this and back over here, change this one to btn search to btn reset and hit enter, and I'm going to change the icon for this. So let me just move back over here, click on this one, click on import, and we have this reset, and okay. Now save it, and if I click on this, and we have generated a btn reset click event, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply reload the form. So for that, what we have to do is filter pass underscore load, and so this one we have to pass this comma null, and this will reload our form. So if I start my application, and let's see this quickly. So admin and pass, now login, and if I move back over here, click on this, select this one, select like this or 24, and if I click on this one, and you can see this every data is being fetched. If I click on this, and here you can see this, the image is going outside from this button, so you have to adjust it accordingly. So let me close this and let me close this. Move back over here, let me just increase the size for this one. Okay, and let me put these two in the center with the help of keys, keyboard keys. Okay, now save it. After this, what we have is, whenever I type something into this one, I need to search corresponding to that. For that, just click on this, click on event, and text change event, we have to search for that. So search for it, txt change over here, double click on this, and this will generate a text change event. So here I'm going to write the query first. So the query will be like this, that is select p dot star comma p dot pass id comma p dot valid from comma p dot valid to from visitors as v inner join pass as p. Let me just unpin this one as p on p dot visitor visitor underscore pk is equal to p dot visitors underscore fk, where p dot pass id like single quotes, double quotes, plus plus, double quotes, and single quotes. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move back to the plus sign and hit enter to change the line. And here I'm going to put txt search dot text, and after this I'm also going to put a percent sign so that every matching record corresponding to the whatever the text we write. Suppose we have written Sam, so Sam, and after that suppose the name is Samuel, so Samuel will be visible if we type Sam. Okay, so percent means anything after the text which you have entered. Okay, so we are going to check this one for the pass ID, and after this we are also going to validate for the visitor ID. So or v dot visitor underscore ID, or underscore is caps, right? So visitor ID like single, double, plus plus, double, single, and we are going to put 1% sign over here. So txt search dot text, and after this we are also going to validate for v dot visitor name like this one, single, double, plus plus, double, and single, and here we're going to put the percent, and so this one we're going to put txt search dot text like this one. After this, we are now query is ready. Next thing what we have to do is we have to execute this query. So database operation dot get data, and so this one we have to pass the query over here. And if this is going to return a data set object, so we have to store into this ds, and finally we have to show this data into the data grid view. So data grid view visitors dot data source is equal to ds dot tables 0, and now save it. And now let's start and test it. Admin, pass, and login. If I go over here, if I type Sam, you can see that this is working fine. So if I type Sam like this, so for the wrong data, we didn't get anything. So this one is working fine. So let me close this one and move back over here. So another way to do this, let me just copy this and comment it. Let me just comment it, and after that, you can directly do like this. So data grid view visitor dot data source is equal to database operation dot get data query, and this is going to return a dataset object. So without storing into the table dataset object, you can type like this, tables and 0, and like this one. And if I start it and let's test if this one is working fine or not. So if I click on this, and here you can see that this is working fine. So this is working fine for the name. This will also work fine for the pass ID. So if I back over here, double click on this, and let me copy the pass ID over here. If I click on this, here you can see this. Now the data corresponding to this pass ID is visible. And one more thing is still remaining. So if I click on this, what I want is I want to change the color for this one to indicate that if this one is valid or not. Let me just close this and exit and yes, and move back over here and save it. If I click on this one, go to the properties, and here what we have to do is generate a cell click event. Double click on this, and here I'm going to write one method. So before I write anything into this one, I have to write one method over here to validate the date. So this one is public or private, whatever you want to give it. So boolean is date after today, or it's today. Inside this one, I'm going to accept one string input, and here what I'm going to do is just typecast into the date format. So before we typecast, I need a date time variable. So p date. Inside this one, I'm going to check not date time dot try parts exact, and inside this one I'm going to put input like this. After this, double quotes dd dash mm dash yyyh colon mm colon ss, and after this we have to put culture info dot invariant culture, and after this we have to pass date time style dot none and out p date. If this is the case, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to return false. It means that passing failed or something bad happens. Else, what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare it. So return date time dot today is less than equal to p date, and it will return true and false according to this comparison. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply write if is date after today date, and set this one we have to extract the date from the data grid view. So data grid view visitor dot rows e dot row index dot cells, and we have to pass the particular cell. So 9 dot value dot to string. As in the previous video I've told you that you have to count the number of cells at which you have the exact date. Okay, so inside this one, if this is valid, it means that if this satisfies the condition, it means that this one is a valid pass. So picture box is not a picture box. So if I move back over here to this one, this is panel, right? So if I click on this one, panel 1 dot back color. For this one, I'm going to set this color dot light green like this one, and I'm going to put one label over here so that we can see the status for this one. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it once again and paste this over here like this. If I click on this, go to properties for this one, click on this and change the name for this one to label status. Hit enter, and after this what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove the text from it. So let me just remove it and hit enter and move back over here to this one, and here what I want is I want to set the label status. So label status dot text is equal to valid pass, and if this is not the case, it means that the pass is expired. So pick panel 1 dot back color is equal to color dot Indian red, and label status dot text is equal to pass expired. Now let's start it and test it if this one is working fine or not. So let me start my application, and over here admin and pass. Now log in. If I click on this one, here you can see this. If I click on this, and here you can see this pass expired, it's being visible over here. If I click on this, pass expired. If I click on this, valid pass. So this one is working fine, and every feature over here is working fine. Let's try by logging in as an employee. So if I click on this and view an employee, so user ID and password is not visible over here. So let's quickly check the database. So select star from employee. So select star from employee, select it, and let's log in. So for employee, okay, if we don't have it over here, select star from app user, because we have put the username and password in the app user. So for this one, EMP 100 and 100. So let me move back over here and now start my application, and I'll log in as employee. So EMP 100 and the password is also EMP 100, and log in, and here you can see this add employee stuff is not visible, but if you click on this, you can add a new employee from here, add a new visitor over here. So click on this, and here you can see this now local system is being opened, and also everything is working fine. So let me just view visitors. Here you can see this, you can view, you can filter, you can update visitor over here. You can generate a pass for a specific visitor by selecting all of the stuff. If I try to change it, here you can see this. Every validation which we have done for the employee is working over here. You can see this. And if I click on this, you can see this is also working fine. So that's it for this video, guys. So finally the project is completed, even the employee dashboard and also the admin dashboard. So I hope you like the complete series. Hit like and subscribe and just stay tuned with us for such type of amazing projects. And if you want any new project, just comment in the comment section that project name, and you can also contact us on Instagram with the specific requirement of the project so that we can execute it. Okay, so thanks for watching. Please consider liking.